When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing True Force was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
True Force is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. True Force force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The True Force algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and True Force enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, you could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was, it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a True Force wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. True Force is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. True Force benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
And a very good evening and welcome to round number 8 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Supercars E-Series. The season of endurance is upon us. It's the Sandown 500, the first of our twin driver endurance races tonight. I'm Lockie Mansell. Joining me in the commentary box tonight for the first time in season 2023. It's a very good evening to Scott Rankin. Scott, welcome into the commentary box for the first of our endurance races.
Yeah, mate, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I was actually just talking. I'm actually off town to enjoy myself at, I think it's the Shannon Speed Series next weekend, TCR Australia, and production cars from Sandown next weekend. But before that, we get to throw some roaring V8s around here, Lockie. I mean, this is just such a place that's culturally inbuilt in us. I miss this place during the COVID period. I miss coming here for Enduros. It's going to be such a sad day when we finally lose this from the real world racing categories. It's just a lovely, lovely track that evokes high horsepower, fun, curb smashing, all the things that a V8 supercar loves.
Indeed. In fact, I'll probably see you at Sandown next weekend because, in fact, I'm there for the next 2 consecutive weekends. I'll be there for the Speed Series next weekend, and then I'll be there the following weekend for the real-life Sandown 500 as well. But you're right, it's a circuit that is absolutely steeped in history. It has the distinction of having held the Sandown 500 for many, many years. And it's a circuit where if you're going to set your car up with an emphasis on any particular handling characteristic, it really is about power down to make sure that you get good drive out of the slow corners that lead onto the long straights, particularly turn 4, which leads onto the long back straight, and also the final corner, which leads you back onto the main straight, heading down past pit lane.
Already, Lockie, have a look at the background of that shot, though. There was already some vying for qualifying position. Drivers obviously want clear air on the nose nice and early. It's a big one. You definitely do want to tow on some of the straights here. Downforce isn't a huge factor tonight. It is about that straight line capability. Very, very difficult to get a pass done. So I think qualifying here is right up there in terms of importance in the overall scope of things. And this is 45 to 23 in terms of the championship out for the qualifying laps at the moment. I'll tell you what, mate, excitement levels, I think they're through the roof.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point that you make there. So we're running a split qualifying format this weekend where the field will be divided into upper and lower 50% based on the championship points coming into this round. Speaking of the championship points, let's just cover off where things sit in terms of our championship standings. And it's James Scott who leads the way on 1,065 points. He's just 9 points ahead of Madison Down on 1,056. And then you've got the very consistent Ethan Grigault sitting 3rd in the point standings on 1,009 points. Unbelievable, isn't it? We've completed 6 rounds so far, and we've got the top 3 drivers separated by just 56 points.
Yeah, there's nothing in it, and you know, look at one spot further back, and Andrew Gilliam, what a breakout win it was. And then just in behind him, you've got Brady Myers. And to me, Brady qualified, had out-and-out pace at that previous round at Detroit Belle, but he just couldn't get it done in the races. So I think he probably feels there was probably something left on the table to Detroit Belle for him, definitely. I think there was a lot more points he's capable of. What's he capable of here tonight? Well, we'll find out on overall pace in about 15 minutes time. But in the meantime, these drivers already cracking onto it, and eyes on Jordan Ross. Good exit off the final corner. What's the lap time's going to be like when they trundle through?
So this will give us our first real indication of what the outright pace is like, and it's 106.2 for Jordan Ross, a 6.3 for Brad Rafu. And Luke Rosella now goes to the top with a 1:06.0, so the times are going to keep tumbling as Marcello Rivera now goes fastest of all ahead of Job Stewart. So Rivera on the first round of flying laps fastest, but as we've become accustomed to all season, ridiculously tight margins between our top contenders. And in this first half of the session, Scott, it's really all about still making sure that you do the best lap time that you can, so that once the faster 50% of the field comes out for the second segment of qualifying, you're going to be as far up the grid as possible.
Yeah, and already there's 2 dead heats in terms of qualifying times. One of them's for second place at the moment. So that one's going back to a count back on that 4th decimal place, but it's 106.072s for the 35 and the 55. So Stuart and Rosella at the top. You have a little bit look of a deeper look through the field. The 938, the first of the 95 SimSport cars, the 938 entry, which is back in 8th spot at the moment. So that's Ratsu. And then the 9th place car as well as the 79 machine. Both of them did a 106.316. And there's only 3/10 between the top end of the field and 10th place at the moment. And I get the feeling this was always on the cards, and we should expect this to be on the cards. It's going to be one run, get the tyres on. One run, bolt some tyres on. One lap, bolt the tyres on.
Exactly right, because the tyres are only at their optimum performance for one flying lap, and that's been the pattern that we've seen right throughout season 2023. Right now, all of the primary drivers are in the cars, of course, but this race we throw in the extra element of everybody having a co-driver, and the rules in the Logitech G Supercars Pro Invitational E-Series, just like the real life Repco Supercars Championship, that you're not allowed to have 2 regular drivers sharing a car, so they must have part-time co-drivers slotting in alongside them, so everybody has to entrust somebody else with their car, and in the cases of our title contenders, their championship hopes as well. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because we've got some pretty high-profile drivers from both the sim racing and real-life worlds sharing the cars with our series regulars this evening, and I'm talking about names like Triple Supercars champion Shane Van Gisbergen, Anton De Pasquale's in the field tonight, so too Andre Heimgartner, a couple of stars from the Super 2 series in the form of Cooper Murray and Brad Vaughan we will be seeing behind the wheel tonight as well.
You mentioned that you sort of can't share cars between multiple main game drivers. Do you know what? Tonight, just with the way that the season's been, it's been a little bit more chaotic, I think, this season. Although that might have just been Detroit Belle Isle. There's a little bit of something extra in the water, I think, here tonight, Lockie. And when I look at the endurance season as a whole, right now, I wouldn't be wanting to put both of my main game drivers in the one car. I just think it's too much risk. If something does happen, something does go wrong, night over, championship potentially over for 2 drivers. So I actually really like this, the fact that they're all sort of split up. Yes, it also gives us a big opportunity to sort of assess what's that talent level like, what's the depth level like in terms of Australian sim sports. But big responsibility night, and for a few of these drivers that are actually in here, they don't run a lot of V8 supercars. They tend to run GT3s, maybe some more Porsche Cup, so the skill sets aren't there. It's a lot of pressure to throw on some big shoulders at the moment, so, you know, could there be some chinks, some cracks in the armour later on? We've got a long night to look at it.
Yeah, I mean, a case in point there would be somebody like Bo Albert, who's been super successful in other forms of sim racing on an international scale, but hasn't had a massive amount of experience in a supercar. So for someone like him, he's being thrown right in the deep end. And in the case of the real-life drivers, obviously they've got the actual real-life Sandown 500 coming up in a couple of weeks, so it'll be good preparation for them in that regard as well. Just one other bit of housekeeping to cover off before we get too far into the intensity of qualifying is that one driver who will not be on the grid tonight is Jared Filsell, and that's because he has been suspended for 2 races. He had a suspended suspension, if that expression makes sense, hanging over his head prior to the previous round of the championship at Belle Isle, but because he collided with the driver at Belle Isle, that suspension then came into effect. He appealed it, the appeal was unsuccessful, and so unfortunately for Jared Filsell, the reigning Pro Invitational Series champion, he will now have to sit out both Sandown and Bathurst.
Yeah, so that's frustrating. I mean, we just talked about it, you know, big points on offer, and critically, I think with double points as well for the endurance season. For Filsell, that means a transition back to the relegation zone effectively. He'll have to qualify himself back in next year, and he'll have a lot of time out, sitting around, watching, thinking about it. Sometimes that's actually a good thing. Gives you a good opportunity to step back and go, yeah, I do want to be out there. And that can really fire a driver up. The thing for me, for Filsell, I want to see him respond. I want to see that fire. Take it to a new level. Take a few weeks off. You've got to deal with it, right? Get settled in. It'll be interesting to see what he was like when he returns. But in the meantime, outlaps coming through once again, and those standings are starting to get shaken up. The first of the 5s here, Lockie.
Indeed, so the lap time's now starting to come down. Also want to say a very good evening to our audience joining us on Speed Cafe this evening for the first time. The Supercars Invitational E-Series being broadcast on Speed Cafe, renowned as one of the leading motorsport news websites in Australia. So great to have the company of our audience on Speed Cafe. So updating the times at the moment, we are 9 minutes into the first segment of qualifying for the Sandown 500, and it's Luke Rosella with 105.9 who is fastest at the moment, ahead of Hayden Veld. Marcello Rivera sitting in position 3, back to Job Stewart. Then it's Richard Hampstead, Jordan Ross, Brian Borg, Brad Rattu, the next one in position 8, Kurt Stenberg 9th, and Rehan Leonage, the youngest driver in the Supercars E-Series, rounding out the top 10.
Imagine how he's feeling at the moment as well. You know, at the back end of the top 10, you've got one more qualifying attempt before. Whoa, here comes the games. Everyone's vying for a little bit of track position now. Obviously looking to look after their tyres, keep the heat out of them as much as possible. And is Rosella looking for a tyre? No one's going past him. Somebody's about to pull the trigger here. This is Formula 1-esque, Loxy, and we're not even through to the race yet.
Oh, and this could get very ugly, because you can see it there. There are a few drivers on hot laps who are having to duck and dodge cars that are moving quite slowly on the racing line. A few drivers diving back into the pits. It's always a bit of an awkward situation when you've got different drivers running on different programs. So some of them are on either warm-up or cool-down laps, and others are on their flying laps.
Yeah, so it was a drama. The good thing was early decisions by a few of those drivers to duck back into the pit lane. So they've already rejected that. That gives them another bite of the cherry. If they sort of tried to carry on with that lap, they'd be in a really, really awkward position. They'd have to get out of the way. They'd have to do another lap to cool down, potentially get right out of the way. There's a lot of risk that's associated with continuing on with that. But by diving into the pit lane there, out of the queue, fresh air, also a lot less congested in that section of the track, and they can get their lap in and out. Not some bad decisions there. I'll accept those and say, hey, that's probably for the best.
One point that I will make is that out of all of the events, you would have to say that the 2 endurance races here and the Bathurst 1000, which comes up on the 1st of October, the 2 events where qualifying is least important, because you do have a lot more time to work your way through the field. And I would say that the main advantage of qualifying well in these races is not so much the track position, it's more the fact that you're out of the cut and thrust of the mid-pack danger zone, where you're a bit more susceptible to getting caught up in early incidents. That's the main benefit of having a good grid position in these endurance races.
Well, we've all seen it under safety car periods, under somebody at the front of a pack, and under racing conditions. They just get offline a fraction. All of a sudden, everyone's got to respond to that. And a lot of the time, I was talking to somebody last week about the differences in the rear bumpers of both the Mustang and the Commodore. Remember, it's all the same package underneath. The biggest difference in the car is the size of that rear end. When you're sat in behind a Commodore, you can't see all that much, which, you know, something happens up ahead, you get checked up, you're buried in behind the rear bumper of a Commodore. Very, very difficult to see. You mentioned it, that mid-pack attitude it takes. To be perfectly honest, mid-pack driving is a completely different skill set than racing up at the front, and it takes a really, really switched-on driver to be consistent and stay out of other people's mischief in the mid-pack, and unique driver skill.
One of the other things that I think we'll see tonight is we'll have a variety of strategies playing out in terms of who the teams elect to have start the race. So in terms of strategy, so there are a few regulations that all of the teams are going to have to be mindful of. The first one is that the co-driver has to complete a minimum of 54 laps. 54 laps, I beg your pardon. But when you marry that up against the fuel range of these cars, which is about 44 laps, it doesn't really work out that neatly. So what we think is that the co-drivers are actually going to have to do quite a lot more than 54 laps to make sure that the teams can get through the race on 3 pit stops, which is our expectation tonight. The other thing, though, is that no one driver is allowed to do more than 80 laps consecutively. So when you consider that the race is 161 laps, it's not just a case of having one driver start and then the other one finish, because you can't do more than 80 laps. So it would mean that one of the drivers would have to exceed that maximum cumulative distance. So I think there's basically a couple of different strategy options. So one of them is you start with your, and this of course is assuming that you want your primary drivers to finish the race, which I think all teams will be wanting to have happen, is you start your primary driver, your co-driver then gets in for a double stint, your primary driver back in for the finish. Alternatively, you could have your co-driver start the race, primary driver gets in at the first pit stop, co-driver gets in at the second pit stop, primary driver back into the car at the third pit stop for the run home. So it'll be interesting to see how the different teams choose to go about shuffling their drivers through the cars.
Yeah, that's a big one as well. Remembering 80 laps, we're looking at fuel distance. We'll probably touch on this a little bit more later on. Fuel distance, we're looking around 44 laps on the max distance on the tank. Maybe some extra fuel saving. You can get a fair bit deeper in there. Oh, penalty for Ross, which I believe was that scrambling we saw coming to the end of the previous lap with everyone sort of diving all over the place. Getting out of the way is netted a 10-second race penalty. Unfortunate start for those guys. But yeah, strategy information, yeah, 44 laps you're sort of looking at, which means you've got 36 laps for that second stint before that driver has to get out of the car. So that's going to be a big factor. You can't do 2 full fuel stints. So that's going to play games with it. Do you undercut it a little bit? Do you go straight down the middle? In terms of things, you go 40-40, a little bit extra on the tyre life throws you out, you know, so there's going to be some wiggling here, there and everywhere in terms of the strategy markers. But in the meantime, checkered flag's just been thrown for this group of qualifying. Last laps are in progress, and I think there's a few guys on a flyer.
Indeed. So the session coming to a close. Luke Rosella still with the fastest time of the session at the moment with a 105.9. 106.028 for Hayden Veld. Then it's Marcello Rivera, Job Stewart, Richard Hampstead, Brad Rattu, Jordan Ross, Brian Baum, Damien Johnston and Kurt Stenberg rounding out the top 10. Just having a look to see if there's any drivers on flyers. A lot of them have actually headed back into the pits at this stage, so I think you'll find that that'll be the first segment of qualifying just about done.
Yeah, I can tell you, Lockie, I was just watching, I've been sort of keeping half an eye on track temperatures as well. Track temperatures during that session got as low down as 25 degrees Celsius, and then they've sort of climbed back up a little. So there was a little bit of cloud cover, did drift over the circuit at different periods throughout that qualifying session. That could be an important part. Also think there's been a lot of drivers who have had off nights throughout the season this time. So there's a few drivers shuffled a little bit further down than they normally would be. There's some faster drivers in that first group. So we've got to keep an eye on that 105.954. That could be a really, really big marker time. There was the fastest time in terms of practice standings was actually a 950, so 4 thousandths away from that one. I don't know. That might be just good enough for a top 10.
Yeah, and Luke Rosella's had some flashes of brilliance this year. He hasn't had the consistency and he's been caught up in a few accidents, but he's not been that far away from the front runners in terms of absolute pace. And his co-driver tonight is Harley Haber, who was a pretty handy steerer in these supercars on the virtual platform as well. So that car's a bit of a dark horse tonight for mine.
Yeah, there'll be a few drivers there that'll be thinking about it. The other thing from this qualifying session as well is that, you know, it's 2 SSR cars right at the front end of town. So it's a great job in terms of the setup, the work that they've done there. 105.954, 106.028, 106.050. So there's 22 thousandths between second place and third place. The exact same margin back to fourth place. 44 thousandths of a second covers 3 cars. Mental. That's only the first half of qualifying. I think it gets closer from here.
Indeed it does, and we've got all of the big guns coming out very, very soon for the second phase of qualifying. Right now, our Logitech G Aston Martin safety car is just doing a sighting lap of the circuit to make sure that it's all clear after what was a very frenetic first stanza of qualifying. And it'll be interesting to see how many appearances we have from the safety car tonight. Of course, if there are incidents on the track, the safety car may be deployed to allow those incidents to be resolved. But there's also the option for race control to throw the safety car, and it's a randomly generated number of anywhere between 0 and 3 random safety cars that could be thrown up tonight. That'll, of course, be the other thing that could have quite a heavy impact upon race strategy.
Yeah, that's going to be big, particularly the timing when it falls. You know, if it's outside one of those windows, the critical thing when the safety car comes out, the first number that I'm looking at is how far into a driver's stint are we? If we're less than 44 laps away, from the 80 marker of that driver being in for too long, I'm switching drivers straight away. Doesn't matter if I'm throwing the co-driver in for a bad period of that race. We've got to get a driver change done, because after a safety car, I want to run long. I want to look to go that 44 laps if I'm fuel saving, maybe 45, really extend that marker out. So getting that driver change out at a key time. What happens if it falls in the first 10 laps of a stint? All of a sudden, there may be some bickering, there may be some back and forth in terms of the strategy. Some drivers may stay out. Again, that marker, if we're in 10 laps of a driver's stint, I want to extend that first portion of the stint. I want to push that out to maybe get them in the car for somewhere around 50 laps if we can. If they get really, really good on the fuel saving, extending it out to 50 laps with a safety car period in there, that's absolutely possible. That buys you a bunch of track position. We've seen that at Bathurst the last couple of years. That's been a big, big part in real life. Could that be the big factor here tonight? I think managing driver strategies, Lockie, we're going to talk about it a lot, but that is how crucial to this race it's going to be.
Yeah, and you're right, because if the safety car falls at a certain time, it could actually work to your advantage to make an extra pit stop. If the race runs green all the way through, then 100% making 3 stops is going to be the quickest and most efficient way of getting to the checkered flag. But depending on where and when safety cars fall, it could actually work to your advantage to make an extra stop, because it will give you a shorter pit stop later on. The critical lap number is lap 117. That's the earliest point at which you can pit and make it home on fuel. Conversely, if you organise your strategy so that you can do 3 44 lap stints to start the race, it means that your last stint is going to come on lap number 132, which means that you're only going to have to put 29 laps of fuel in to get to the checkered flag, which means that your last pit stop is going to be quite short. So it will be very, very interesting to see how the drivers and teams play the strategies as we get ourselves set for the second segment of qualifying. This is where all of our top championship contenders are going to be out on the track vying for the best possible grid positions.
Yeah, so Lockie, fuel burn tonight, about 2.6 to 2.7 litres per lap. So if you can sort of extend those margins, you know, there's an extra lap worth of fuel if you're burning 2.6 rather than 2.7. Some fun and games there. But now the fun and games out on track. We saw a little bit of track position racing going on immediately. Dylan O'Shea was very, very quick in terms of qualifying trim from the sessions that we saw from him in the practice session. Immediately drivers jockeying, shuffling around, all of the ERT cars looking to really line up and be a force to be reckoned with. 1, 2, 3, all in a row like that. Smart picking, guys.
So, out of the cars that are on the track at the moment, interesting to see that it's not Jack Boyd in car number 58, it's actually Cooper Murray. So, by my reckoning, he is the only co-driver or non-full-time primary driver who has jumped in for a qualifying session. Cooper Murray, vastly talented in real-life motorsport, won his very first race in the Dunlop Super 2 Series on the streets of Newcastle earlier this year. We've seen that he's been a multiple race winner in both the Porsche Carrera Cup and Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. So very talented in real life is Cooper Murray, but tonight he's going to be doing his best to help Jack Boyd to a good result in the Sandown 500.
Yeah, really interesting to see that switch up. The reason in my mind that might be playing is they're expecting Cooper Murray to start that car. So if you've got a co-driver and a main game driver pairing that are quite close together in terms of lap time, if it's only a 10th might give you up 4 or 5 spots. But giving him that ability to read the track conditions, do a qualifying lap, sets him a little bit more as well. And also it's going to put him much more appropriately where he's positioned in and around the grid. That tends to prevent chaos in the fact that there's going to be a driver that's not out of sequence in terms of their pace. So I don't hate it. And look at the aggression over the curbs from Murray as well. He's really, really pushing on.
Yeah, and here at Sandown, the way that you fire the car across the curbs, you can make up a lot of time. Obviously, iRacing has a self-penalising system for exceeding the track limits, but here at Sandown, there is actually a fair bit of leniency with that, so you can really fire the car hard across the curbs.
So it's Cooper Murray's actually abandoned that lap, must have picked up an off-track penalty. Lap wouldn't have counted. The other driver I was sort of keeping half an eye on was actually Wayne Burke immediately in behind him, and I think Wayne's also abandoned that lap because he had a huge moment coming out of turn number 9, coming down and turning off the end of the back straight. So he's immediately abandoned that lap, gives him another opportunity to get back out there and have a crack. It'll be interesting to see whether or not the Cooper Murray stays in that car or whether they do a driver swap. They might just do a driver swap and keep us guessing here in the commentary booth.
Meanwhile, James Scott on his first flying lap has gone to the top our championship leader in car 088 for 1 minute 5.8. So a tenth of a second exactly quicker than the time that was achieved by Luke Rosella in the first stanza of qualifying. He's been super impressive this year, James Scott. A couple of questionable strategic decisions from his team in a couple of the rounds, but when he's been running up the front of the field, he's been very hard to beat, and that's why he comes into this round as your points leader. He's got a pretty handy co-driver as well. Someone by the name of Shane Van Gisbergen will be sharing that car with James Scott this evening.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously, most experienced, vast amounts of talent, vast amounts of experience in that car. They know what they're doing. In terms of things, they've been on the service, they've been on the platforms for such a long extended period of time, and then also the real world capabilities as well. So that car is going to be very tough to beat. Hearing from Jack Boyd, reason he's not qualifying the car, KFC's arrived, so he's busy grabbing a snack, and actually driver fatigue, dinner management, and making sure that you've got the driver in the car and in their best optimum state. That's actually not a bad decision. If he's there and he's got dinner at the moment, he can sit back, chill out, watch, let Cooper do his thing, and then freshen himself up for his first stint in the car. That's a little bit of planning, a little bit of foresight, and that's what it takes to be successful in these longer races.
I wish I'd had the foresight to grab some KFC before coming on air tonight. I'm going to be one pretty hungry boy by the time we get to the end of lap 161, that's for sure. But Tuve Murray is back out on the circuit, so he has stayed in the car, like you said, for this qualifying session, and he's going to have relatively clear track for his next flying lap as well. So hopefully for him and Jack Boyd, he can bash out a decent time in his second attempt here.
Yeah, he's going to have Wayne Burke just ahead of him. So remember, both of these cars were the cars that made mistakes earlier. So, no time on the board yet for these guys. So all of a sudden, that pressure gauge just turns up a little bit. You've got one less chance to do it. Again, experience, talent, these guys have absolutely got it. Were they pushing a little bit too hard on that first lap? Sometimes, that you can question yourself. I don't think these guys are really going to do that. They've just got too much experience on their side. They'll be able to get back out here and nail it the second time. Burke was quite wide there at turns 6 and 7 up and over the hill and over the curbs as well. So he's missing things a little bit in terms of his hot lap at the moment from Wayne Burke. We'll see if he can tidy things up on this next attempt. Wow, look at how deep Murray was in at that second last corner, up and over the curbs, looking to carry peak speed. You're not going to lose it by the time you get to turn 1. That's the finish line there. Lap done. So you may as well carry some more deep speed deep into 11 and 12.
Well, that's one of the things that makes this track quite tricky to set up for. So at the end of the back straight there, turn 6 and 7, it's very high speed downhill section where a lot of commitment is required, but the car setup required to have stability through that section of the track is not necessarily the same sort of setup that's going to give you good drive out of those slow corners like I talked about before. So you almost have to be prepared to sacrifice a bit of high speed stability through that section of the track to make sure that you've got a car that's going to give you good performance coming out of those slow corners to ensure that you've got a good terminal speed down the long straights that we do have here at Sandown. As Dylan O'Shea goes fastest to 105.8 for O'Shea, displaces James Scott at the top of the timesheets, and Madison Down moves up as well. We knew that he was going to be in the mix somewhere. He's moved up into third position ahead of his Trans-Tasman Racing teammate Jake Burton, who slots into position 4.
Yeah, so pushing on, really looking for that lap time. Have a look at the chain of cars that these guys are in, though. Good thing that downforce isn't a major factor, and you do definitely want that straight line speed. A little bit different in terms of the qualifying when you approach it in Sandown. Normally you're looking for that clear air. You want the ability to get a clean lap. In Sandown, you don't quite want that. Sometimes you just want that drafting buddy, and well, he's certainly got a face for them, Dylan O'Shea. Sometimes it can be really difficult to get that lap together when you're in a chain like this, but yeah, he's put everything together, laid it all down, and now it's up to everyone else to come back and see what they can rip off Dylan O'Shea.
And Dylan O'Shea's never had a pole position before in the Supercars E-Series, so on target potentially for his personal best qualifying performance. He'll be sharing that car tonight with Corey McFarlane.
In terms of things, the last time I actually saw Dylan O'Shea at Sandown was the Speed Cafe E-Series, and he did get qualified on pole there in GT3 categories. So I've got a feeling this is just
perfect
conditions for Dylan O'Shea. I think he's really comfortable here.
He's had a quietly impressive season. Dylan O'Shea, one of the members of the 9-5 SimSport team, which has been one of the most improved teams, if I could put it that way, that we've seen so far this season. Currently sits in 9th position in the points standings heading into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he goes about his business, doesn't he? In terms of things, as a driver and the way that you look at him, Dylan O'Shea takes quite a lot of risks. He puts the car right out there and on the limits. He's one of the guys that you're going to be seeing really jostling and jockeying for position. He's not afraid to get the elbows out. You know, it's sort of a changed attitude of car racing drivers in this day and age, where that's sort of deemed to be the norm. For me, Dylan O'Shea takes it a step farther than what the normal is. I think he's a little bit more on the more aggressive side. Sometimes it really, really works for him, and it's working for him this season here. Other times, I've seen it fail him. Yeah, okay.
Look at this on the back straight. It is an absolute traffic jam. It never ceases to amaze me in these qualifying sessions. The drivers have got 3.1 kilometres of racetrack to play with, and yet somehow they all manage to end up tripping over one another in the same part of the racetrack. And yes, you might be able to get a bit of a benefit if you've got a slipstream from the car in front, but any slipstreaming advantage that you might gain is very quickly going to disappear if you get balked in the corners. So I've always said, Blake Delaney, his lap's going to be absolutely ruined here because he's going to come across that swarm of cars. I've always been of the view that you're actually better off having clear track for qualifying, because the gains that you might get from slipstreaming are going to be more than nullified by the time that you'll lose if you get caught in slower traffic.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, it depends. Sandown's one of the few that yes, you can get the advantage of it. You know, it's not as bad. You're not as punished. The thing that I was just sort of starting to have a look up and down our timing sheets is have a look at the times from that first session. They've actually held up really, really well. You said Rosella went a 10th. You know, was beaten by a 10th, but now he's stuck there. He sat in 5th spot, and there are some drivers out here that have really got to get a muscle on now and try and beat that time. Luke Rosella has thrown together a phenomenal lap out of that first stint, and that is really holding up under the scrutiny of, well, supposedly the fastest 22.
Yeah, there's some big names that are still yet to punch out a representative time a bit further back in the pack as well. And I'm looking at Andrew Gilliam in particular, race winner last time out at Belle Isle, but currently sits down in position 21 on the timesheets. Tonight he'll be sharing that car with Anton De Pasquale from the Shell V-Power Racing team in the Real Life Supercars Championship.
Yeah, what a drive that's going to be as well, you know. He's heading into an interesting period of the series for good old Anton. I don't think he's relatively over the moon with how his real-world prospects are looking at the moment. Maybe that's just what he needs, a good showing in a sim series. That just really gets the confidence back together. They talk about narrow setup windows with the new Gen 3 of the cars as well. So older cars, different style of racing. Maybe it's just what he needs, different night out at the office and break the shackles, go for glory in this. What's he got to lose?
As James Scott goes back to the top, so a 105.7 for Scott returns to position number 1 ahead of Dylan O'Shea. Tom Freer, a really good job from the driver of the number 707 Synergy Sim Racing Mustang to move up into position number 3.
Yeah, phenomenal drive from Freer. I mean, you know, again, not the best round that he necessarily would have had last time out at Detroit Belle Isle, but there wasn't a lot of cars that said they could have had a great Detroit Belle Isle. I mean, Andrew Gilliam, obviously, but still, even race 1, race 2, cars were quite shuffled up. So again, break the shackles, endurance driving. Who have you got your eye on thus far, Lockie? I really want to pick your head at who you think's overperforming thus far.
Like I said, I think Luke Rosella's done a really good job. That time has really stood the test of this second phase of qualifying, and he's still inside the top 10 at the moment. Another good job from Rick Kuznetsov. He's another one who's been a real improver this season, and he's currently up there in position number 6, so that's been a pretty handy performance from him so far as well.
I do remember first commentating Rick Kuznetsov probably about 2.5 years ago, And he caught my eye then for his pace in a Porsche Cup car. Back that was in the old 901 generation of Porsche Cup car. And I sort of had my eye on him, I was watching and going, yeah, this guy's got some talent. I think he was really still sort of looking to find his feet. He's found them now. He's really comfortable in and around the sim. He's comfortable with the race strategy. You know, he's got blistering speed when he gets the rhythm to show it. And I think the biggest difference for Rick Kuznetsov is being able to show it a lot more consistently than the first few times that I sort of seen him. So, you know, I love talking to Rick. Rick's a really, really lovely guy as well. And how about that car livery as well? That's not too bad on the eye either.
No, sort of gone for the retro Holden racing team look from about the 1998-99 era. And it looks a treat on the racetrack, that's for sure.
I was actually a little bit older though, 97, 96, 97? You reckon it's that 98, 99 era? That's what they were targeting?
Yeah, I reckon the 96, 97 cars didn't have quite as much red on the front of them.
Yeah, I can agree with that, yeah, for sure. So, but yeah, definitely a popular period of car. Yeah, it's going to be good fun, I think. This race, I've been biting my... chomping at the bit was what I was trying to say. Chomping at the bit to get into the racing action. Sometimes qualifying for me can just drag on a little bit too long. I just want to get into the race. I just want to get going. I just want to see who's gonna pop out and what's gonna happen down at turn number 1. But last qualifying laps, this will be it. There's 25 seconds left in the session. This is it. This is the start of your final lap. If you've got anything left, well, there's not enough time left for another dig. This is the one. You got to put it down. You got to lay it all on the line right now.
Yeah, there's still some big names further down the order. The one that I was talking about before, Andrew Gilliam, he did improve his time last time around, but not his position. He stayed in position number 21, so the Pursuit Sim Racing entry nowhere near as far up as we would have expected it to be.
Yeah, in terms of the Pursuit Sim Racing cars as well, Rayhan Liange, 31st at the moment, Sebastian Vandel, he's in 38. So that says to me that they necessarily haven't put their best foot forward this week. They're not 100% confident on that setup, but Gilliam's still got a big opportunity here. Still going to try and put it together, and I think they're just going to run out of time. Brady Myers, you know, quick. Put it on pole last week. He's a step back this week, but still within that top 10. There still could be a burst of speed, particularly when you go purple in the first sector.
One car's gone very wide on the exit of Dandenong Road corner, all four wheels. In fact, he's still making his way back onto the circuit. That's one of the big braking zones on this track. Can be an overtaking opportunity, but can be very easy to get it wrong there as well.
Well, they come to the line for Myers. Improve? I think he did. He just picked Maloney and pushed Maloney back down because I think Maloney jumped ahead of him on that lap, so he's jumped back up and taken that position. McNamara's coming around the last sort of couple corners as well as Wayne Burke. There's a couple cars diving. Yeah, and there's Maloney. So Maloney's going to drop down one further spot, but Jack Boyd did get into a qualifying lap. How about that? Must have finished his KFC.
Yeah, just looking to see where they ended up. They were a bit further down the order, back in 33rd position to be precise.
What's Gilliam got for us? I'm really curious to see if Andrew Gilliam's going to be able to put this lap together at the very last. No, he's done. So 21st. Gee, I mean, after a win last week, or a couple of weeks ago, you'd sit down and go, hey, you know, that was a phenomenal race. We showed ourselves. We put the best foot forward. Not so in qualifying, but we'll see what can happen.
Interesting to see a different livery on the Andrew Gilliam car for this round as well. Gone for a bit of shell signage, obviously, as a result of having Anton De Pasquale in the co-driver's seat. And now we'll start to get a bit of an idea of who is going to be installed in each car for the start of this race. Will we see any co-drivers put in for the opening stint, or will it predominantly be the primary drivers? Well, we'll find out the answer to that question very soon. We'll be shortly having a grid walk where we'll catch up with 4 of the drivers on the grid. We'll catch up with the 2 contenders starting off the front row, but we'll chat to a few drivers from a bit further back in the pack as well.
Yeah, I'm really interested to have a chat to some of the drivers a little bit deeper, because we'll talk about it. But how about that lap from James Scott? 105.701 by nearly a tenth and a half. That was a cracking lap time. He absolutely pushed the best set of tyres he could find around on, and absolutely wheeled the pace out of it, Lockie.
He sure did. Still waiting for him to make his way onto the grid. In fact, James Scott is joining us in the commentary box now. James Scott, congratulations. Pole position, a great lap there towards the end of the session to secure yourself position number 1 on the grid, and by the looks of things, you're going to be starting the race as well.
Yeah, mate, it was a good lap. Obviously with the draft, it's pretty strong around here, so we were able to pick up a pretty good draft on sort of most of our laps, so we had plenty of chances and just, hooked one up. And yeah, car feels really good, so interesting to see what we're going to do off the start, and who will be starting the race, and with co-drivers and the main guys as well. But I guess having Shane here, it makes it a bit easier knowing we're both pretty fast.
How much fun have you had working with Shane Van Gisbergen in terms of the practice side of things in the lead up to this race?
It's been great. Obviously, his experience and everything, it's great. Working out the strategy and stuff is one of the best at that. So, and the car's obviously really hooked up. So, have to thank all the guys at Richie's Dock Shop for that one. Car feels awesome.
In terms of strategy, we are expecting 3 stops tonight. If you're going to be starting the race, then I'm going to take a guess that SVG will probably be in for a double stint at some point.
We're still sort of tossing and turning about who's going to start. I know I'm in the car at the moment, but I don't know. We might chuck a late change, but we'll see what happens.
All right, we'll leave you to go and discuss your strategic options. We'll move over to position number 2 on the grid, and Scott Rankin is going to have a chat to Dylan O'Shea after an excellent qualifying performance.
Yeah, and indeed, Dylan O'Shea did a phenomenal job in terms of that lap. The lap came out very, very early on, Dylan, in terms of that session. You would have felt confident. Time goes up on the board. You see 105.838. We just spoke to James Scott, and he said draft was just so key to getting that lap down and nailing it at the right times, mate. But Sandown, the last time I spoke to you a little while ago, it was in a GT3 car around here on pole position. Just missed out in the last little bit there, Dylan.
Yeah. That was pretty phenomenal. I didn't really think it was that good of a lap, to be honest. I thought there was quite a lot in it. But to be P1 for that little bit was bloody awesome, I'll tell you. But then no surprise, James came in, did a absolutely outstanding lap, and got pole by 1.3 tenths. So that was good by him.
Mate, it's a really interesting discussion whenever we come to an endurance round. We've got to do driver swaps. There's a lot of responsibility to be shared around. How are your nerves handing the car over to Corey McFarlane? How are his nerves at the moment sitting back there preparing for this start?
Yeah, well, he seems nice and relaxed, ready to go. I'm surprised some of these main game drivers are starting, but we'll see how the safety cars play and different driver swaps and stints, and it'll be interesting to see where everyone finishes at the end.
In terms of things, we've got 161 laps in store for us tonight. Do you feel as if that qualifying lap, you're probably a little bit further forward on the grid? Like you said, you thought that lap was going to get beaten at some stage, but hey, now we're up here in terms of race strategy. Is this maybe a shot at an over a win here?
Nah, I don't know about that. I definitely think I out-qualified myself here. A few guys maybe not quite putting a lap together. I know Rudd was a little bit quicker than me in the practice sessions that we've been doing, so he obviously wasn't able to convert in qualifying, but I mean, Sandown's so hard to pass, so qualifying P2 was very key on my end, and I guess we'll just see if we can hold on to position, and yeah.
Mate, other than that, good luck, best of luck tonight, off of the front row, get that start nailed, and give Corey the good old high five and say go get him, champ.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Lockie, I think we're going to throw it back a little bit deeper in the pack now to the 36 car. It's going to be shared by Ross Rizzo, and that car, mate, in 12th position. They're in a good little spot for this opening stint here.
Indeed they are. So Josh Anderson is the primary driver in that car, and Josh, just outside the top 10. How did qualifying go for you guys?
Yeah, not great. Definitely for a bit slow, but that's all right. We'll press on. We'll do our best, and it's a long day, so I think we'll see where we end up after 500 Ks.
It's looking at the moment like there's going to be a mixture of primary drivers and co-drivers starting the race. By the looks of things, you've elected to install Ross Rizzo in the car for the opening stint. How do you think he'll go up against some of the regular drivers?
I'd actually put Ross in just for the show. So I'm actually going to start the race once I've done the interview. I'll jump in. Yeah. One of the car on the grid for the sponsors, mate. So I'll start, and then I'll do a decent stint, and then get Ross's laps out of the way, because obviously you've got to take into account the maximum continuous laps. And yeah, so we've obviously thought about it, and we want to play against any safety cars. Like, it's all going to be up in the air. This race, you just got to be quick on our feet. It's not going to be straightforward. So that's great. That's what we want. We want it to be exciting and have a fun race.
Absolutely. No, it's going to be a fascinating race, especially when you take safety cars and different strategies into account. So go well tonight.
Mate. Oh, thanks, mate. Have a good one.
All right, there we go. Josh Anderson starting out of grid position number 12, and with Ross Rizzo co-driving with him. And a bit further back in the pack, grid position number 24 is where we find Sebastian Flock, and he is with Scott Rankin.
Yeah, hey Seb, how you going here tonight, mate? It's 24th on the grid for you guys, and she's not looking the best. I mean, it's back half of the field, the run down to turn number 1, that first lap. It is going to be all about race management, I think, from you guys.
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing qualifying, in all honesty, but probably heaps of people have got the same story. But yeah, I think if we just keep it clean first few laps and, make up spots here and there, should be all right.
In terms of things, you've got Lockie Capel alongside of you from a co-driving role tonight. It looks like your plan is to start the car and then hand over to Lockie for perhaps that second stint, mate. How's Lockie feeling? Obviously, this is we talked in the pre-race about, particularly in Lockie's case, this isn't something he does a lot of driving in.
Yeah, he's pretty excited but pretty nervous. I mean, this is probably the biggest race he's done for supercars, so no, he's keen, and I've got good faith in him, so it should be good.
In terms of the overall race scenario, mate, 24th on the grid. Obviously, it's a long race. What's the target come lap, say, 140, and then what's the target lap 161?
Probably by lap 140, just be there with a clean car. Always hopefully be in contention for a solid top 20. But, I mean, so many things can happen between now and then. Just got to play our cards well and see how it goes.
Mate, other than that, best of luck. You get that head down and eyes forward, mate. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys.
There we go. Thank you very much, Scott, bringing us that interview from a bit further back on the grid with Sebastian Flock. And we're counting down about 90 seconds to go until we get this race underway. James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen on pole position. Grid position number 2 will be occupied by Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane. Tom Freer out of third position on the grid, back to Madison Down, Jake Burton. Position number 6, Rick Kuznetsov and Todd Hayne. By my reckoning, that's the highest placed car that has the co-driver on board for the opening stint. Luke Rosella out of 7th, then it's Brady Myers, Jake Maloney, and rounding out the top 10 on the grid, Ian Ford in the Evolution Racing Team Commodore.
Yeah, Hayden Vell is going to be in behind him. Josh Anderson, we talked to them in 12th position. Marcelo Rivera and Blake Purdy are going to make up the 7th role. Richard Hampstead, Robert Gibbs, Hayden Harrison, and Adam Briggs. And rounding out your top 20 is going to be Cameron Jones and Griffin Gardner.
Back to Brian Borg and Blake Warboys, Damien Johnston and Wayne Burke, Bo Albert, Kurt Stenberg, Rehan Leonage and Luke Mitchison. Then it's Cooper Murray back to Kenneth Latter, Harrison Dengate and Bailey Freed in position number 36.
And finally, 35th is going to be Harrison Dengate. Sorry, we already called that one. Blake Delaney in 37. Sebastian Vandel, Jamie Dyke, and Michael Angus are going to round out your grid. And the key factor is Corey McFarlane's in that car on the front row of the grid. The run down to turn number 1. No, they switched. It's back to Dylan O'Shea, who will be starting main game drivers at the start, Lockie.
Indeed it is. Lights out underway for the Sandown 500, and already a bit of contact a bit further back in the pack as the drivers squeeze towards the inside Armco, but an excellent start from grid position number 2 for Dylan O'Shea, and he is going to take the lead on the opening lap after that great qualifying performance. He launched from the outside, and he has taken position number 1 on lap number 1, beating our championship leader off the line.
Yeah, what a great start it was. He turned down a little bit aggressively. There was sort of half a window left there, but Scott knew not to sort of poke the nose in, backed out of it just a little bit. So he was talking about how strong he's potentially going to be here. Was, over the moon with that qualifying lap. He'll be even more over the moon as they get down to the end of Dandenong, and he's in P1. Imagine when he gets to the end of this lap, all of a sudden, the tension doesn't start to rise. What's he got in terms of tyres? Who's going to be fuel saving from the off? And where do we stand in terms of main game versus co-drivers?
A bit of a mistake it was as well, heading down into Dandenong Road corner, and we've got another car off the road and in the fence at Dandenong Road corner, getting it all wrong. A couple of the Evolution Racing Team cars a bit further back as well, but Dylan O'Shea on cold tyres made a mistake at Dandenong Road, missed the apex and ran wide, and that has allowed James Scott to close right back in. They have to remember, all of these drivers, it's a 161-lap endurance race. There'll be pit stops, there'll be driver changes, there'll be strategic variation. You can't win the race in the first lap, but you can certainly lose it.
Yeah, and the driver that is going to be with a little bit of damage on board from that opening lap was, you mentioned it, youngest driver in the field, Rayhan Leonard. That is not how you want to start your Sandown 500.
A tough initiation to the start of his endurance career. That is for sure. He's had some impressive performances at various stages this season, but not getting his Sandown 500 campaign off to the ideal start. In terms of the co-driver versus main driver situation, there's only one co-driver that I can see inside the top 10, and that is Todd Hayne in the 888 car that he is sharing with Rick Kuznetsov. All of the other cars in the top 10 have been started by main game drivers. Ian Ford started in the top 10 as well. He's co-driving with Ethan Grigott. He's lost 3 spots on the opening lap. He's drifted back to position 13.
Yeah, and we talked about the pre-race as well. What's the risk level? What's the risk that you've qualified the car a long, long way up the grid? There's going to be really hot, racy cars all around you, and sometimes about risk management. So he's now going to find a way to settle into that stint with guys trying to really get aggressive. They'll know he's not a main game driver. They'll be completely and utterly aware of that, and they'll be saying, hey, you know, we've got a race on here. We don't want to get held up, because this will be part of their race strategy as well. Put the co-driver in, hold up some of the pack, put the main gate driver in and drive right away from them. So he's got a really, really rough ride ahead of him in this opening couple laps.
Yeah, indeed he does, and we saw that he got overtaken down the inside. This is Todd Hayne we're talking about by Luke Rosella at turn 1 on the previous lap. Here is Ian Ford, the other one of the co-drivers who has started the race, currently engaged in combat with his teammate in the form of Marcello Rivera at the Evolution Racing Team.
It'll be interesting to see what these guys do and how long they run. It'll be a lot of drivers at the back end. Never mind, this is the race on for the lead. Scott to the inside at the end of lap number 3, coming to lap number 4, and James Scott will reclaim that lead. And Dylan O'Shea didn't fight that one too stoutly, sort of let it happen.
Yeah, you need to play it smart here. There's no point defending too aggressively this early in the race, and that was a nice, clean, textbook move down the inside by James Scott to get the 088 car back to the front of the field. Battles a bit further back in the pack. This is down in 31st position. Dyke and Delaney going at it, heading out of turn number 4 onto the back straight. And a penalty, Cooper Murray has a drive-through penalty for contact with multiple cars, we're hearing, at turn 1 on lap 1. So, 0D, Cooper Murray, one of the co-drivers who started the race. Here is a replay, and he was right down on the inside. He's been squeezed up on the curb, and my goodness gracious me, that's a multi-car concertina that's been triggered there. A bit unnecessary for that kind of manoeuvre so early in such a long race.
Yeah, Ian Ford's actually just lost a ton more spots coming out of the last couple corners, and now it's actually Andrew Gilliam that's going to go to his inside and try and pick this one off. James Scott down at turn number 1, that opening pack. This is the battle between Gilliam and Ian Ford. Again, Ford not finding it too stoutly. So they're playing strategy. They're saying, hey, we're going to give up 10 spots here and be okay with that. We're going to gain them all back at some point deeper in the race. So really, really interesting. They've slid down now. They're in 19 spots, so they're already back a long, long way here, Lockie.
Yeah, that's always the danger of having a co-driver starting up against the series regulars, is that you are going to have your ears boxed in the opening stint of the race. And it's going to be a lot of work that Ethan Grigolt's going to have to do a bit later on to try and recover those lost spots and that track position. But of course, all you need is one safety car, and it could come right back to them, and it could look like a masterstroke. At the moment, though, they are battling out there.
It'd be interesting to keep an eye on sort of this pack around here. This is, for me, this is where I'd be putting a co-driver in to start. You go, all right, we're already back in the weeds. We're already back in the middle of it. Let's be a little bit more patient with our strategy. Let's play to that strategy game. Let's try and buy some track position later on with a main game driver in. So there was a number of cars, particularly at the tail end of the field. You always expect, say, your last 5 to 10 cars, you would always lock those drivers in to throw a co-driver in. There'll be a few guys back there that'll be saying, hey, yep, we're actually going to throw a main game driver in. We're going to grab 5 or 10 spots in the opening 10 laps, and then we want to hang on to those. But, that's a huge moment for Hampstead.
He ran wide and glanced the Armco there coming out of turn number 3, and that's going to cost him more momentum heading onto the back straight. You could see there as well that he just gave the steering wheel a bit of a wiggle. He wants to see if he's got any sort of steering or suspension damage to make sure that when he arrives at turn number 5 that he's got a car that he knows how it's going to behave. It looks okay at the moment, but yeah, wild moment there for Richard Hampstead at turn number 3.
That shot didn't really show it, but I was wondering whether or not he was offline or did he just bounce off the curb incorrectly, and that's one of those great mysteries that'll go unsolved for another couple laps. In the meantime, I tell you what, this is frenetic in terms of the pace as well. Key factor, we had 0 random safety cars last year. Is it going to be 0 again? Is it going to be between 0 and 3? You know, where are we going to land on that? I get the feeling we'll probably at least have 1 at some point in time. Be interesting to go 2 Sandown 500s in a row, green from lights out the flag.
Yeah, and given that most of the main game drivers have started, I fully expect that they'll be stretching out this stint as far as they can. So I would expect most of the key runners to get fairly close to that 44-lap fuel range before taking their first stop. In theory, you could stop as early as lap number 29 and get through the race on 3 pit stops, but like I said before in qualifying when we were having a bit of a discussion about strategy, a lot of the teams will stretch out their earlier stints because they'll be working towards making that last stint as short as possible and therefore having the shortest possible final pit stop.
Well, it's more than that. To me, whenever I talk strategy with anyone, the thing is, the earlier you pit, if you come in very, very early on, you've got no options. If you go long on that first strategy, you can then go, okay, we're going to go for a short stint here in the middle. Then you give yourself options. But if you go short from the very, very get-go, you have to turn qualifying laps to the end of the race. You've got no real fuel-saving strategies that may necessarily be open to you. You're relying on your tyres to be able to hang on. You're not giving yourself any options. If you run this first stint out to about, say, 40 laps minimum, you're at least going, okay, we're only 4 laps away from a maximum fuel stint here. We've actually got options. That's where the strategies start to diverge. If you come in, the instant this fuel window opens to make it home, you have got no options. You must run maximum stints to the end of the race, and you don't have any flexibility there. And the critical factor is that driver time. Remember, 80 laps consecutively, one driver can stay in the car. 80 laps consecutively. Must do 54 over the race for both drivers minimum, but 80 laps consecutively. It's not quite a full second stint. It's about 80% of that second stint.
Yeah, so I reckon that the optimum strategy and the way that most of the teams will play this is that they'll look to leave their main driver in for 44 laps. Then the co-driver will get in and do a couple of stints that are probably not quite as long and get them up to anywhere between sort of 73 to 80 laps total driving time. And then your primary driver will get back in for the end of the race. So all for us to keep a very close eye on as this race unfolds. At the moment, it's way too early for any sorts of strategies to start on unfolding. It's all about just getting into a rhythm, understanding what sort of package you've got underneath you, and most importantly, making sure that you stay out of trouble but don't sustain any unnecessary pedal damage. Now, Todd Hayne, I reckon there might have been a bit of nerves for him at the start of the race and he lost a couple of positions, but now that he's got into a rhythm, he's actually holding his own. He's still sitting there in 9th position, just ahead of Brady Myers, as we see Cameron Jones running very wide on the exit of Dandenong Road corner.
Yeah, so that was a tricky one for Cam Jones back in there, but they managed to settle that one down in. Yeah, Todd's doing a phenomenal job. Has always been a very big V8 Supercar driver, so, you know, he probably would be somewhat frustrated that he missed out on getting into the Logitech G Series this time around. Good opportunity for him to show his wares. Very, very good driver. In the meantime, Brady Myers just sent a huge move down the inside, and Brady Myers is off at turn 1. Haynes got contact to the rear end of his car. Brady Myers sent it so deep down into turn number 1, the rear end came unstuck, and now, you talked about those cork in the bottle moments, Lockie, we've got them on screen.
So, big move down the inside. Oh, he's locked the rear brakes. Wow, that could have got a lot more ugly than it was, but Brady Myers just out-braking himself down there, and it's continuing up the back straight as well. almost a bit of bump drafting. We hold our breath here as they were almost 3 wide for a second there, heading into turn number 5 at the end of the back straight.
And this is take 2 for Brady Myers. This time at the end of the back straight, gets down there. Now he's got that nose ahead. But now it's going to be side by side through 11 and 12, up and over the curbs. So crucial. Look at how much deeper he's gone in. He's committed to the brakes. He's got to the inside, gets the job done on the second time of asking. Have a look at Adam Briggs, though. He sensed an opportunity. But now look at Griffin Gardner in behind. He'll line him up. He's going to have a crack. Doesn't quite get there. And now they'll try and settle themselves down. And this is going to go down to turn number 1. Not quite line astern. They'll get there at turn number 1. Finally, it sets itself down. More pinch brakes. It's not over yet.
Griffin Gardner running wide. He was on the dirty side of the road, and now contact between a couple of the team cars. My goodness gracious, man. Wow, so I was talking about the great job that Todd Hayne had been doing at maintaining track position, but it's suddenly become very chaotic as the recovering Richard Hampstead, who we saw in trouble a few laps ago, now finds himself in a 3-wide sandwich heading up the back straight. And Sebastian Flock in one of the Synergy cars involved in that one as well. He just decides to breathe out of the throttle and try and avoid any unnecessary panel rubbing with the cars that he's in nose-to-tail combat with at the moment.
Has anyone told these guys it's lap 11 161 yet?
I don't think so. If they've got spotters back in the pits, the spotters will be blowing up deluxe on the radio at the moment, just telling them to calm down. Here's a replay of the friendly fire that we had between the teammates. Griffin Gardner and Todd Hayne coming together a bit further back in the pack. Todd Hayne, who had been up inside the top 10, has now been shuffled all the way back to position number 15.
And that was after that move as well with Brady Myers. And Myers got that job done eventually down the other end. And have a look at the panel rubbing and all out of shape for Richard Hampstead. He's had a wild first... the first 5 laps were okay. It was from then on. That next 10 has been absolutely chaotic for him. He's already rubbed the wall. Now he's had the car all out of shape. Those rear tyres, he's going to be screaming for the next 20.
And Griffin Gardner, he was the other one who lost out quite badly in that exchange because he's fallen all the way back to 24th position. Another one of the co-drivers to have started the race in the entry that he's sharing with Dylan Rudd for the 9.5 SimSport team. Good battle emerging just on the fringe of the top 5. You've got Jake Maloney, who's had lots of experience and success in these endurance races, just ahead of Tom Freer, Luke Rosella and Josh Anderson. So that's the contest for positions 5, 6, 7 and 8 at this stage. Already a few big movers and shakers. So Jake Maloney's up 4 spots. He's had a pretty decent start. Blake Purdy in the entry that he's sharing with Job Stewart, the 2 South Australian drivers. They've moved up to 9th position after starting back in 14th. So that's been a pretty handy start for those guys as well.
Yeah, and it's really, really interesting to note that we had the 2 9.5 cars that were, obviously Dylan O'Shea started the race for his car, but the other 2 that were quite high up have opted for that same strategy, putting the co-drivers in. Well, this is the risk that they carried. Kurt Stenberg has got a lot of damage on the front end of his car, so whatever that incident was, that's awarded him a 15-second penalty, and there was also a penalty, I think, given out to Brenton Hobson, who was at the wheel of his car in the meantime, so... What do you mean that we're only just barely getting underway with this one? The stewards have already been so busy already.
Yeah, Thomas Randall, the driving standards observer for the Logitech G Pro Invitational A-Series, and I don't know what job keeps you busier, being the driving standards observer for the Real Life Supercars Championship or having to look after driving standards for this series, because even in the time in between rounds, there's been a fair bit of work for Thomas Randall and the team of stewards to do behind the scenes. But those penalties that have been imposed on those drivers, they will have to stay stationary during the first pit stop to serve those penalties.
Yeah, so that's going to be quite a hefty whack at, it's not 9 over. It will be, around lap 44, so, a quarter of the way into the race here tonight. So there will be 3/4 of the race to try and erode that penalty back away and get back on the front foot. But when the field's this tight, that's the critical factor. Have a look at how James Scott's just skipped away clear at the front end of the field. Then you've got little battle packs starting to form. We're starting to see a few cork in the bottle drivers, and James Purdy's doing a great job from a co-driver role. I think he's the best of the co-drivers at the moment, but everyone else behind him would be saying, hang on, I think we can do better than that.
Well, yeah, Blake Purdy, he's had a stellar opening stint, because when you look at it, he's made up 5 spots. He is, like you said, the highest place of the co-driver, and he's made up those 5 spots predominantly going up against primary drivers. Quite a talented real-life steerer as well, Blake Purdy. We've seen that he's had some good success in the Australian Prototype Series and more recently in the S5000 Championship. As we look at James Scott, who now leads this race by 2.5 seconds and just keeps extending the margin a little bit by a little bit over the cars behind. I know it's only early in this race, Scott, but already you'd have to say that that car's looking to be a pretty tough proposition for the rest of the field to overhaul tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down a little bit to strategy. Madison Downs, obviously, these guys aren't drifting as far back as necessarily, it's not a massive amount at the moment. Just sort of having a look at the last 5 and last 10 lap averages, there's nothing between it for James Scott at the top end of the field. 106.880 for the 5 lap average, 106.818, and as he just goes by, that time will tick back a little bit. So he's setting a really frenetic pace nice and early. Everyone else is in the 107s for their last 5 and last 10 lap averages in terms of their pace, and Dylan O'Shea's got good 1 lap pace, but as the stint goes on, Madison Downs creeping a little bit. He's going to pull the trigger at some point, and again, how badly is O'Shea going to fight that one? I don't know. I think he'll just let it happen.
And also, I don't think Madison Downs going to try too hard to make an overly aggressive manoeuvre on Dylan O'Shea, certainly not at this early stage of the race. He'll be content to sit there in the slipstream and save fuel. That's the other thing about the slipstream. And yes, it can give you a bit of a speed advantage, but if you sit in the draft of the car behind, that's also valuable fuel that you'll be saving. Over the course of the stint, it could save you up to a lap of extra fuel, and later on in the race, that could translate to shorter pit stops. So that could be quite a smart play for Madison Down when we look at the overall scheme of things, as we see that car 888 of Todd Hayne there is going to get was that a drive-through, I think?
No, it was a 5-second penalty.
5-second penalty, okay.
So that was the incident we saw on the screen. It was contact with the 990s, which we saw live a few laps ago. So it was that incident right there on screen. Tricky one, obviously, come back a little bit too far to the left-hand side of the road, Lockie. You spotted something else, though, by the sounds of that.
Yeah, and interesting to see that the officials have made the decision to penalise that one, even though it was friendly fire. So even if the car that you run into is your own teammate, that's still going to attract a penalty from race control.
Well, I agree with it. What would you let a soccer player fight his own teammates and not hand out a red card? No, you'd always hand that one out.
That's fair. Yeah, it's a fair point. Riding on board with Jordan Ross at the moment, so he's back in position number 18, sharing with Kobe Jones tonight. Up 4 spots since the start of this race, and sitting in the tow of Ian Ford, who again has just settled down a bit after dropping back some spots earlier on in this race. He's found a rhythm now, sitting in position number 17, as we've got somebody just up ahead. I think that might have been Todd Hayne, in fact, running very wide at Dandenong Road Corner and allowing Andrew Gilliam to slip up the inside. A poor qualifying performance earlier on for Andrew Gilliam, who was a race winner last time out at Belle Isle, but he's moved up 6 spots, so after that lowly qualifying position, gradually starting to make some progress through the field. Here's a look at the move that he made on Todd Hayne at Dandenong Road Corner. Nice textbook move up the inside. Hayne saw him coming, gave him room. Nicely done. Gillian marches on another spot in the car, which, because of the fact that Anton De Pasquale's driving it, is running with some Shell V-Power signage tonight.
Be interesting to see whether or not Gilliam's able to just push clear of these guys, whether or not that actually helps Todd Hayne, because he's definitely the cork in that bottle of effectively the third pack. From Dylan O'Shea back to P8 at the moment with Anderson behind the wheel. That's sort of our pack. There's a little bit wider the gap sort of in this margin. Then we've got 9th back to 14th, and that's going to be the 35 car with Purdy at the wheel. So co-driver again being a little bit of a cork in the bottle of this pack. This is going to run it all the way back to the Briggs car down in 14. And now you've got Gilliam in 15. Can he bridge the gap and sort of push onto the back end of this field? And you can already see that gap is opening up a little bit. Well, how long is Todd Hayne going to hang on to that one? How patient is Ian Ford going to be?
Yeah, that'll be something to keep a very close eye on. Oh, it's actually Ford who makes a bit of a mistake, misses the apex at turn number 1, runs slightly wide of the ideal line, and falls back into the clutches of Jordan Ross, the next car behind. incidentally, a couple of retirements that we've had already from this race after early damage. We saw Rehan Leonage off the road on lap number 1 at Dandenong Road Corner. Unfortunately, too much damage to that car, so the night is done for him and Dylan Pereira. That's a great shame for the youngest driver in the field. And also, Cooper Murray and Jack Boyd we saw getting tangled up in that contretemps at turn number 1. They are out of the race as well. So already 2 retirements in this evening's race. All of the other 38 cars still on the lead lap at this stage, and none of them have taken any pit stops yet.
So does that make you have a little bit of a second thought about having KFC fit in on now, Lockie? Given that Jack Boyd KFC late in the race?
Well, yeah. Sounds like maybe a bit of a bad omen, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, they always say sports people are very, very superstitious. I wonder whether or not KFC might be crossed off the list of Jack Boyd's pre-race meals going forwards.
So on screen at the moment, Jake Maloney sitting still there in position number 5. Joe Mugford is going to be his co-driver in that number 29 car. This battle's been going on for a while. We haven't really seen a lot of positional swapping. These drivers have all been content just to run line astern for the time being.
And there's nothing in these lap times up in front in the meantime. Like, I mean, you talk about it, obviously. This is the top end of town in terms of V8 supercar standards within Australia. Well, the lap times are really sort of starting to show it. O'Shea's found a second turn of speed, so maybe he was sitting on those tyres a little bit. Maybe there's been a bar adjustment there. Maybe there's been a brake bias adjustment. He's found something a little bit again. He was a couple tenths faster on that most recent lap. But at the moment, I mean, James Scott's just setting a blistering pace. Clean Air will do that too. Maybe it's the tyres starting to work away a little bit from Madison Down. So there's some strong heads up here, and we mentioned it, experience in the endurance races plays such a big part. Whether or not Madison Down did, like you said, turn that fuel down, think about things a little bit. Now those front tyres, they start to go away from him a little bit. Adjust the bars, have a rethink about how you're driving this car. We're right on and about that halfway through the fuel window, so completely different attitude of the car now without that big load in the rear end.
How much Shane Van Gisbergen would be feeling at the moment back in the pits? He'll be rubbing his hands together, looking at the margin that James Scott is building over the rest of the field. When SVG jumps in the car, it'll be in a position that's quite familiar to him. Potentially, that'll be with quite a commanding margin over the rest of the field.
Yeah, it gives him a lot of flexibility in how he wants to approach it as well, and how he'll drive the car. They can opt. They've got options now. They can run a little bit longer. They can do some fuel saving if they really want to stretch this margin out, or it's sort of, with the fuel saving strategy, you've either got to commit to it or you've got to commit to going fast. There is no in between. As soon as you hedge your bets, you go backwards because you're not turning the lap times that you need, and you're not going to get the mileage that you need. So within that car, they've now got options. If they want to think about fuel saving, I really think that they won't do that. I think they'll just push on. They'll go, let's set a big margin for ourselves. Let's give ourselves some padding right now, and back into that race, that's where they'll start to tinker with that padding. Once you've got that time, that's when you start to think about what you're trying to do.
The field's starting to stack up at the moment behind Blake Purdy, who sits in 9th position, so he's under some pressure at the moment from Hayden Veld, Marcello Rivera, Robert Gibbs, and the recovering Brady Myers, who we saw off the road at turn number 1 a bit earlier on in the race. Brady Myers, incidentally, will be handing the car over to one of Australia's top female sim racers, that is Emily Jones.
And what a talent she is as well. She's really not fazed by this now. She just gets her head down and gets on and about her business. Doesn't think twice about it. She's comfortable in these sorts of surrounds, and it's a difficult field out there. And when you've got a driver of that caliber, that pedigree, and they're able to just get on with their business, such an important co-driver pairing that one with Emily Jones. Oh, here we go. Change of positions.
I reckon Dylan O'Shea might have made a mistake here, because he looks like he's about to lose 2 positions, because Madison Down is through, and so too is Jake Burton. So Dylan O'Shea, he'd done a great job of holding on in 2nd position for a number of laps, but he has conceded 2 spots to the pair of Trans-Tasman racing cars. Let's have a look at the replay and see how it happened. So it says, he's turned in from too far out wide there on the approach to turn number 2. That's unsettled the rear of the car and cost him a heap of momentum through turns 3 and 4, and allowed the 2 TTR cars to rout him up on the back straight.
He's grabbed a gear at the same time. That's, yeah, right as he was on the grass, he's grabbed a gear and tried to turn in, all just out of sequence. And now he's got the tough job of trying to get himself resorted. Who was that car that was just rejoining in the background as well? That was somebody coming out of the pit lane. In 38th position was, I think, Justin Wallace is in the Gutter Night Race and Oz number 04 car. So not a strong night behind the wheel for Luke Mitchelson and Justin Wallace, and at the moment they are one lap down, but they're still in the fight. So this might be an early strategy to go the other way. They started with Mitchelson in this car and fighting deeper in the pack as well.
The problem is that it's way too early. Like I said, you really need to get to at least lap number 29 to then be able to get through the rest of the race on 2 more pit stops. So I'm not convinced that that strategy is quite going to work out for them, and I have a feeling it might have been an unscheduled pit stop to address some other sort of issue.
Yeah, but sometimes that pops you out of the pack as well, Lockie. You know, they could be looking for a little bit of clear air. I think you're right in terms of overall strategy game. I don't think this connects the dots nicely, but it does give them some clear air and the opportunity to take away that pack element of things. You know, if an accident happens now on that huge train of cars, we're sort of looking from 16th all the way back to 34th. There's not much of a gap between those cars. He's now out of that. It won't happen to him. But now for these next 20 or so, they'll be biting their fingernails going, we're a lap down here. We need everyone to cycle through before we get a safety car.
There is the wave around rule in place tonight as well. So if there is to be a safety car, the cars that are a lap down, once the field has been compressed behind the safety car, the race director will instruct the laps runners to overtake the field and the safety car. So there is that function that exists in the sup-regs for this race as well.
Yeah, so when they pit, they were running at about 27th spot with Luke Mitchelson at the wheel, and they're now back out in 38th. So, yes, if they do get the wave around, the problem that they'll have is they'll be at the tail end of the field. Something's just happened to the 205 car.
And not only that, but I've just noticed that Luke Mitchelson and Justin Wallace have come straight back into the pits as well. Oh no, I think that was a timing error. My apologies. Yep.
In the meantime, obviously James Scott leads the way. So it was an issue at turn number 1, a lack of racing room left for the 205 car. The Fishy Motorsports number 205, and it was Michael Angus at the wheel. It was on the radio, so they were calling about something back there. I don't quite have it on my radar at the moment, but yeah, so something obviously happened. There is a small bit of front right splitter damage on that car, so definitely contact.
And this is supreme pace that James Scott seems to have over the rest of the field at the moment. His lead is now out to more than 6 seconds. This is a replay of the incident that I think you were referring to there, Scott.
That's an interesting one. So it gets out of it. So that's position's already being swapped, and I think it's actually he called for something at turn number 1, lack of racing room being left. So I mean, at the end of the day, I could have missed it. I could have heard it wrong for sure, but that for me wasn't the issue. How's this pack though? These cars are just stuck together. There's nothing that any one of these can do. Purdy's finally lost a spot. He was 9th. He's now drifted back a couple of spots. So and here goes the move for Brady Myers.
Oh, does he have the nose far enough down the inside? Not quite. And Marcello Rivera is able to hold station and will now be on the inside for the next right-hander at turn number 2. Oh, and he's turned in from a little bit wide as well. So a mistake there for Marcello Rivera. That'll cost him a bit of momentum onto the back straight and allows Brady Myers to close right in.
Yeah, Brady Myers is absolutely thinking about this move. This is going to be commitment, bravery. Yeah, not quite that early.
Yeah, it's always very high-risk moves to be making dives at the end of the back straight, particularly this early in the race. But Adam Briggs goes for a big send at Dandenong Road corner and manages to get the car pulled up as well. But now he'll be on the wrong side of the road when they get to the final couple of corners, and unless he can hang tough around the outside, which he can he get it stopped? And Andrew Gilliam says, thank you very much. He read that situation extremely well, Andrew Gilliam. And he's able to slip through on the inside of Robert Gibbs. So it's Gibbs there who gets shuffled back a couple of spots.
How good's the pace from Andrew Gilliam? Remember, he got by the cars at the head of that previous pack and just brought himself right up and in contention. So he's got pace at the moment compared to everyone around him. And I don't think it'll be too long and he'll be making another move in this pack as well. So he had pace last time out at Detroit Belle Isle. He looked good, he looked consistent. And now I think Anton De Pasquale will be sitting there licking his lips going, I want control of this car. I want to have a crack at these guys as well.
We know that Anton De Pasquale is a very good sim racer, so that car will be in a good place to continue its march forward once Anton gets in the wheel, and James Scott pits. Now, this is a very, very interesting call to be pitting this early in the race.
So this is about those driver numbers that you were talking about, Lockie. That's right on the window. Remember, you said lap 29? Guess what lap we've just crossed over to?
Well, they've completed lap 28, haven't they? So that's, in my opinion, that's actually one lap short. So that's a very interesting strategic manoeuvre. We've seen a few of them this year from the crew at Synergy Sim Racing. A few interesting strategy calls. Sometimes they've paid off, sometimes they haven't. So it'll be interesting to see tonight if that is a good move or if it turns out to be not so good later on. Shane Van Gisbergen now behind the wheel of car 088. We've got a massive shunt coming out of turn number 3, and Andrew Gilliam's been involved in that. Look at the damage to the back of his car.
Yes, he actually spun this out of the pack ahead, and that's the rejoin that we just saw in the background on that one. But Gilliam was trying to get that move. Remember, we said had pace, was trying to press on with it. He's actually trying to get a move done, and this will tell the story because look at the car ahead of him, all out of shape. Gets down the inside at turn 2, bounces across the curb, gets another whack for his trouble. So, and then it's the rejoin after this that we caught at the back end of the shot.
Yeah, I think there'll be a couple of incidents that the driving standards observer Thomas Randall will be having a very close look there. The first one will be the initial contacts that Andrew Gilliam had that carted him into that spin. It was Adam Briggs, the driver that made contacts with him on the exit of turn number 2, but then the rejoin is the other thing there that seemed to be a bit average for mine. Andrew Gilliam flick spinning the car right in front of the oncoming traffic. I don't think that's what you would consider to be a safe rejoin to the circuit.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not. And Race Control will have a very dim view of how that's all sort of played out. In the meantime, pit stops have come through, obviously. So Shane's now in that 088 car. You've got Joe Mugford into the 29 car for Trans Tasman as well. So a few different teams. I'd like to see teams split strategy. Send one car on one strategy, send the other car down a different garden path. It'll be interesting to see who reacts to that strategy as well. But in the meantime, Sandown's been handed this race lead.
Maybe their fuel numbers are a bit better than we were thinking because I was told that the predicted fuel range for this race would be lap number 44, but I wonder if the crew at Synergy Sim Racing think they can maybe squeeze a few extra laps out of a tank of fuel, because if that's the case, what they'll do is they'll now run Shane Van Gisbergen along and get themselves to a position where they think that they can get home with James Scott for the final stint. So you would imagine that SVG would be in the car for a double stint at this point.
Yeah, I would assume so. I think that's a safe assumption because that gets them through from 28 through to 108 is 80 laps, and then they're free to go to the end. Or theoretically, they can run him 54, gets us from 28 through to 82, that's the perfect number. So that gets him his 54 laps in. 82 leaves less than 80 to home. Absolutely perfect. You know what? I reckon, Lockie, they've done their numbers a little bit better than you have, perhaps.
The only question mark that I have, though, is still over fuel strategy. So if you get to lap number 82, yes, James Scott can then drive the rest of the race from that point, but I think they will have to do some fuel savings to be able to get there. So that'll be the thing for mine. How effectively can they save fuel to get to that point?
And Wayne Burke's squabbling for this position, getting held up a little bit by Hampstead ahead of him, and now he's going to switch back to the outside of the road on the run down to turn number 1 as the 28 got it when they get down to turn 1 on the outside. They'll squabble over it, they'll trade a little bit of paint, but it will go the way of Hampstead at the end of turn 1. Well, I don't think it's an endurance race anymore. I think we've got a sprint race on their hands, the way they're driving. Should we just say it's a sprint race with strategy?
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? A few other pit visitors. So the Dylan Rudd Griffin Gardner car came into the pits as well. Jake Maloney has handed the car over to Joe Mugford, as you suggested there. And at the moment, the highest placed car that has done a pit stop is car number 088 with Shane Van Gisbergen now at the wheel. And they're in position number 31. There's Joe Mugford a bit further back in 33rd position at the moment. So Madison Down, your race leader, by half a second over his teammate Jake Burhan. And those cars will be taken over by Corey Shepherd and Andre Heimgartner. Dylan O'Shea sitting in 3rd position at the moment. It's been a very strong run for that car so far. Luke Rosell, Josh Anderson, Tom Freer, Hayden Veld, Blake Purdy, Marcello Rivera and Brady Myers rounding out the top 10. We saw that big incident earlier on for Andrew Gilliam. He's back in position number 17. So what had been a very strong drive up through the field to that point has all come unstuck as a result of that contact initially with Adam Briggs and then the collision after that on the exit of turn number 3.
Yeah, it was very awkward, wasn't it? It wasn't as if, you know, there was a mistake, obviously, but either way, didn't position his car, I don't think, where he necessarily would have liked, and he's actually going to go for a move down the end of Dandenong Road at the moment and try and get one past Cameron Jones, and he will get that position away, and now we're 2 by 2 out of the end of Dandenong Road, down into 11 and 12. Will they sort it out? Hobson to the inside of Flock gets that spot as well, so a lot of swapping for positions now, and Ross Rizzo's come into the pit lane. He will take over that car. So there's more pit stops and another car in the background feeds off. It's time to play strategy chicken. Who pits early? Who pits late? We'll let you see who wants to run it long.
Yeah, I think for some of the drivers and teams a bit further back in the pack, they might go for that earlier pit strategy, but if you're out in front of the field with clear track, I still reckon that you want to run this as long as you can because you'll give yourself the opportunity to make shorter pit stops early, unless you're James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen, who pitted at pretty much what we think was the earliest possible opportunity. Now, I'm interested to look at the lap times of the 201 car of Andrew Gilliam and Anton De Pasquale because there's a fair bit of damage to the rear of that car. I want to see how much that damage is affecting its performance. Doesn't actually seem to be too bad at the moment, given that he's been fairly comfortably able to clear the cars that he was racing against.
Yep, so he's put that one on Cam Jones. I think he was getting... He already overtook his way out of this battle pack, so he knew that he had the pace, and yeah, you're right. Doesn't seem to be too upset by it. I think we're going to get a note about that penalty coming. In the meantime, Jones is a little bit out of control, and this will allow Hobson a moment of reprieve, and maybe Sebastian Flock will be looking to grab this one down when they get to turn number 1, but Gilliam got himself a stop-go penalty for that unsafe rejoin. A stop-go penalty. So that's really going to punish him, and I think he's in the pit lane actually to serve that one straight away. So lap times, yeah, it's time to talk about lap times. Van Gisbergen last time by 106.984. The critical factor is the cars ahead of him. What are they doing? There was a couple cars in around there that were doing 108, so he's going to catch traffic quite quickly. He's in a hole at the moment in traffic, but if he gets held up in any way stretch of the imagination, that's where that strategy will come undone a little bit, but they had a small window to play with.
However, what he does now have is fresher tyres. Shane Van Gisbergen. So at the moment, his lap times are quicker than all of the runners in the lead pack. And the crew at Trans-Tasman Racing have seen that because in comes our race leader, Madison Down. And we had confirmation there a couple of seconds ago for that 10-second stop-go penalty for Andrew Gilliam. So Jake Burton now goes through to take the lead of the race. So we've already had a number of different race leaders. Obviously, we started off with Dylan O'Shea leading the race for the opening lap. Then he was overtaken by James Scott, who led for a number of laps. Madison Down, who spent time in the lead. And now it's Jake Burton, who runs at the front of the field in car number 8, ahead of Dylan O'Shea. And Luke Rosella, who has managed to tack himself onto the back of this lead pack. This has been a quietly impressive drive so far from Luke Rosella.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying this, and the qualifying time really showed that. And now he's tacked onto the back end of these guys, and remember that O'Shea's worn through a little bit more of those tyres with the moment that he had. In the meantime, you know, this is going to be an awesome battle to just sort of keep half an eye on, and the timing's thinking about it. You know, it's who's going to jerk right, who's going to take that quick dash down in the pit lane earliest, who's going to blink. I want to see somebody out of these 3 cars blink and go to the lane earlier. I don't think it'll be O'Shea. I think it might be Rosella will be the first of these 3 drivers to pick and go for the undercut.
And incidentally, Corey Shepherd, who has taken over from Madison Down, has rejoined the race in position number 28 and 13 odd seconds behind Shane Van Gisbergen. So in net terms, once all of these pit stops shake out, I still think you'll find that it's going to be the 088 car that's going to float to the top of the order and have margin, a significant margin in hand over the rest of the field.
Yeah, but two factors now are really, really important. Remember, they didn't run that car all the way to the end of that fuel tank, so there will be some margin in the translation time through to the end of the pit lane. There was some static time. They didn't get that car as full as Corey Shepherd's going to be at this point in time. So that'll be some of that margin. Then there's tyres. Then there's a little bit of track position. Was there any held up at all? Corey Shepherd's going to very, very quickly come up on the back of the 938 with Hayden Harrison at the wheel as well. So that's all going to start to play into it, albeit Hayden Harrison's only 7 laps or so away from pitting himself. So for Corey Shepherd, they'll be thinking, please get that car out of the way as soon as possible.
Well, the other way of looking at things is that, yes, because the Scott Van Gisbergen car stopped earlier, they didn't have to be stationary for as long to return the car to full. So because of that, they are going to have to stop a bit longer, a bit later on in the race to ensure that they take on enough fuel to get home. So it will all balance out as the race progresses. Luke Rosella looking really racy at the moment, putting the pressure on the back of Dylan O'Shea as they head through the high-speed sequence of corners at the end of the back straight and then hard under brakes into Dandenong Road corner, up over the curb, running out over the exit ripple strip on the outside of the circuit as well.
So I've just done some quick math here, Lockie, and this is to talk to the viewers about the fuel drop that we're expecting across the portion. So it is O'Shea, and Rosella follows him. So that doesn't work out for Luke Rosella, but both of those cars are in, and they'll look to leapfrog Jake Burton. The fuel drop that we're going to need to get through this race tonight, 111 litres on board to start the race, start these cars off. They're looking to add in the realm of about another 315 to 320, maybe 330 litres if you're really heavy on that right foot across the journey here tonight. What does that equate to? Well, we just said 111 litres in terms of that fuel tank capacity. So that's 2 and a bit extra, 2 and nearly a third full tank to get you home in terms of things. Then you've got to do driver changes, and the driver changes don't line up in there. So that's all the little bits and pieces that are tinkering away and pulling and tugging and pushing at that strategy margin. And that's what these guys have got to deal with here tonight. What have the strategists been working on at home? Well, we're 39 circuits into this race. We've still got to see where some of these cars fall on that strategy margin.
Yeah, what'll be interesting for me here is to see how long people can run. If you run right to the end of your tank of fuel, how many laps can you get out of it? Because that'll tell the story as far as what the absolute fuel range is for these cars. We think that it's about 44 laps, but possible to maybe extend it by a lap or two if you do a bit of smart fuel saving, which obviously the team at Synergy Sim Racing have in mind for car 088.
Well, they're in the front at the moment, but yeah, like you said, I like to talk of it as we're going out for a nice dinner here. We've got some fuel that we've got to take on board. Well, that's all part of the dinner and the drinks, and that's part of your night's meal. That's part of your night's entertainment. Well, how are you going to pay that receipt off?
As long as it's not KFC, yeah?
Yeah, but it's how are you going to pay that receipt off? Well, Afterpay, it's a thing now. That's part and parcel of our society as we currently sit. You're going to Afterpay that fuel debt off, one pit stop at a time. Where do you fall on that fuel window? Interesting thing to think about. Driver change requires about 72, 78 litres, somewhere in there to get your driver change done. So I don't think you'll ever pit for less than 80 litres.
Here's Blake Purdy, currently sitting in position 4, yet to pit, but holding off Brady Myers at the moment. It's been one of the drives of the race for mine so far. A non-regular co-driver, battling wheel to wheel with a lot of the drivers who've been racing week in, week out in the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series, and he has held his own. Blake Purdy, he's under some serious pressure from Brady Myers at the moment, though, and Myers will have the run as they head down into turn number 1. We saw a failed move from him at this section of the circuit earlier on in the race, but this time he manages to get it pulled up and makes the move through up into position 4.
Yeah, so it was the two drivers that were the movers and shakers with Gilliam, and we've already seen how that one ended. And Myers made a big mistake, so he's gone forwards and he's come backwards as well. Well, I'd call that one a shaker. He's moved a little bit up the order. He fell a little bit back. Now he's on the advance again. He's up and down the order. That's a bit of a shake. Lockie, you're enjoying your first night of commentary with me, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been fun so far. Thoroughly enjoying it.
I've frightened a few commentators off over the years. I'm enjoying tonight. Let's not make it another one. I think we're both sort of sitting back a little bit starstruck at the moment, just going, okay, well, this guy's doing this guy's doing that. We're just waiting for the end of this first fuel window to see where it all finishes up. Blake Delaney started this car for himself and Thomas Freeman in the number 6. It's going okay, but they're not on corrected fuel strategies. But how about this battle pack? They're all squabbling nice and tightly across the circuit there, Lockie.
So one of the ones that I will be watching in this next stint will be the number 7 car of Ethan Grigol, because we saw that Ian Ford had to go up against a bunch of co-drivers during his stint, but now they get to have the benefit of having their primary driver up against a whole bunch of co-drivers. So watch for Ethan Grigol to be on a bit of a charge during this stint, I reckon.
Yes, there'll be another car to watch, and it was Todd Hayne actually just peeled off and just went to pit lane, so they'll swap that car out as well. So there'll be another driver throwing their main game driver in. I'd be really interested. I do like watching Rick Kuznetsov drive, so that'll be another driver to keep our eye on. And the 990 machine, that was the other one with their non-primary driver in, and they have already completed their first stop as well. So Dylan Rudd is behind that wheel and starting to gain a few spots, and in fact he's actually still ahead of Andrew Gilliam and Brad Ryan as well. So
here's a move down the inside. So Job Stewart's just got into this car, relieving Blake Purdy behind the wheel. And this is for position between Job Stewart and Ethan Grigol. So Job Stewart and Ethan Grigol, the two highest placed primary drivers in the field once the first round of pit stops shakes out.
This will be an enthralling battle, I'm sure, because, you know, we've seen Ethan Grigol over a number of years be really successful, and then Job Stewart's got that real life experience. He's such a talented driver in the real world. And then check this battle out as well. The last of the drivers yet to pit. There's contact as drifts back to the right hand side in the 97 machine for Dengate, and now he's under assault. That'll be Van Gisbergen down the inside, and he will snap that position up. It's not often that he's driven past number 97 on the racetrack, but chalk that one up.
Nicely played there. I didn't even think about that till you mentioned it. But yes, Shane Van Gisbergen overtaking car number 97 to move up a position, and SVG now finding himself in a position where he's starting to battle against cars that have not yet done their pit stops. So this will be the stage where he just needs to be a bit patient and understand the differing strategies. As we said, that Jake Burton has pitted from the race lead to hand over to Andre Heimgartner. That will leave Tom Freer as the leader of the race. We're getting very close now to that lap number 44 that we thought would be about the fuel range of these cars. So we're starting to see a flurry of pit stops.
Well, this should be it for Freer. This is 44 bang on the dot, so if he's coming in, it'll be this time by more than likely. Might get an extra lap out of the tank. That's a big ask, to be perfectly honest with you, though. But having a look at Van Gisbergen's times, on the last time by, he took 0.6 of a second with an overtake out of Bailey Fritt ahead of him. So that's the difference in terms of times to the cars around you. But it's so critical. You cannot afford to get held up in this stage of the race. It's about getting that clear track. He got it in the opening section of this stint, but now with everyone on those differing strategies, this is the part that's critical, and this is the trips to pit lane. Freer pits from the lead. Val's pit. Brady Myers, albeit with that mistake and the pace he's had, continues on. That's not what I would have expected.
No, and this is very good fuel economy that they're getting out of that number 22 car. So yes, it might have been an incident a bit earlier in the race, and yeah, they might not have quite had the pace, but clearly Brady Myers has been doing some serious fuel saving, and he is extending a long stint out of that car, as is Wayne Burke. who is going to be handing that car over to Forzen El Nabi. Great to see Forzen El Nabi back in the sim racing scene. He was a front runner a couple of years ago, especially during the COVID period where we saw that he actually competed in the official Supercars E-Series. He's had a bit of time away from it. Great to see him back tonight.
He's another guy that's really easy to talk to as well, Forzen El Nabi. So a lot of confidence, a lot of self-confidence, just knows what he's capable of. And he'll talk to you at the end of the race, oh man, that was fun. Really enjoyed myself out there tonight, left it all on the track. That's what we're really about out here tonight. Intriguingly, in terms of race strategy, the Dylan O'Shea, Corey McFarlane car, they've actually jumped ahead of the 77 car. With Corey Shepherd now behind the wheel. So they've managed to gain that spot over Madison Down. So that is for effective position. And look at him powering on. Corey McFarlane is looking phenomenal in this car.
The interesting thing there for mine is that they stopped 3 laps later than the Madison Down Corey Shepherd entry, and their pit stop was slightly longer, but they've still been able to jump ahead of the number 77 car. So obviously it's been a combination of good in and out laps for that car that have given them a net gain in the pit stop cycle.
Yeah, it's a really, really good job there. And have a look at how far. Look at the distance Brady Myers is still going on. We said 44? Well, he's just started lap number 46. So he's gone 2 laps longer to get to this margin. 111 litres divided by 46 laps. He's burning 2.4 litres a lap. So he's saving about a glass of water worth of fuel a lap is what he's effectively saving over everyone else just to make this distance. If he carries on another one, man, he's going to be really deep in the pot.
And Job Stewart, it had been a good stint for his co-driver Blake Purdy, but Job Stewart's got a 5-second penalty for driving infringement, as we say that if you thought Brady Myers had a good stint at 46 lap, Wayne Burke has gone even further. He's going another lap. He's going to get a whopping 47 laps out of the fuel tank in car number 89. So the 44-lap fuel range that I got given by Brenton O'Brien from the Evolution Racing team before this race, that actually seems like a pretty conservative sort of number in terms of the predicted fuel range, and it seems like the teams are able to stretch stints a fair bit further than that if they drive economically.
We'll see. I got the same numbers from Matt Bowler in that other ERT car. So obviously we were working from the same numbers, just acquired from perhaps different sources, but yeah, that's what they were targeting. They said 2.6 to 2.7 litres a lap. For Burke to go this long is 2.36 litres a lap. Now, in terms of how much fuel he's saved compared to 44 laps worth of running, and that's as far as he can possibly take that tank. So stick that number in the back end of your mind. 47 laps is the ultimate. Now, the benefit there was that, standing start, yes, you burn a little bit more sitting on the grid once that car fires up, and a little bit more on the run down to turn number 1, but generally you're in a big pack in that opening stint. We won't see those numbers in this second stint. This will be a lot shorter fuel mileage.
What that means as well, though, is that the critical lap number moves back or forward a bit, doesn't it? I thought that it was going to be about 117, the earliest lap that you could stop and make it home on fuel. It's now probably more like 114 that you could potentially hit and take on enough fuel to get home. And what it also means is that stopping on lap number 28, based on our revised numbers for Van Gisbergen and James Scott, they should still be able to make the race quite comfortably on 3 pit stops, having taken that early stop.
Yeah, it's just about hitting those required driving numbers. Now, the critical thing for them now is I think they're on a 40-40 sort of strategy to the end of the race from here. So they'll be looking to run, they'll be targeting lap 82, so from 28 to 82, what are we looking at? 54 laps there. So maybe for Van Gisbergen, it's actually going to be 27-27, which means they'll have a lot of short pit stops in the first half of this race. That's probably the fastest way to get to those numbers, to hand it back over to James Scott. And then James Scott will be doing 2 40-lap stints. For me, there's no reason. If they're in control of the race, they'll probably run it out to 44. I think Van Gisbergen in their stint will probably look to run to about 32, 33, and then come down for the tyres, because you definitely want to split it up. The tyre wears definitely favours that, but again, we're talking about opening your strategy options up. If they come in at lap 27, again, they've got no real options. If a safety car falls at lap 30 on that stint, they're effectively in a really, really bad position.
Yeah, that's the danger, isn't it? A safety car falling at the wrong time because they just a bit less flexibility compared to some of the other teams that ran a bit longer in that first stint.
Yeah, so for the drivers that ran really long there, Brady Myers, Wayne Burke, that's what those guys were thinking was we need to open things up a little bit, and one of the ways that you can open things up is running a little bit long. If they'd have gotten a safety car on lap 46, oh man, they would have been all over it.
Yeah, it would have been the perfect time for them. No safety cars just yet, as we look at the battle between Job Stewart and Ethan Grigault. And Dylan Rudd in 9th position. He's the other one. So I was talking about the highest placed of the primary drivers in the field. So Dylan Rudd's kind of slipped under our radar a bit there. So Griffin Gardner started the race in car 990. Dylan Rudd has now taken over that car, one of the 9.5 SimSport entries, and runs in position 9. And he is the highest placed of the primary drivers in the field at the moment.
Yeah, 30 seconds back off the race lead though, so it's stretched a fair way. And have a look at the drivers that are sort of ahead of him. So there's not really any slouches from that stretch of the imagination. He has got 4 seconds over Grigault, which is the next one. And Kuznetsov is a long way back in that pack, 42 seconds off the race lead. And in terms of lap times, if we have a look at Shane van Gisbergen's most recent lap, he did a 107.1. He's actually right up and in behind some lap traffic at the moment, so he will be getting held up as he tries to pick his way through the traffic. That'll be quite critical as well.
In terms of lap times, SVG 107.1, so he's doing good times as we would expect. But Dylan Rudd also doing 7.1s, and Emily Jones, the other one who's got pretty decent pace out there at the moment as well. So Ethan Grigault has got ahead of Job Stewart. So that's the other manoeuvre that's happened there. And there is Emily Jones, who's now lining up for a shot at the back of Job Stewart as well. So this is the contest for positions 10, 11 and 12.
Yeah, so this is the cars as well. These guys will probably swap their co-driver back in for this very, very next stint. I think it'll only be a single for those co-drivers. It'll be targeting lap 82. Make sure that you can get your 80 run down to home. So that 82, that's the critical lap number for those of you watching along at home that the main drivers can get back in. And I have a feeling that lap number 82, we're going to see a full pit lane. I get the feeling most of these drivers will stay in. There might be a couple that are down the deep in the field that are looking for some way to get themselves a lot further forward again and may play that strategy game. When you're deep in the field and you haven't got options, that's where you play tricks and you do things. When you're out the front, you don't take risks. There's no reason to take risks, but the guys are a lot further back. Should we see a safety car, somebody will stay out. There will be no way that every car will absolutely pit. Somebody will stay out and try something different.
Yeah, but when you keep in mind that 54 lap minimum, so Shane van Gisbergen, 28 plus 54, we've already established it gets you to lap number 82. So James Scott can get back into that car on lap 82 and drive it home from there. But if you look at some of the other contenders, so for example, Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane, they didn't stop it till lap number 38, which means that O'Shea can't get back into that car until lap number 92 in order to fulfil Corey McFarlane's requirement of minimum laps. And for Madison Down and Corey Shepherd, it's a similar story. They can't put Madison Down back in that car until lap number 89. So the benefit of the early stop for Scott and Van Gisbergen is that they can put Scott back in the car earlier compared to their rivals.
Yeah, but let's now take a look at the opposite foot of that as well, because you make a really, really good point about why would they pit Van Gisbergen. It's absolutely, they were starting to come up on some lap traffic, would have been the next 5 laps. Throw Van Gisbergen in and get them out of traffic, so that was actually a heads-up play on that side of things, and then obviously a strategy game. But on the other side of the foot, let's have a look and a talk about Dylan Rudd, Ethan Grigault, Job Stewart. Those 3 guys have just gotten into those cars. Lap 30 for Dylan Rudd was when he got into that car, he exited pit lane. So they've got 29 laps on board for their co-driver. They've still got another 25 to fill. They're actually in an okay spot because 25 is a reasonable distance in terms of that stint. They'll be targeting lap 82, so from 30, get to lap 70. They might cut this stint in half as well. They might go about that 25, 27 and try and get their co-driver back in. Then let's talk about Ethan Grigault. Ran through to lap 36 before he jumped into that car. So 35 laps. They've got 20 laps to get out of their co-driver. Effectively, not quite, but I don't think you'll run anything less than 20 laps. I think that'll probably be about your mark. And then Job Stewart, they ran at 42. So they've got 41 of their 54 laps out of the way for their co-driver. The problem for that car, they're going to find 13 laps somewhere. So that car is going to have its co-driver in for a longer period of time. They won't do the minimum 54. They're probably targeting somewhere around the 60 to 65 range for their co-driving, their second co-driving stint before they'll throw Job Stewart back at that car.
And that's why having a fast co-driver gives you added flexibility as well, because you can leave them in the car for longer without having to be concerned about losing too much time to your rivals. Here's Anton De Pasquale. He's now behind the wheel of the rather wounded 201 car, which has had a spin, a crash and a penalty today.
Well, we've just heard it, the first of our safety cars from the night. This is a random safety car. On lap number 54 of this motor race, it all gets thrown cut amongst the pigeons. Well, how many laps did you need your co-driver to do? You needed them to do 54. It's fallen on 54. Van Gisbergen, these guys are in a little bit of a hole now because they've gone, they're right on their pit window to get Van Gisbergen in. It's going to be a lengthy stop though, so this margin will get eaten up.
It's fallen at a pretty awkward time, this pit stop, because it's based on 47 lap stints. For mine, it's still too early to be able to get to the end of the race.
Yep.
On 2 more stops, but yeah, you have to come in and fill up with fuel, otherwise you're going to be disadvantaged compared to everybody else later on. So SVG in now for what will be a fuel stop. They should still, they'll still be able to take on enough fuel to get them to where they need to get to in terms of that lap 82 number that I'm talking about.
Yeah, so for them, this is actually perfectly within their window. So for them, remember we said, we think Shane will probably run 27-27 to get them to their 54 marker for Shane. This is right on that window. We're right around, so 26 or so laps for that car. It's a couple laps earlier than they maybe would have liked, but that's perfectly in their window. They're perfectly happy.
So what this has effectively done is it's turned it into a 4-stop race, because you'll still need 2 more stops to get home from this point.
So something I'd be doing right now, Lockie, is if I'm one of these lead drivers that's in the car, say Job Stewart, Ethan Griegold, and the other one's just gone off the top of my head at the moment. But if I was one of those drivers, I'd be shoving the co-driver straight back into the car right now. And the reason for that, this is a perfect opportunity. They've done their first stint. They've got laps out of the way so that they're not going to hit their 80 maximum. Perfect opportunity, throw them back in the car, get their job done and out of the way. So it does mean that we'll end up with a more homogenous field at the back end with a lot more main game drivers in all at the same time. But this is a really, really good opportunity for these guys to show their wares in terms of their awareness of the race strategy.
So a few teams have elected not to pit. So Job Stewart has chosen not to come in under this safety car. Glenn Postlethwaite's now moved up into position number 2 as well. And Forzen El Nabi in car number 89 has stayed out. So a few drivers running the gauntlet and electing not to pit under this safety car. They're going to stretch this stint out and stick to, you would imagine, their original 3-stop strategy plan.
Yeah, but what did I say about 10 minutes ago or so? I said if a safety car fell in this next section of the race, they'd probably leave their driver in. For Job Stewart, they came out on lap 42, so they've only got about 13 laps into that stint. That's actually quite happy. They'll be quite happy with this safety car where that one's for. Glenn Postlethwaite's been in this car since lap 45, so again, about 10 laps on those tyres. Really, really good slot for them. Forzen El Nabi's actually in a really good spot right about now. 48 laps, remember? He got handed over at the end of lap 47. That they went with that car. So they went quite a long way into the race. They're going to have to leave Forzen in this car for an extended period of time, but Forzen's got enough experience at this level and he's definitely capable of running at the top end of town here. So this is actually a really, really good strategy call by them.
So what we think at this point is that everybody's still going to need to make 2 more pit stops to get to the end of the race. However, the 2 pit stops for the cars in positions 1, 2 and 3 will be a bit longer than the cars behind because they haven't taken the opportunity to come in and top up with fuel under this safety car. So in terms of the overall strategic picture of the race, the 088 car, you would have to say, is still in the box seat at this stage. What it does do, though, is it pretty much equalises the fuel range for everybody that stops now at the same time under this safety car. So the fuel discrepancy that we had between people who'd stopped 10 or more laps apart, it now goes away and it pretty much resets the field except for those top 3 cars that have elected not to pit.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one. Kuznetsov's in a really unique position because he's deep in the pack here. So he's got a responsibility to get the job on here and certainly press themselves a lot further forward. Job Stewart, this I really like for their strategy positioning for the night. Remember I said they've only got to find 12 or so laps? Well, let's say if we go green from here, 80 laps, that gets us through to, let's say from there is 112 is maximum driving time for Job Stewart. And then all of a sudden, they're at the front right now, right? They don't have to do a driver swap. They don't have to worry about that. They get their co-driver back in for about 20 laps, and then they can push on. Look, it's 8 laps to the end in terms of where their fuel's positioned. They've just got to get their co-driver laps out of the way. So it's going to be about 12 to 20 laps to get that car to the pit stop window it wants for home. I actually really, really like this strategy call from these guys. It's quirky, it's off the books, but it puts them in a phenomenal position.
It does. It'll be interesting to see a bit later on just how well this strategic course works out for them.
Consider the advantage from where they were sitting at the moment, Lockie. Like, for them to come down pit lane with 10 laps in, they go backwards again. Yeah, they come a few spots because they didn't have as much fuel to dump back on board, but they were leaving Job Stewart in the car anyway. Now they've grabbed themselves a little bit of clear track. They're not back in the junk. For them, getting this clear air for this car, huge, big thumbs up. I'm curious about Glenn Postlethwaite. For me, he's the big question mark out of this group about who might go backwards. I expect Forsen to get past him pretty quickly. I'm curious about how that battle between Forsen El-Nami and Shane Van Gisbergen is going to go. I reckon those two are probably the pick of the co-drivers.
I'm seeing a few other teams coming in for extra pit stops as well. So the Anton De Pasquale, Andrew Gilliam cars come in for another stop. The other thing that happens as well, and we saw it there with the 444 car of Rob Carmichael and the number 53 entry of Bailey Fried and Brad Vaughan, is the waiver round is now in place as well. So those drivers that were a lap down got waved ahead of the safety car, and they'll get to get a lap back. So that'll leave, I think, 36 cars still on the lead lap at this stage.
Yeah, so what I would normally do is the safety car's pulling away at this point in time. So everyone's they heard that, they jumped straight out of the pit lane. Normally, if I'm at the back end of the train, there's 2 strategies to go. If I haven't got track position, I create myself a strategy position. I get that little bit extra fuel. If I'm the last 2 cars in the chain, come back down for an extra splash of fuel. If I'm at the front end of town, I'm looking to maintain track position. I don't need to buy any of that in terms of strategy. That's what Job Stewart's done. You buy that with...
Was it just my imagination, or did the safety car almost go off the road and Dandenong Road then?
He's testing the curbs down there, just making sure that it's safe for everyone to go across, because there'll be a few cars on that curb next time by.
Fair enough.
Safety.
All right, back into it. So restarting the race, we will have completed 57 laps this time around. So 104 laps still remaining in the 2023 edition of the Sandown 500. And it's going to be Job Stewart who will have control of the field as we get this race back underway.
Yeah, so no overlapping until after the last corner. The apex of the last corner cannot gain a spot until the control line. And you see everyone start to move out of the arrangements. Have a look at Forsen. Forsen's the car for me. He's got to get aggressive down here at turn number 1. He pulled out, not quite going to get there. And now he's got Shane Van Gisbergen to contend with.
Corey McFarlane was looking pretty racy there off the restart, and I think the Trans-Tasman cars might have swapped spots there as well. Because Andre Heimgarten was having a look down on the inside of Corey Shepherd, not quite able to make the move through, I don't think, but he certainly got an excellent restart.
Have a look at those cars. So let's, in terms of where our standings are for the teams, who are you supporting watching along at home? If you're new to this, if you're new to and watching along at Speed Cafe here tonight, look, here's who to support. Purdy Design Racing by PSR.
Inside, that's Van Gisbergen, and he's made contact and he's been turned around. He was down on the inside, trying to make the move through at Dandenong Road corner, but he's been spun and he's been collected. So the car that's been in the box seat of this race all night, going for an aggressive move at the safety car restart, it's not paid off. It's resulted in contact, and that car has now drifted way back down the order outside the top 20 positions. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and expect these guys to be at the end of lap 82. They'll be looking for some clear air after that incident. That's just lap 1. kicking on and in terms of things, but it's presented a number of opportunities. Forza El Nabi's gone backwards. Have a look at Corey McFarlane. He's up to 3rd spot, so he's picked up a couple on that first lap. And now look at these guys squabbling over it. Kuznetsov got aggressive. He was back about, what, 18th, 17th, 18th at the restart? Already grabbed a bunch.
Here's a replay of the incident down at Dandenong Road corner. Oh, big contact there. And yes, he made the Armco as well. It'll be interesting to see how that's viewed in race control as well, because it was definitely Van Gisbergen that created the initial incident. Was he far enough down the inside for that to be a legitimate manoeuvre? And that's what will have to be assessed by race control.
Well, that contact to finish, he was okay. He might have survived and got out the other side, but it was a little bit of a nudge from McFarlane that sort of finished that car off. They were okay up until that point. Yeah, it was contact. It wasn't too bad, but it was the end contact. Where do race control sit on that one? I think they'll have a look at it and go, look, that's just avoiding an incident. Unfortunately, that's part and parcel of racing. 3 wide on the run down to turn number 1. The 29 on the outside, the Triple A to the inside. They rub panels. They will get down here. And they will poke out the other side. Kuznetsov grabs another spot, and he is really putting on his best set of racing boots right now.
He sure is. Again, another one of the cars that's on that slightly different strategy where the primary driver is in the car up against a whole bunch of co-drivers. So they need to make hay while the sun shines.
Well, they pressed on, they have. And what about Rudd as well? He's only just ahead of Kuznetsov. They were a long way further forward. And Job Stewart's already cleared out. He's got a second now over Postlethwaite. They're in the hole in terms of strategy, but leading the race and trying to kick on with this thing. How's McFarlane on the fresh rubber? He's sitting in a phenomenal spot. This driver pairing of the 19 machine, Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane, off of the front row of the grid. And all of a sudden, this has become the car to beat.
Indeed it has. In terms of strategy, it's the car that you would have to say is in the box seat at the moment. So a few cars lost out because they were taking evasive action because of all of the nonsense that was going on down there at Dandenong Road corner. So Corey Shepherd, for example, lost out some spots. Andre Heimgartner had to take evasive action as well. Forza El Nabi slips back a couple of spots as well, and that has left the O'Shea McFarlane machine in a very, very good position strategically. So too the Luke Rosella Harley Haber car, as we see Matt Dench taking a bit of a shortcut there across the grass at turn number 2 in the number 72 machine that he's sharing with Adam Briggs.
Yeah, and there'll be a slowdown penalty coming out of that one, so they're going to lose a couple more spots as they get down here. So this is Matt Dench down. He's got a car on the inside of him, trying to get that overtake done. Are they going to squabble on it about it on corner exit? Yep, they do. And it's the curbing for Matt Dench that makes that car come unstuck. He's renowned in terms of GT3 racing on the sim. He is one of the standout performers that can really look after tyres. V8 supercars, none of that traction control, none of that ABS. So a different beast to handle.
Indeed, and the rules are that after you go off the road, you're supposed to rejoin the racetrack as near to the point as where you went off as you can. And that was a rejoin for Matt Dench at turn number 4, having gone off at turn number 1. So that's the reason that he cops the slowdown penalty. Here's Harley Haber with Forza El Nabi up behind him. El Nabi, the driver who was involved in that contretemps with Shane Van Gisbergen on the exit of Dandenong Road corner. It actually didn't drop El Nabi as many positions as I thought it might have, because although he cops the initial whack from Van Gisbergen at the apex, that was the secondary hit with Van Gisbergen that basically straightened that car up and allowed him to continue on. So El Nabi's still sitting inside the top 5 at the moment.
Remember what I said earlier as well. Remember, these guys are lower in terms of fuel. Yeah, there'll be some tyre wear down, but they've got a lighter car at the moment, and it is moving around and certainly got pace. It doesn't look too pretty on the front end of it, but it's no slouch at the moment. And teammates at the moment, they'll be looking to try and kick on in terms of things. There's another incident. By the way, I just heard a huge amount of car contact, and I think that was in behind Matthew Dench down at Dandenong corner. So car contact up and down the field. It does. It's race car drivers in a restart. Like, you try telling them to take it easy.
It never ceases to amaze me how, when you get a restart, particularly when you've got co-drivers who've jumped in and cold tyres and high levels of tension, just how likely it is for more incidents to unfold. The old expression, safety cars breed safety cars. Now, here's Shane Van Gisbergen trying to make amends for those spots that he lost down at Dandenong Road corner. Like I said, I think there was a bit of a question mark hanging on the car as well in terms of how that incident with him and El Nabi is read by race control.
You say that, Lockie, but it's just been resolved. We've just got the word through from Race Control. Car 088 at fault, no penalty issued. So Forza El Nami, you get to keep your spot, no time to be out of the pit stop, and Van Gisbergen's lost out as a result of that. So what's the point of penalising a car when it's been a self-penalising incident? Yep, there's none. So he's going to have to fight back through, and there will be no consequences for the Forza El Nami car.
So fair bump play on is the read there from Race Control. So yeah, there we go. So now we get to watch SVG carving his way back up through the field. We've seen some fantastic drives from him in real life at Sandown, where he's fought back from lowly qualifying positions to achieve race victories. Could we be seeing another bit of SVG magic tonight? Here's another look at the incident. Yeah, I don't think he was quite far enough down the inside, but bang, because there was that secondary contact. You're right. He was the one who created that incident, but he was also the one who came out worse from it. And here we go, more action at turn 4.
Yeah, this is what I just caught in the corner of my screen. So big shout out to Luke from Race Stars TV for catching this one. This was great camera work to pick this up. As soon as we said something about it, have a look at Justin Wallace. He's out of line. Remember, this was the car that poked their head out and was the first one to come into the pits. And Andrew Gilliam and Anton Di Pasquale, they're caught up in it again. Their night's been horrendous. And there's more kicking on. You can hear the cars colliding into each other as they get down to Dandenong Road. It was just a huge check-up as they all back down in there, Lockie. Well, we said it at lap 11? We said there's 161 laps of this thing. A safety car. There's 100 laps left of this thing, and yeah, they're still kicking on.
And hard to believe, isn't it? They were not even halfway into this race yet. There's just been so much action for us to keep up with. So Job Stewart will race the leader by 2.8 seconds over Corey McFarlane, who's relieved Glenn Postlethwaite of position 2. He's doing a superb job, Corey McFarlane, in that car. Postlethwaite back to 3rd position. Then El Nabi in 4th position. Harley Haver in position number 5.
So finally swap those two cars. The SSR Dr. Epoxy Racing cars, the 89 back ahead for Forza El Nami, so that's now swapped. What's Heimgartner now got for the chasing drivers in here? Look at Rudd, look at Rizzo, look at Kuznetsov. Those are the 3 drivers that we're sort of going to keep half an eye on, mainly because Rudd and Kuznetsov are your main game drivers. Those are the key ones, and Ross Rizzo sits in the middle of this. Think about the nerves that he'd have on board at the moment. He's got 2 main game drivers, one out the windshield, one out the rear view mirror, and again another driver that's V8 Supercars, not his trade that he normally applies himself to.
Ethan Grigalt on the move, gets down the inside. He was disadvantaged a bit in that last round of pit stops. I noticed that his stop was a fair bit longer than some of the cars that he was up against, and right now he is battling with SVG. In fact, he's just made the move on Van Gisbergen, so that's a gain of a position there for Ethan Grigalt. What'll be interesting for me is there any damage to the James Scott, Shane Van Gisbergen car after that incident at Dandenong Road corner that might be affecting its performance. Either way, it's now back down in 21st position as we've got more moves happening at Dandenong Road corner and more contact. And it's Brad Ryan in the car that he's sharing with Marcello Rivera that runs out through the gravel trap there at Dandenong Road corner, which has definitely been the action zone so far in this race there, and also the section between turns 3 and 4. And Gisbergen getting it wrong, it was, yep, so SVG gets it all wrong in the final sequence of corners, and he's going to lose positions here. And James Scott, who handed the car over SVG with a lead of near enough 10 seconds, is going to be back in the pits asking himself how on earth the race has gone so wrong for him and SVG.
Yeah, so it's Albert's sentence that got by, and now SVG just fires it straight back down the inside. That is a man on the mission. He is pinning the ears back, and this was just clumsy contact. There was no real intent in it. Both drivers sort of fighting over the same sort of real estate. I wonder how much space was left to that white line on the left-hand side of the track. It's not been called in by the 088 car. I think their best response is that they just pin the ears back. Don't worry about it. We'll just get the head down. We'll see what we can achieve. Here's Joe Mugford at the moment, so he's sharing with Jake Maloney, car number 29, currently sitting in 15th position, just ahead of Kobe Jones and behind Sean McNamara. The other driver I've just heard from as well, just popped into YouTube and just said, we're actually sitting in a really, really good spot here. It was actually Luke Rosella in the 55 car with Harley Haber. And in terms of 5th spot, well, Luke will be starting to look back at that qualifying lap and going, you know what? That was a phenomenal qualifying lap, and look what it's done to their race. It's put them in a phenomenal spot. So maybe that car was in the back half of the field and a little bit out of sequence.
So let's just think a bit about strategy here. So here's your outright race leader, Job Stewart, at the moment. So he'll have to vacate that car. Blake Purdy will have to get back in for another stint at some point. In terms of fuel range, based on a 47 on lap stint, they're going to have to stop at one.
They've got 13 laps that they've got to give back to their co-driver Purdy, and they've got, let's say they can do 44 laps, and we'll add 1 or 2 for the fuel, so 46 maybe under safety car, which means I'm expecting that car 88 it can get to.
Yeah, about that. That was about the approximation. The car behind them, Dylan O'Shane, Corey McFarlane, it can go a fair bit deeper into the race though. We're talking more like a bit after lap 100 that car is due for its next pit stop.
Well, how deep do they go? Do they get to this 82 marker with the McFarlane car? Because remember, they were in about, say, 40, so it's their marker.
Oh, more action here. Oh, jeez. As we say that Brad Vaughan's got a 5-second time penalty for a driving infringement. So this is Emily Jones in the car that she's sharing with Brady Myers, making some aggressive moves at turn number 4. She's bringing Dylan Rudd and Rick Kuznetsov along with her as well. A couple of primary drivers who are up against co-drivers at the moment in the 9.5 Sim Sport entries and trying to make up some spots.
How about that move down the inside as well from the 0.33 for Christian Smart, gets elbowed out a little bit, drops a couple spots further back, and now it's Raina Costello that's going to go side by side down to 11. They'll squabble. There'll be contact, some more paint traded, and they'll get out the other side. And then that is Costello saying, hey, I'm not overly too happy about that. I'm sorry, that's Kuznetsov that's saying, I'd like another spot here, please. Where can I buy a ticket to the end of the race? I'll buy a ticket to the inside line, fill the rear view mirror, and then pulls out and settles back into that one here, Lockie. I get the feeling we're going to have a driver-triggered safety car if this keeps up.
It's got that feel about it, doesn't it, with the big gaggle of cars all running in very close proximity to one another, but that was Christian Smart who had his ears absolutely boxed there. He's running that alternative strategy as well, having only made the one pit stop, and it was the earliest pit stop of any car in the race, way back on lap number 40, so that car will be on rather second-hand tyres at this stage as well.
Yeah, so it'll be unfortunate for those guys. I'd like to keep an eye on that Jones Myers car, like you said. I think when they brought up the strategy guide for the end of the race today, I think underlined, circled, and a few exclamation marks at the end of it, aggression overtakes. I think that was in their race strategy.
Riding on board with Shane Van Gisbergen, he's up behind Bo Albert at the moment, who is one very, very handy commentator. We've seen that he's done some very good work behind the microphone in years gone by, but on driving duty this weekend, sharing with Matt Bowler in one of the Evolution Racing Team entries.
Yeah, he does talk quite well, very well spoken, and handling things for Matthew Bowler as well. And I talked to Matt. I said I got my fuel numbers from him. I actually just sort of asked him a little bit about the race. I thought, we're here, we're definitely asking about it. They were targeting the top 20 for qualifying. They said their confidence in quali wasn't 100%. Bowler always says he's actually really nervous at qualifying. Qualifying does not make him feel comfortable in the car. Prefers racing. Most guys were, in terms of strategy, which is exactly what we've already seen, most guys are already going to try and get their co-drivers out of the way as soon as possible, checking those crucial numbers. He's feeling pretty average overall. Practice didn't go to plans. Feels like he could struggle. Maybe it's having Bo Albert alongside of him that'll calm him down a little bit. And I think Bo Albert, that strikes me. He's very calm, cool, collected customer. Yeah,
he'll be a good calming influence. Like I said, Bo Albert's very well spoken. I've had the pleasure of commentating a number of sim racing events with him over the years. As we see some more moves happening, this is Raina Costello being overtaken by Sean McNamara at turn number 1. Sorry, it's actually the Rick Kuznetsov car that's gone past there to move up into 11th position. So those two 9.5 Sim Sport cars of Dylan Rudd and Rick Kuznetsov both on a bit of a charge at the moment to get themselves back up into the top 10. The other one who's making his way up through the field is Ethan Grigalt. He was down in 20th a few laps ago, but he's worked his way up into 15th position, so it's been pretty good progress from Grigalt, despite that suboptimal strategy earlier on, or suboptimal pit stop earlier on.
Well, remember how we were talking about random safety car periods?
We've got another one.
Yeah, you bet. Glenn Postlethwaite will jump straight in. And Job Stewart, by the way, Job Stewart was right on the pit lane entry. He sort of had to make a very quick call. He's continued on, and he's pushing hard on this next lap as well. This is critical. The look at the action that's going to come down in pit lane. It's actually probably not a bad idea that a few of these guys that are in the midfield actually push on a little bit further. We haven't hit those numbers. About the only car that's relatively close to clearing their co-driver numbers is that Van Gisbergen car. Everyone else has got a lot further to go. This is a good opportunity. They'll grab, surely they don't grab tyres at this point in time. They need to buy some track position back, and then they can pit in about 10 laps time, get Van Gisbergen out of that car, put fresh rubber on that car, and go as hard as they possibly can. Do they go for a driver swap here? They might, they might.
To get back some track position, it could be an option for them. And then, yeah, the problem is that SVG will then have to get back into the car. So no, they've left SVG in the car. They want to try and get some track position back later by taking the opportunity to top this car up with fuel. And all of our leaders are coming in as well. Now, once again, this safety car has come at a very awkward time in terms of the overall strategic picture of the race. What are we? We've completed lap number 73.
We're at the tail end of 73, and Job Stewart has just gotten out of that car as well. So they're going to clear. They're going to look to clear their co-driver number of laps right now. There'll be a number of cars up and down the field. That will be their target with this one. So the goal of this pit stop right now, and Blake Purdy's going to rejoin, currently trundling down the pit lane. He's in about 10th. Might be 9th when he rolls out. No, it will be 10th when he comes out the other side of the pit lane. That's so crucial to keep an eye on. Somebody else just went rolling by. It was Scott Gamble, actually, but he's off the lead lap. There'll be a number of cars that are now off the lead lap. There'll be some drivers coming down and going, hey, we've got a window here. Let's get some damage repaired. But that pit lane exit right now is chaos.
So this has really mixed up the strategy like you would not believe. So there's several drivers who have elected not to pit. So it's now the Trans-Tasman cars that run in positions 1, 2 and 3, with Andre Heimgartner leading ahead of Corey Shepherd and Ross Rizzo. So they've not elected to pit under this safety car, and they, by my reckoning, are still going to have to do a couple more pit stops to get home. All of the people who have come in under this safety car based on fuel range should now be able to make it to the end of the race on one more stop.
So one critical thing is I've just had a look at the Purdy Stewart car. They did 41 laps under their first stint. They come back into the pits at the end of lap 73, and they put Purdy back in that car from lap 74. For me, at the end of lap 87, they can pit, they can throw Job Stewart back in that car, they're good to go. There'll be a number of drivers right now that are right on the cusp of that window. They'll be looking to the 54 markers. Remember, we had a lot of pit stops around that 40 margin. Now for me, co-drivers, they're into about lap 90, 94, in that margin. That's what we're sort of keeping half an eye out for. But the car that's cleared the most of their co-drivers hours right now is the 088, and the other one is that the 35 car, which has got Purdy back at the wheel. That's a phenomenal window for them, and that was why Job Stewart stayed out last time by.
There you go. So that car now becomes a contender as well. This has got all of the makings, though, of a classic endurance race, hasn't it? Where we get this real mixture of strategies playing out, and it doesn't really resolve itself until we get to the last round of pit stops as to exactly who's going to end up in what position. I'm interested that the Trans-Tasman cars have elected not to come in, because unless we get another safety car a bit later on, they're probably going to have to make an extra pit stop under green flag conditions that their rivals may not have to, and that could be a disadvantage for them.
So the reason these guys are doing what they're doing for the Trans-Tasman, they've actually got a really good, they've got a strategy pinned down and underlined right now. They feel that when we came to the pit lane, lap 54 was when the previous safety car was called, so it was about lap 55. It was just, remember how I said it was about 20 laps worth of fuel to get a co-driver in and out of that car and do a driver swap? We weren't quite at that range. What that means is with the pit stops, they would have been sat static, not putting tyres on the car, not doing anything, but bolting and belting in a driver. That's it. So the reason they didn't come to pit lane was because they go, okay, we're going to have to pay off some of this fuel debt. Let's leave our guys in this car. And Andre Heimgartner, I think they were in about lap 40 or so. So he's got to get through to about lap 94 or so. So that'll be their target. And they can go to that lap since that pit stop on lap 55.
Yeah, okay. And on fuel range, they should be okay to make it through to about lap 100 or just shy of it, 98 to 100. Of course, under the safety car, you do save a bit of fuel as well, so that's the other thing that increases your fuel range. What a fascinating race this has turned into. So the best of the cars that's made 3 pit stops so far is the car in position number 7 with Corey McFarlane and Dylan O'Shea. Corey McFarlane hasn't completed his minimum number of laps yet. However, in terms of fuel, that is the highest place of the cars that we believe can make it to the end with only one more stop. The top 6 cars in this race will all have to make a couple more stops to get home.
I don't hate it. So let's talk cars. So we only pitted 20 laps ago, right? Yeah. At that point in time, most of the field had about 20 laps on their co-drivers at that specific number in point in time. The guys that pit earlier and got their co-driver in the car earlier are right on the fringe of ticking off their co-driver range. Shane van Gisbergen, 6 laps time, he can get out of the car. Job done.
Yep.
He
100%.
is now in a really good spot. The problem for them is fuel drop.
And the other problem for them is track position.
Yeah, that's another issue, but we'll get to that in a few moments. But the drivers that got in a lot earlier, so anyone who pit around lap 30, lap 32, and from my mind, Corey Shepherd went very long. I feel like the Andre Heimgartner car came in a fair bit earlier, but whoever pit earlier in that margin can now pit, throw their driver out, do a driver change, they're good to the end of the race. So they can actually get their main game drivers back in a lot earlier. So remember how we were talking back at the start of the race? Oh yeah, you really want to open up your strategy options? Well, that's because of these safety cars. That was the worst possible thing that you could have done. Brady Myers did 46 laps on that first stint. Wade Burke, 47 laps on that first stint. They've had their co-drivers in now for 30-ish laps. They've got a long way to go. It's not even that. It's 30-ish laps on the dot. They've got to do 25 laps of their co-drivers right here before the earliest pit window to get their main game driver back in. They're in a hole.
I just noticed that SVG came back in for another pit stop. I think what they've done is they've come in, they've topped that car up with fuel and probably put fresh tyres on it as well. The idea there is that they want to have maximum fuel flexibility that they can possibly have. So they've topped that car up with fuel at the last possible opportunity. They've put fresh tyres on it because they need to now get themselves off strategy to try and fight their way back into this race. And here we come. I'll tell you what, SVG's only just going to catch the back of the train before the race is back underway. There's advantages and disadvantages with the different strategies, but the one advantage that the Trans-Tasman team have at the moment is track position. Oh, look at that, they've got clear track. They're out of all of the nonsense that may unfold behind them, and they are free to press on it as hard and as fast as they possibly can at the moment.
And have a look at the 2 cars, the ERT cars that are in behind them. Remember, we talked about Ross Rizzo. Yeah, he was actually, I thought he was behind, he was ahead of Lachlan Capel the whole time. So those 2 cars are now in a phenomenal, I say ERT, I meant Trans-Tasman Racing for Ross Rizzo. But Bo Albert's now in a phenomenal position. So these guys have bought a lot of... That's a slowdown penalty. That's absolutely a slowdown penalty for Andre Heimgartner. He's taken too much curb at turn 2, turn 3, so he's been hugely penalised here.
Oh, and he's going to potentially lose more positions at Dandenong Road corner as well, because one of the Evolution Racing Team cars was looking down. That was Bo Albert looking down on the inside. He's managed to hold on to that position, but Andre Heimgartner, that's the worst possible time to cop a slowdown penalty just after a safety car restart when you've got the field bottled up behind you. And this is a battle for what could turn out to be the effective race lead later on. The two cars that are the highest placed on the 3-stop strategy to this point. Harley Haber looking down on the inside of Corey McFarlane as they head into turn number 1, and he gets the move done as well. So Harley Haber moves up into position number 6.
And
that could prove to be a critical move later on.
Yeah, you're 100% right. That track position right now, because this gives these guys the opportunity to go with the drivers ahead of them and have a look at Purdy, who is down the inside there as well. He was applying the furnace to the Justin Wallace car. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought the Sandown 500 was a little bit sedentary, you thought he was sitting around, you thought it was going to be watching a little bit of paint dry, well, not anymore. It hasn't been that thus far, and the drivers have kicked it up another notch. And have a look at the 04 car. This car was a lap down. What, 20 laps into the race? They're in the top 10.
Oh, can he get the move done, Blake Purdy? They'll go side by side. Oh, we've got cars off the road. One of the 9.5 SimSport cars, and also Dylan Rudd off the road at Dandenong Road corner. And there's more action happening. This is Blake Purdy with another move, this time in the last couple of corners. So he's gained 2 spots in the space of a lap. Blake Purdy up to 8th position.
Yeah, time to get aggressive, time to get those elbows out. If you thought it was an endurance race, no longer. We're under 100 laps to go. In 2 laps' time, we will be past the halfway mark, and you know what that means? It is time. There were drivers talking about buying a ticket to the end of the race. Well, we're within the final 2 hours now. We're ranging up on the final 90 minutes of this race, and at the moment, it's squabbling everywhere. The story has changed, the script has changed when you look up and down the field, and now look at these guys going side by side, bumper to bumper, pushing as hard as they possibly can. O'Shea wants this spot back. His teammate's in the car at the moment, McFarlane, and he'll be cheering him on, and there's nothing he can do about this. He's just got to watch.
Wow, what a move from Harley Haber around the outside of Andre Heimgartner, and he just manages to get it stopped on the run down the hill into Dandenong Road corner. Does he hit the apex? Not quite. Heimgartner gets checked up, and up on the outside. He might get 2 spots for the price of 1 here. McFarlane, indeed he does, and he's going to recapture that spot from Harley Haber. Slows it up at the apex to stop Haber from doing the switchback for the run down the main straight.
Here comes Purdy. Purdy's brought into this one as well, and now it's gone from being a 3-car squabble at the front end of this battle pack. It's now out to 5, 6 cars. They'll go side by side. Blake Purdy on the run down to turn number 1 to the outside of Andre Heimgartner, up and over the curbs. He's still out there, but now it's Haber who's alongside. They'll all try and funnel back in. They're side by side. There's contact made. Wallace is in there. Wallace makes contact. They get out the other side. El Nabi's the car that was escorted to the outside, and Blake Purdy trades paint for the first time tonight.
And gets the move done on Andre Heimgartner, who led this race on. We've got pandemonium on the exit of turn 4. A massive pile-up involving multiple cars, including Dylan Rudd in one of the 9.5 SimSport cars and one of the Evolution Racing Team Mustangs involved in that one as well. My goodness gracious me. Looks like we will avoid needing a safety car to retrieve any of those cars, but a big, big incident there on the exit of turn number 4. Let's have a look, Scott, at how it happened.
Yeah, it's just realistically, it's everyone trying to get in there. There was 2 separate bits of contact at the same time. 2 by 2 on the run down into turn number 4, and then Dylan Rudd is just sat there and staring at his night going down the gurgler.
Somehow Shane Van Gisbergen managed to get through that without any damage. That's the last thing they need tonight. There's any more contact. Out of all of that, Corey Shepherd in the number 77 car that he's sharing with Madison Down has taken the race lead. The point that I was going to make is that Andre Heimgartner had a terrible couple of laps after that safety car restart. First, the slowdown penalty that cost him spots on the back straight, and then he got bundled back a few more spots after that. He's now all the way back to 8th position, Andre Heimgartner.
Yeah, and he was right at the pointy end of this thing. In the meantime, Shepard in the 77, he's going to hand that car back over, and his teammate in Madison Down is going to be sitting there and going, you know what? Not too shabby. Not too shabby, Corey Shepherd. But in the meantime, have a look at Ross Rizzo, Lachlan Capel. These guys are right there, and they're playing their teammates into the equation. And Bo Albert will be the next car that's going to run on through as well. Corey McFarlane to 5th place. And right now, yes, you need to buy yourself a ticket to the end of the race, but have a look at the destroyed race cars deeper in the field. I think right now, one of the biggest things these guys need to do is settle themselves down. They've got to be aggressive, sure, but you've got to have a race car to play with at the back end.
Yeah, exactly right. It's risk minimisation. Yes, track position gets more important the deeper we get into this race, but we've only just ticked over the halfway mark. There's still a long way to go in this race. Still at least 1, possibly 2 more pit stops to go, depending on who you are. And still the possibility of more safety car interventions as well. And you just don't know how it's going to play out.
This Justin Wallace car, by the way, didn't pit on lap 55. And remember, they put Wallace in that car. Was it lap 26, I think it was? They're going to be good to get him out of this car now. Anytime now, they can get him out of this car, and they're good to the end of the race. Oh, but he made a huge moment. Take him off the screen. I think with commentators cursing him.
And the Van Gisbergen and Scott car's in a similar position as well. I think that SVG must be either just about to or has already completed his minimum number of laps. So they're getting very close to a position where James Scott can get back in that car and drive it to the checkered flag.
I mean, they are, you're right. Technically they are. But remember, you've got to do about 20 laps worth of fuel, and they've got a fuel car worth of fuel. They will be sat static for an awful long period of time if they do that. They were on the best strategy in terms of a green flag end-to-end race, but when you throw safety cars at it, maybe there were some numbers that needed to be crunched.
But equally, because they kept topping that car up with fuel, the safety car, they've now got the best fuel range of anyone. Their last pit stop was on lap number 75, so they've got 3 more, at least 2, and in some cases 3 more laps of fuel more than their nearest rivals. So, yeah, they can go deeper into the race, and they can have a nice short pit stop for James Scott for him to get back into the car. Now, SVG got into that car on end of lap 28, so that means you'll have to get out of it no later than lap 108.
So we've still got leeway. Yeah. That'll be 33 laps in the tank, so that's sort of a reasonable margin. I think they'll target lap 100, and I reckon most of these guys are going to be targeting about lap 90 to lap 100 is when we'll see all the main game drivers back in. And I think by that margin, no matter what strategy you're on in terms of main game versus co-driver, you're going to be close to handing it back over. Yeah, so there'll be an interesting one here.
What a drive this has been from Corey McFarlane and Harley Haber. I reckon in terms of strategy, those 2 cars and also the Job Stewart Blake Purdy entry are shaping up as the ones who are potentially going to be fighting it out for victory at the business end of this motor race, given the various pit stop phases that we're on. Remember, they can go 19 laps further before they have to do what will be their final pit stop compared to the cars ahead of them on the racetrack, which will have to make 2 more pit stops.
So, just looking into things, something happened under that safety car period, actually, for the Andre Heimgartner car. They passed 888 under the safety car, so there's something that's going on there as a part of the safety car process. They've got a drive-through penalty. This is going to ruin their race.
Oh, wow, how things can change. Oh, unbelievable that they passed the 888 car under safety car. So they must have not even been on the same lap at that stage.
Justin Wallace is out of that car. They're pitting and throwing Luke Mitchinson back in. So they've completed their minimum co-driver laps. So job's done for those guys. They've done, in the realm of, I think it's 68 laps for their co-driver. So they'll have one of the shorter co-driver stints here tonight, and their job's done. That's over to Luke Mitchinson. But are they going to stay on the lead lap? And how good's this battle back up at the front?
I'll tell you what, it's been a race where you really need to have your brain in gear as far as strategy is concerned, but at the same time there's also been just some fair dink of hard motor racing out there on the track, as we see that it is that drive-through penalty for Heimgartner now confirmed for passing under safety car conditions, and I'm amazed that a driver with Andre Heimgartner's real-life experience would make a mistake like that. And they will be kicking themselves for that error. But that's been the story of the night, though, isn't it? About people making errors and having to fight their way back. Now, here's a replay of when we think the infringement took place.
So this will be on the pit lane release. Okay, this makes sense because I was saying, where's the pit lane release? The blue cone's down here at the end. The 888 is ahead at this point in time. So the 8's gone by, but the safety car's already been called. Been called.
Okay. Wow.
He's trying to redress right there. He realizes what he's done.
Wow, that's a... Yeah. It's an easy mistake to make. I'll actually, I can understand now why that mistake was made, but at the same time, it's the safety car is there for safety, and that's why the penalty is harsh for that sort of infringement. So they'll take a tour of pit lane, unfortunately, and that's going to take that car right out of front-running proceedings.
That'll be frustrating as well, because, I mean, if the car had peeled out of pit lane and it was a blending violation, that I could understand, but that one's a tricky moment in terms of the way that we handle safety cars in the sim. I was actually having this conversation with a few different people. I love having this conversation. Sim versus real life. It's one of those tricky conversations of how real do you want it to get. We obviously want to mimic real life racing as close as we possibly can. That's why it's called a sim, a racing simulation. But at the same time, there's some things that you don't want to trip over, and sometimes you want to go, well, we are a little bit more of a game, and we do have those gamified elements, and safety car periods and simulations is one of those ones that there's a million different thoughts on what the process should be. There's a million different thoughts on how you should think about that exact scenario, and I think there's about a bunch of drivers right now, particularly that number 8 car, that think they've fallen on the wrong side of the equation.
Never any shortage of controversy in the Logitech G Pro Invitational A Series, and like you said, there'll be plenty of discussion points later on tonight. Here's a good battle. So we've got Shane Van Gisbergen making a move on Anton De Pasquale. A couple of real-life rivals battling for position. A lot further back in the pack than they would have been hoping for, though. That was the move, 24th position being made there by Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, nice little move, and that's obviously attempting to rescue their night. But how good is the recovery, at least, from this 201 car? Remember, they were missing the rear end of their car. It was looking quite destroyed. They've at least managed to use these safety cars to get into the lane, do some damage repairs, and get that car back together. After all the damage, it wasn't struggling too bad. There was definitely not at the pointy end in terms of its pace, but they've at least attempted to resurrect Unite. And look, in an endurance race, there's a lot of opportunities for that. I think the big shout-out is going to be put to this team and said, hey, when the chips were down early, when they got involved in early chaos, yeah, look, they could have given up very, very quickly and easy. They didn't do that. They rescued their race, and for Andrew Gilliam, it's quite key. Remember, he's 5th in the championship.
Indeed, and James Scott is the championship leader, so it's important for them to salvage as many points as they can out of tonight for James Scott's title campaign as well. Now, the interesting thing with the Van Gisbergen Scott car is that on fuel, they'd be able to make it home on one more stop, but on driver time, they're probably going to need 2. Remember, we said that Shane Van Gisbergen cannot go beyond lap 108, or he will exceed his maximum continuous driving time in the car. And even with the revised fuel numbers, lap 108 is still too early to pit and make it to the end of the race. So car 088 will require 2 more pit stops tonight.
Yeah, which is going to be tricky for them, particularly with where they're sitting at the moment. So that's effectively done them in terms of the strategy. But that's the game that we play. That's safety cars, isn't it? Have a look at this as it closes up now at the front end of the pack. And Ross Rizzo is defending. These two are friends, actually. Ross Rizzo and Lachlan Capel. They're long-time friends, love driving with each other. Big fans of the GT3 cars and do a lot of driving in those sorts of things. And Ross Rizzo, I think he's just hit his minimum driver laps, and that is him handing back over to Josh Anderson to the end of the race.
Indeed, so there we go. Pit stop happening under green flag conditions and a driver change happening for that car. It's another car that will still need at least one more pit stop to get through to the end of the race. Emily Jones, she and Brady Myers have been in the cut and thrust of the action tonight, but they're actually on a pretty good strategy as well. They're another one of those 3 stopping cars that last stopped on lap number 72, so they're in contention for a top 5 or top 6 finish once all of these strategies play out.
Critical lap number for that car, lap 100. They got out of the car, they did their driver stop. Remember, Myers ran really, really long, got to lap 46 on that car. That is what they've got to do, 54 laps. Lap 100 I've got for them will be their critical lap number.
Yep, but it turns out, or it might turn out, that it's better for them to go a bit deeper into the race than that to get to the end on only one more stop. So, yes, there are some teams that are very close to completing their minimum number of laps for the co-driver, but in the interests of getting to the checkered flag with only one more pit stop, you might actually be better off running your co-driver a bit longer, particularly if they're capable of doing good lap times, which Emily Jones's pace has been pretty good tonight.
This is actually a curious one. Now we start to think. So 74 plus 88 will get you home. That gets you to 162. So, but the problem is, I think for these co-drivers, no, they should be. A lot of them should be fine to hit there. Because it'll be 80 laps, so, and that would have kicked off for a lot of them about that lap 40 marker, so they can go through to about lap 120, the maximum range. So for one stop, it will be, yes, one stop to home for the bulk of this field, but it'll be right on the edge of that strategy margin. So everyone that did pit under that last safety car, they will need 2 stops, 100% for sure. Everyone that did pit under that last safety car, they have to run 2 tanks completely dry.
Correct, yes. Yep.
So now, critical lap number becomes 74 plus 44. We're looking about, what, what's that, 118? 118 is your critical lap number.
Yeah, about that. Yep, and that's, like I said before, that's about 117, 118. That's probably about the earliest you can stop. Maybe a bit earlier, 114, 115 on fuel range, about the earliest that you can stop and make it home. So, yeah, the final pit stops for everyone will probably end up taking place around that point, you would imagine.
Interesting to have a look through the field at the moment. So, obviously, cars that are best parked in terms of their race strategy because they've got a fast co-driver and they're in on that fuel strategy. We've already talked the 19, the 55, but the 35 car is all of a sudden, they've played themselves right back into the equation in terms of their strategy. I think they'll run Blake Birdie as long as they possibly can here, and it'll be the goal will be to get him to that marker. Here come the pit stops, by the way. Bo Albert's just pit, so he's done. He's going to hand over that car to his teammate.
Yeah, so some of those cars that had last stopped on lap number 54 are going to be getting close to the end of their fuel range as well, because they've now been out there for 38 laps. So they've probably only got at most 8 or 9 laps, maybe a couple more if they save fuel under that safety car. So we are getting into that phase of the race where we will start to see a flurry of pit stops.
This is everyone that has to do 2 stops, by the way, as they'll dip out of this one. I'm really, really curious how long these drivers that are in the car at the moment go, because they're in on lap 55 under that previous safety car. So 44 gets them to about, what, 99? So it's still 20 laps shy of what they need to get home. But how long do they carry on? Do they just come in, take their medicine nice and early?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've always been of the theory that you actually, if you can, you stay out a bit longer, because it opens up your flexibility and it means that you're not exposed later on if there's a safety car. But at the same time, if you've got a co-driver that's substantially slower than your primary driver, you want to get the primary driver back into the car at the earliest opportunity as well. So the answer to your question there, Scott, is that it will vary from team to team.
It will. There'll be a massive amount between team to team as well. I think the guys that are up at the front, the co-drivers are actually doing quite a reasonable job. So, you know, at the end of the day, are they doing gangbusters style co-driver of the year? No, they're absolutely not. But at the same time, there's a few co-drivers out there that are taking a lot of risk and putting it all on the line. Obviously, Van Gisbergen has to, doesn't have a choice. But there's a lot more co-drivers that have gotten in and just been very stock standard, haven't done anything flashy, haven't set the world alight, haven't gone for fastest laps because they know that's not their role. And for Lockie Capel, who's 17, by the way, that's a phenomenal drive from a raw youngster who only picked up a sim in the middle of COVID. So, you know, from a guy who was learning his craft a couple of years ago and wasn't necessarily at the top of his game, he's only risen through the sim rankings in, say, the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, a lot of guys got into sim racing during the COVID era, didn't they? And we've seen that they've continued with it since then and continued to refine and hone their craft. Shane Van Gisbergen's just got his head down at the moment. He needs to try and dig them out of the hole that they found themselves in earlier on as a result of that incident at Dandenong Road Corner. They were further back than fullback after that collision, and then the extra pit stops that they had to make for repairs. But he is making up spots, SVG. He's up to 15th position.
That's a phenomenal drive through the field, given that they restarted way down at, 35th or so? So that's plus 20 since the resumption of the green flag racing? That can't be understated. So...
No, the problem, though, that I mentioned, as I mentioned earlier on, is that they will have to make 2 pit stops based on the fact that Van Gisbergen has to get out of that car sometime before lap 108. So the decision to put SVG in the car early, it could have worked for them if the safety cars had played out a bit differently for them, but just with the fact that we've had the 2 safety cars, it's ended up working to their disadvantage, and that's a very aggressive move on the inside of Michael Schreier. Sorry, it was Hayden Harrison there that SVG was going past at Dandenong Road Corner. Here we go, let's have a look at the replay. Down the inside. Well, he was well down there. So I think that Hayden Harrison probably just needed to leave him a bit more room there, to be honest. Actually, he had the... What do you think? He had the front inside wheel slightly locked there. It'll be interesting to see how that one's read in race control.
Well, it'll depend upon where the first contact was made, because if the first contact was made in the centre of the corner, and remember, if he straightened Van Gisbergen up a little bit there and sent him wide, well, they might actually go, you know what, that might be play on. But given that Van Gisbergen was in deep and he's pinched the brake there, just because he's carried on with it, it'll depend upon if Ratsu, if he's actually unloaded him at just a fraction there, and from the shots that we got, I don't think he did, and that says to me there's going to be another penalty. Well, not another penalty. You'll be at fault in the second incident. The first one was self-penalising. So it'll be, have a look at this. What's the attitude of the car when they get down to the apex here, and where's the first piece of contact?
So...
No. Van Gisbergen's got a penalty coming for sure.
Yeah, it was the fact that he came in so hot that he wasn't able to leave Hayden Harrison any room on the exit. That's what the officials in race control will not like about that one.
Yeah, there's not enough room there, and like I said, if you straighten him up and then that's caused Van Gisbergen to run wide, different story. But he hasn't in that incident. No, yep, I'm pretty happy with the penalty. I'm curious as to what the severity on that one might be.
Now, this is the battle for the lead, because Corey McFarlane, in fact, our leader's in. I was just about to say Corey McFarlane has driven right up to the back of Corey Shepherd, but Shepherd is out of fuel, so he's into the pits. And it's now Corey McFarlane who takes the lead of the race.
How's Postlethwaite doing as well, by the way? This is a phenomenal drive from Glenn Postlethwaite. It's been really, really quiet. There's been nothing. Remember what I said about co-drivers just having an average night, a really quiet drive? Yeah, there's been some bumping, some grinding, but he's kept it on the black stuff, and he's positioned this car in a reasonable spot, so they've done quite well.
Now, the other interesting thing that happened is that Harley Haber has come into the pits on lap number 93 and handed the car back over to Luke Rosella. Now, is that a drive time thing? Was Harley Haber getting close to his maximum number of laps? Because
no.
Well,
for him to be close to his maximum number of laps, he would have been in the car on lap 18.
Yeah, so that's, to be honest, that's earlier than I expected them to stop. I would have thought they would have stretched it and tried to get to the end on one more stop. But by pitting on lap number 93, they've now locked themselves into 2 more stops, a bit like everybody else. So that's a bizarre call for mine.
You know how you said earlier on there was a car, and it was actually the 04 car. You said that they pitted very, very early on, and you think that might have been hardware. I just don't. From that car, I can't see anything but a failure causing that. Because they were in a great spot.
They were in such a good position. So if that's the case, that's a great shame. So that's handed a big free kick and a big strategic advantage for mine to car number 19, Corey McFarlane and Dylan O'Shea.
Yeah, so how long will these go? Andre Heimgardt, by the way, is in pit lane. So he's, I think, about to jump out of that car and hand that one back over. El Navi's in a great spot. So this is again, give yourself flexibility in terms of what your co-driver is capable of. If your co-driver is actually just cruising, he's quite fine. He's in a reasonable spot up front. Well, now you've got a big weight that you'll thrust upon his shoulders and say, you've got to carry this car. The numbers aren't good. You've just got to keep going. There's nothing you can possibly do. And from El Navi, from Jones, from Postlethwaite, they've all done phenomenal drives. How about this from Purdy as well? Purdy's having a phenomenal drive here.
He's been one of the standout co-drivers tonight. There's no doubt about that. He's had to go wheel to wheel with some of the primary drivers on a couple of occasions, and on all of those occasions he has stood tall. There's no question about that. So that car's well in contention for a podium. Just having a look to see where Madison Down has rejoined the race after taking his pit stop. Back in position number 30, and he is now back behind the wheel with car number 77. They'll need one more pit stop to get to the finish of this race. We're about to complete lap number 100. Now here is the incident. So this is the incident for which Dylan Rudd was penalised. Contact at turn number 4, and he'll be given a drive-through penalty for that one.
Yeah, that one took a fair bit of sorting out. They were looking at that for a fair while in terms of race control. When you've got that many cars, you do need to break it down. You've got to break it back to its simplest elements. Was overlap achieved? How much racing room was given? Do we think both cars turned in at the same time? Do we think the car on the bottom came on the inside lane? Sorry, talking oval terminology there for a moment. Do we think the car on the inside drifted wide? Do we think the car on the outside turned in? I actually had a really interesting conversation. I got to pick James Taylor's brain, who's the
Supercars race director.
Yeah, I was actually commentating Thailand Super Series last weekend, and he was actually race director on that one. So I actually got to pick a few bits and pieces of questioning. To be perfectly honest, if there's a room somewhere around a racetrack that I'd love to be a fly on the wall on every single weekend of the event of the year, it's actually race directing, because to be able to do that, they've got to, when we talk again, sim differences versus real life differences, sim difference, number one, your driver's not going to know every single thing that's in those rules, policies and procedures. They're going to know the bits and pieces that are relevant to them driving a car. Flags and signals, and things like safety cars and the flashing lights that are on the back end of them. Now, we've already had, safety car come out tonight. No lights on the back end of that thing. It's all voice-activated commands going to the drivers, which is why there was some confusion and why that number 8 car actually got a penalty. Now, if you can imagine from Andre Heimgartner's perspective, real-life racing car driver, he comes up on a safety car. He's used to there being a flashing light on the back of that car to tell him what to do in that instance. He doesn't have to wait for a call to go past the safety car. So there's all these bits and pieces, and another one for me is when there's rules, when there's penalties, when there's procedures and bits and pieces in that, the big thing about a sim driving car, it's you in the car. That's it. When I'm racing on my own, I don't have an engineer, I don't have a crew chief, I don't have a guy doing strategy, I don't have a guy changing my tyres, none of that. It's all done by the sim. I'm the one that's got to come up with the strategy. I'm the one that's got to come up with the brains, and under pressure, I've got to deliver on that strategy. And I think we've seen some mistakes at Detroit Belle Isle. We definitely saw them. Guys not being aware of quirks in the race procedures book, because they're a driver first and foremost, and that's what they're focused on. Whereas in real life, the guy sitting there in the pit lane would be going, no, you can't pit yet, you can't pit yet, the compulsory pit stop window hasn't opened. They'd have a check and balance system in place. So that's one of the other things I'd like to talk about to people, is the differences between sim and real life. You'd have multiple heads, working strategy, working rule books.
It's a good point. And the observation about the flashing lights on the safety car potentially catching out Andre Heimgartner is an absolutely valid one. Now, this is the battle for what could turn out to be an effective podium position in this race between Emily Jones and Forzen El Navi. El Navi sitting in position 3 at the moment. Emily Jones right behind him. And Emily Jones was slightly quicker, a tenth of a second or so last time around. And Forzen El Navi will be handing the car over to Wayne Burke. Emily Jones will be handing the car to Brady Myers.
So let's talk about these two different cars and what they've done across the course of their night. Wayne Burke, not quick in qualifying, right down towards the back. In actual fact, that car qualified 28th. Now, from Brady Myers, put that car on 8th position. So that's where their night started in terms of things way back on lap number 1. How have they gotten here? Well, Wayne Burke did a phenomenal job in that opening stint, drove to lap 47 before he pit, threw his co-driver in. Forza Nolnavi has done a phenomenal job in that car, and they had to play strategy chicken. They had to go a different way. They had to go for the undercut, the overcut, thinking about those sorts of things. That relied heavily on Forza Nolnavi's shoulders. In terms of the Emily Jones, Brady Myers car, they had a big mistake early. Qualified 8, drifted back on that opening lap. They had to get the elbows out. They had to get aggressive. So this is pace versus strategy in a heads-up battle.
A bit further back, riding on board with Shane Van Gisbergen, who's up to 12th position, about to become potentially 11th, but he does have a 5-second penalty, so you absolutely nailed it there, Scott. The penalty coming the way of Shane Van Gisbergen, 5 seconds, which will be served at the next pit stop, at which we would expect him to hand the car back to James Scott for the run home. We are on lap 104, about to be lap 105 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational A Series, the Sandown 500. Josh Anderson, yep.
I was just about to say, was there an incident? No, just Josh Anderson out displaying his drifting skills at turn number 1. Somebody tell him he's got to use those rear tyres. How big a fan do you think race car drivers are with rear tyres? Or how big a fan do you think the rear tyres are with the race car driver? Particularly with these big things. I don't know. I know quite a few drivers who would be unpopular with their tyres, and I'll stick my hand up. I'm among those.
Yes, I think so. Just thinking a bit about strategy. So Shane Van Gisbergen will have to get out of the car sometime in the next 3 laps. Because he's getting very close to that maximum continuous driving time. So pit stops soon to come for car 088. We're going to need some pretty special luck from here to buy their way back into contention tonight.
I think it's contention. No, it'll be about what can we achieve, and that will be the only marker that team will be putting down. Remember, when you talk of things, another team that's got effectively 2 primary drivers in their car for all intents and purposes, 2 drivers that aren't too far apart in terms of their overall pace and fastest in qualifying here tonight. So James Scott, and that's what he'll be saying to Shane as well, and Shane will be able to respond to that and continue on, but, you know, it'll be, hang on, mate, let's back the aggression down maybe half a click here. Yes, we need to get these spots, but at the end of the day, I've got to have points in the bank to go on and try and win this championship.
Yep, so there's absolutely that damage limitation exercise now.
Let's talk championship implications out of this round. That's actually probably a really good opportunity to talk about it. So leading the way, James Scott, the 088 car. We just talked about them and the issues that they've had. But where's Madison Down running in that 77 car at the moment? They've done their stop, but they've still got one more to make. They're 25th. So at this point in time, in current positions, they're 14 spots behind championship leader. At this point in time, James Scott will be like, you know what? Let's actually lock that down. This is a great spot for us, a really, really good championship night. Ethan Grieg-Galt is then in 3rd place, right, in terms of the championship for him. What's happened to that car? My brain stopped working.
So
that's what happened to that car.
Ford's in that car, and it's currently sitting in 11th position. But remember, they started off with Ian Ford in that car for the opening stint. He got his ears boxed, he got shuffled backwards. Then we saw Ethan Grieg-Galt having to try and fight his way back through as Shane Van Gisbergen, his night is done. James Scott back in that car now for the run home. This will be the second to last stop of the race for that car.
They could go far enough. This actually was their yeah, okay, this was limited by driver time, that's right.
Yeah, so SVG had to get out of the car because he was getting close to his maximum continuous driving time. What will happen though is that their last stop will be quite short because they should be able to get to somewhere around the lap 154 mark or thereabouts, which means they'll only need a very quick splash of fuel to get that car to the checkered flag.
Yeah, And at the moment, they're actually off the lead lap too. So James Scott was the fastest driver. He looked like he was in control. So I think he'll actually get back in here and he'll punch back on. He may actually claw himself back onto the lead lap through raw speed. And in terms of strategy, at the moment, they're on to finish on the... Sorry, excuse me, the lead lap. It's just where strategy's playing it out at this point in time.
One thing I will say tonight, though, is that one way or another, all of the drivers that we've become accustomed to seeing at the pointy end of the field, the likes of James Scott, Madison Down, Ethan Grigol, Andrew Gillian, one way or another, they've all had issues, and it's allowed some of the, you know, let's call them, I don't want to be disrespectful, but it's allowed some of the less fancied runners to shine tonight. People like Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane, people like Job Stewart, Wayne Burke, they've all had their opportunity to have some time in the spotlight this evening, and it's been really nice.
Well, Dylan O'Shea, in terms of the championship standings, he's actually in ninth spot. He's on 766, so he's actually 300 points off of the race lead, off the championship lead. This will claw back a huge amount in terms of the championship standings. Brady Myers is only 105 points off the lead of the championship at the moment. If they finish on the podium, you said it last time out at Detroit Belial, you don't want to lead this championship. Whoever's led this championship has had drama. They've just had off nights. Something's gone wrong. You know what? Brady Myers might come out of here with the number 1 next to his name. He's very, very close. He's right on that margin at the moment. So when you put that into perspective in the championship circumstances as a whole, if we sit back in a couple of rounds' time and we're crowning Brady Myers champion, he's going to stand up and he's going to go, Emily Jones has actually done this. That's the importance of this co-driver stint right now. And in terms of Dylan O'Shea, Corey Shepherd's just done a phenomenal job all day long. They're a long way back. So if Dylan could have been a little bit closer at this point in terms of the championship, we'd be saying exactly the same thing about Corey Shepherd. Emily Jones right now is driving Brady Myers to a potential... I think he's in competition for third spot. I think right now he's going to jump Ethan Grigol. I think he's into third spot in championship.
Wow. That's unbelievable. And that was just a move as well from Emily Jones for third position. Getting up the inside of Forza El Nabi into turn number 1. So, wow. And keep in mind that this round is worth extra points as well. So, yeah, you're right. It could be Brady Myers, who's very, very handily placed after tonight's proceedings. Here's a look at that manoeuvre. I think it was just a case of better exit traction coming out of the final corner. And, yep, nicely done.
I'm actually just I'm gonna try and get some points on board. I'm gonna walk away and I'm gonna see if I can do the maths on this and actually come back to you and say, let's say everyone finishes right where they are right now. There is some strategy to play itself out. We'll put that question mark over it. But if I can do some mathematics and come to you, I'm starting to think the more I put into this, I think this is championship defining for Brady Myers and Emily Jones.
Wow, I'll let you do the number crunching on that while I focus on what's happening in the race. And at the moment, we're watching a car spinning at turn number 4. So that happened at the back of the shot there, and that's Richard Hampstead. Now, did he do that on his own, or was he assisted? He's parked in a very awkward position there at the apex of turn number 4. He'll have to wait for a gap in the traffic to reverse out. Here's a look at what happened. Now, he's done it on his own, so he's clipped the curb on the inside at turn number 3. That's unsettled the car. It's then launched him out to the outside curb on the approach to turn 4, which he's hit at the wrong angle, and then as he's tried to correct it, he's lost the back end of the car and rotated.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, obviously they weren't having the best night of things. Yeah, this is something I should have done beforehand, so this is my bad. I actually should have... Normally I've got a spreadsheet ready to go with points and whatnot on it, and I can just plug away at numbers. I think my calculator's starting to have a meltdown. Lockie, so bear with me.
I'll let you keep doing the number crunching. We're watching Blake Purdy at the moment. He is in second position. He is just over 3 seconds behind our race leader, Corey McFarlane. Now, we will be starting to get quite close to the last round of pit stops, so we reckon that these cars are probably going to go to about lap 116, lap 117, maybe stretching as far as lap 118 or 119, depending on how much fuel they saved under that last safety car before they take what will be their final stop of the race. Corey McFarlane to hand the car back over to Dylan O'Shea for the run home. Blake Purdy will get out. He'll vacate that car in favour of Job Stewart. And it's been a tough night for the Trans-Tasman racing team with a couple of their contenders in the likes of Madison Down and also the Jake Burton, Andre Heimgartner car, which slipped back after the safety car restart. Madison Down, by not pitting under that last safety car, I think they've just ended up on not the optimum strategy tonight. But that has left the number 19 car in a very handy position, but it's left the Brady Myers, Emily Jones entry as the best placed of the Trans-Tasman machines in terms of fighting for victory in this race. And we know that Brady Myers is quick, so that car's not out of the equation yet, not by any stretch of the imagination, because Brady Myers, when he gets back behind the wheel, he'll be sprinting hard. He's still only a bit over 7 seconds away from the lead of the motor race. He's got time to be able to peg that margin back after the final round of pit stops. We had this performance from Glenn Postlethwaite and Hayden Vell. They've been a bit of a quiet achiever tonight. Glenn Postlethwaite, another one of the drivers with some real-life racing experience, including competing in the National Saloon Car Series a number of years ago, and also done plenty of club-level racing at Winton in Super TT and various other categories. Been a very consistent performance from him tonight. He and Hayden Veld qualified just outside the top 10. It was actually a pretty good qualifying performance by Hayden Veld, but they've still made up 6 positions over the course of this race. There's actually been some really big movers. In fact, 2 of the cars inside the top 10, the number 6 car of Thomas Freeman, it has moved forward 28 positions since the start of this race, qualified down in 37th position and is up running in 9th position. And that's a genuine 9th position as well, taking strategy into account. And so too the number 53 machine of Bailey Fried and Brad Vaughan. Brad Vaughan, last year's Super 3 Series champion, currently sitting in 10th position. They've moved up 26 spots, so from 36th on the grid up to 10th position. Still quite a long way to go in this race. We're on lap number 115. But the last round of pit stops is imminent. We're getting to that phase of the race where we'll see people diving in for their final pit stop. And they should be able to make it home. So we're rapidly approaching the critical lap number. It's only a couple of laps away.
So I've got an update for you. If they finish as they are, Brady Myers will jump ahead of Ethan Green-Gold in 3rd spot. Definitely will clear him by about 19 or so points. It was very, very tight there. But James Scott's not putting together very many points at all for the round. He would finish out of here. Started at 1065, is in the lead by 9 points, would only get to 1233. That's with him at 27. But remember, they're out of sequence in terms of pit cycle. There's a little bit of numbers to go there, and they're a very fast car. I would expect to see them inside the top 20, around 19 sort of place, which would shuffle things up a little bit, make it a lot tighter. If it finishes as it is, we're going to have about 5 cars covered by less than 50 points after this round.
Wow. And heading to the next round, the Bathurst 1000 on the 1st of October. So the championship contest could tighten up quite considerably, which is just how we like it. And the other one as well, Madison Down. Again, they're a bit out of sequence. They've still got 1 stop to go, but it will be quite a short stop. But they are well back in the field in terms of position, with Madison Down sitting in position number 21 at the moment. The decision by them to not pit under that last safety car has cost them a bit in terms of strategy. Corey McFarlane coming up on some lap traffic at the moment. About to put a lap on the number 47 car. If you're a laps car, you do need to make sure that you don't unnecessarily impede the race leaders. That's where we can get a bit of aggro happening.
Yeah, so confirming, I've just done the points for the top 5 drivers. Brady Myers would lead the championship. to Greg Galt by 19 points. Greg Galt would jump to second place. James Scott would then become third. If I've got him finishing, I plugged 19 in to be a little bit conservative and say I think that's where they'll get back to. If they get back to 19th, they will be third by about 20 points over Madison Down. So there's still question marks over the Down and Scott cars. So we've got to keep half an eye on 0, 8, 8 and 77 because those guys are going to shuffle their spots. It's going to be, 50 points covers the top 4. You're looking at 80 points back to Andrew Gilliam, who's currently 12th and I think a little bit out of sequence in terms of strategy as well. But yeah, that's what this means from Emily Jones tonight.
Here's Anton De Pasquale. Amazing when you think of all of the chaos that car's been involved in tonight, that there's still only one spot outside the top 10. They're on a pretty similar strategy to the leaders as well, so another car that should only have that one more stop to make. A top 10 finish for Andrew Gilliam and Anton De Pasquale would be a superb performance given the drums that they've had tonight, and our race leader is in. So after what has been an excellent double stint, Corey McFarlane is in to hand that car over to Dylan O'Shea for the run home. Emily Jones in, so too Forbes and El Nabi. That leaves Blake Purdy as the race leader. So Purdy stretching the stint by another lap. We've reached that critical lap number. People can take their final pit stops and make it to the finish from here.
Yeah, that's so critical. You're also going to see Pasquale's in, Vaughan's in, most of the field's in. They're throwing Myers back into that car. So we said it, you needed to get to 44 laps to get home. We've hit that market. Everyone's coming to the lane. Who's spent too long with their co-driver in the car yet? So there might be penalties for exceeding co-driver hours. I think we're okay. Based upon where the safety car's played out, I think no one's actually done 80 laps consecutively in the car. So I'm going to hesitantly, I don't have everyone's numbers, but I would put a line through that being a penalty here tonight.
Yeah, we have seen in the past people falling foul of that rule and tripping up, but yeah, provided you've done the maths right, it's fairly straightforward. So I think you're right. I think everybody should be okay tonight as Blake Purdy now comes to the lane as well. So he managed to stretch the stint by an extra lap. What another standout performance. Blake Purdy, Corey McFarlane and Emily Jones, they have been the pick of the co-drivers tonight. When some of the other high-profile names like Shane Van Gisbergen and Andre Heimgartner have faltered, they have stood up and performed when it counted, those guys, and they are going to hand the car back to the primary driver in a very, very good position.
And there's a few guys that are going to go really, really long and go, hey, look, we've got nothing to lose. Everybody else is doing crazy things in terms of the strategy. Let's run really, really long here. Remember, we've seen this all night long. Put yourself on an alternate strategy. Do something funky. Get yourself out of that train of cars. Who knows what might happen? Jamie Stovall and Thomas Freeman are two of those. I don't think Freeman, that car, has done enough co-driver hours. So I think they've sort of got to stick. I think it's Blake Delaney back in that car yet to the end of the race. So they are running really alternate in terms of their strategy. But in terms of their overall pace, neither of them are a peak pace in that car. They're nowhere near up the front, but they're very similar in terms of that pace. You can swap both of your primary drivers and co-drivers around. You can have them split at 50-50 and it's no problem.
And they're going to be just about out of fuel as well in that car. In fact, Tom Freer and Jamie Stovall and Thomas Freeman and Blake Delaney now in the pits. That's going to move the Luke Rosella Harley Haber car to the lead of the race. Now, remember, they're an interesting one because they stopped on lap number 93, which was a lot earlier than we expected. So Luke Rosella's right to go to the end of the race. They will need one more stop, which will come at about probably the lap 137 mark based on a 44 lap run on a tank of fuel. So they're not right to get to the end of the race, but what they do have at the moment is track position. So at the moment, obviously all of these pit stops have shuffled up the order again. So yeah, Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane, they're in 6th position. They're the highest placed car that is now right to go through to the end of the race. They are 19.3 seconds behind Luke Rosella. So, yeah, all of the cars in the top 5 will have to do one more stop at this point.
There's something just gone on with the 35 car. there was a penalty that was issued to them much earlier in the race, and they just said, we actually served that. So whether or not race control's gone back, had a look at that penalty and gone, hey, they weren't actually static for long enough, I think is what the question marks are about. They said, hey, yes, we actually served that penalty on lap 19. So there is, at the moment, let's say put a phantom question mark over them. I think they might be okay, but race control are having a look at making sure that that penalty's been served correctly. Remember what we were just talking about, what was it, 10, 15 minutes ago? About drivers normally have an extra person to watch along and help out with this one.
Yeah.
This is one of those markers that you need somebody else to help out with these pit stop penalties.
So at the moment, James Stewart is in behind James Scott, but these cars are on different strategies because James Scott's still going to have one more stop to go. Last stopped on lap 106. They're going to get tantalisingly close to the end of the race on fuel, but they're going to fall just a whisker short. And this is where James Scott, we know that he's had pace in that car all night. He needs to press on now and make up as much time as he can on the track to compensate for that splash and dash that he's going to need to make.
I'm interested. How deep do you go with this 088 car? If they can get a quick stop, remember they've still got a pit stop to make. Remember 19 seconds is what we're calling the pit lane delta. That would put them back about that 20th mark plus a splash for gas. So they're not going to potentially be in the top 19 at this stage. There's still a few cars that are off cycle in those numbers, but I think the 088 car is worse in terms of strategy. And right now it's in James Scott's best interest to hold up this 35 car. I think he's faster, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the night you would have said that James Scott would have had the faster car by far, but at the moment he's not really able to pull away from James Stewart. And yeah, tyres will have something to do with it for sure. Here comes James Stewart up the inside into turn number 1. Job done, and that's an important move for James Stewart because he could not afford to get stuck behind that car. Now, the other interesting thing as well, so when James Stewart came into the pits, he would have been effectively in second position behind the Dylan O'Shea, Corey McFarlane car, but has actually lost out to the Brady Myers, Emily Jones car. So Myers and Jones are now effectively second out of the cars that are right to get to the checkered flag without having to stop again.
And remember that they had some of the best fuel economy all in that first stint. They went 46 laps whilst being aggressive. So this car is extremely trimmed out in terms of a straight line. It's, maybe that's why we saw that incident with Brady down at turn number 1, was because he had no downforce on this car. Admittedly, he was in a lot of draft trains in that early stage of the race trying to get those moves done. So that definitely would have helped in that first stint. But they were one of the cars that we had for just pace without burning fuel. So if Brady Myers has pulled a master stroke, so it's Emily Jones that will have pulled the master stroke because she was in the car, she would have saved fuel and been quick at the same time. So again, you just start questioning Emily Jones and you're saying, hang on, maybe Brady Myers will have to go searching for a new co-driver next season because I get the feeling Emily Jones might get in on her own pace.
Quite possibly. She's been very, very fast tonight. Battles still happening right through the field as we see Brian Borg getting overtaken by Griffin Gardner a bit further back in the pack. Griffin Gardner sharing with Dylan Rudd tonight. Let's have a look at some of how some of our other fancy runners are going. So Ethan Grigault is back in car number 7. He's down in 16th position at the moment. In fact, he's just made the move through on Blake Delaney. Jake Burton, one of the other Trans-Tasman cars, currently sitting in position number 20. And he's battling it out at the moment with Andrew Gilliam, and in fact has just lost a spot to Gilliam as Marcello Rivera comes in for a pit stop.
Just having a quick look, so I'm about to give you some numbers that I'll read off to you at the moment, but I'm looking at pit lane numbers. So the 55 come in for their previous stop to stick Rosella in that car. They came in on lap 94. They'll get to lap 138 if we're thinking going long on that fuel tank. They'll have They'll have 23 laps worth of fuel to add, so half a stint. So we're thinking maybe 30 seconds worth of fuel static for that car. The second place car, the 36 car, they come in on lap 90. They can get to about lap 134. So they're going to have 27 laps worth of fuel, so it'll be more towards that 40-45 second sort of range in somewhere about there. The 77 car went quite long, which has got Madison down back at the wheel. They came in lap 98. We're expecting them latest of lap 142. What I would recommend from everyone that I'm talking about in strategy at the moment, they will split the difference. They will try and get fresher tyres on these cars as soon as physically possible. They'll split this final stint in half. I'm not expecting one more safety car. If we get to lap 155, it was in the supplementary regulations, 155 to the end of the race, there will be no more random safety cars. We've had 2. The options now are either 2 or 3. So I would say we're probably going to have 2, and that'll probably be us.
Yeah, but you just never know, do you? We'll wait and see it. Another safety car would throw yet another spanner in the works of this race. The advantage that Madison Down has at this stage is the fact that his final pit stop's going to be a bit shorter than the other cars that are in that same group as him in terms of strategy. As we said that James Scott, he got overtaken by Job Stewart a couple of laps ago, but he's keeping the pressure on Stewart at the moment.
Yeah, so remember this was tyres, absolutely tyres. The 088 machine last came to pit lane on lap 107. They come out of the pit lane, so they can carry on through to about lap 151. So their fuel window, they've got 10 laps worth of fuel. That's how short on the strategy that they were. 10 laps worth of fuel, you're probably looking 10 to 15 seconds static time. At maximum, plus a 19-second transit time, so they take 30 seconds effectively out of them, and that's how far back up the road they'll finish. About 60 seconds back off the leader, that's going to put them around that 25-second mark, 25th place mark. But remembering there's a bunch of cars that do pit stops as well, so that's not guaranteed. Give me another 5 minutes and I'll have pit stop. I'll talk to you about all the cars and their strategies in the top 20. I'm looking everywhere, man. Like I said, calculator, it is melting from how quickly my fingers are tapping away.
Bailey Frieda and Brad Vaughan being chased at the moment by the Andrew Gilliam and Anton De Pasquale car, which has got Gilliam back behind the wheel for this last stint. For all of the cars that have done their final stops, it really is all about track position now. So if you can make stops like that, it's obviously positive movement back up through the field, and we can see that, yes, getting through there as well, Jake Burton able to take advantage and follow Andrew Gilliam through. Griffin Gardner, he's one of the few co-drivers who's still in a car at the moment, sharing with Dylan Rudd tonight, and about to make a spot, in fact, getting down on the inside of Gibbs, heading towards turn number 1.
Oh, hang on, something's just happened to the 04. This is going to throw a cat amongst the pigeons. We've got a tow. We've got a request for tow. So something has just happened to the 04, and that had Luke Mitchinson at the wheel. This is going to change the game. They're out of fuel. They are out of fuel. That's what that yellow light on the back of the car means. The engine is stopped. That could be a misshift, but I think they're out of fuel.
So, does this trigger another safety car?
Yes,
then?
yes it has. It's already been called.
Wow. Well, just like I said, you just never know what's going to happen. So we have our third safety car intervention of the Sandown 500, and this will be the opportunity for all of those drivers and teams that have one more pit stop to take to come in and get that stop out of the way. So you can expect everybody else in the fields to come in and complete their final stop under safety car conditions.
So I'll give you these numbers, Lockie. This is what I was tapping away at. The top 4 cars all have to pit. Every one of them this time by is going to dive into the lane. The 55 is going to take that right-hand turn. They have about a 30 to 35 second time here. They will stick fresh tyres on this thing. They've got the time to do it. Hand over fist. 19 seconds. Remember, all these times I'm going to read off to you, plus 19 seconds for the strategy. This is what's happened to Luke Mitchinson. I'm wondering, maybe the engine did just blow, or whether or not he's actually out of fuel. No, there it is. There it is. It's a misshift. It's a misshift, so they're not out of fuel. Because they were on 31 laps, actually. No, it was 41. It was 41 laps on that car. So they were right at the end of their fuel range, and that's just a shift down too early. So 30 to 35 seconds for the 55. 36 I've got for 35 to 40 seconds worth of static time. 77, 25 to 30 seconds. So there could be some position swapping in there with just the longer stops. 84, 30 to 35 seconds. Well, we said if we were going to get another safety car, the drivers have triggered that one instead.
Well, Dylan O'Shea, so in net terms, he had a lead of, would have been around 7 seconds over Brady Myers. That is all going to evaporate as a result of this safety car and field compression. So now it comes down to a pure 32 or 33 lap sprint race once we get going again, and I think it'll be 31 laps. And now all of the strategy's done. It's just a case of who's got the fastest car and who can get it to the checkered flag the quickest.
And Griffin Gardner was on an outlap, and Dylan O'Shea's gone past them. They're stuck a lap down. They will get waved by this safety car, but their race has been ruined. They're going to be at the back end of the train. So as anyone who gets caught behind the leader, yeah, sure, they get their lap back, but they don't get a pit. They don't get any of these strategy benefits. You want to be on the lead lap as that safety car is caught or ahead of who's going to be the effective leader. That has torn their night up as well.
So the field is now cleansed in terms of strategy, so let's have a look at who is in what position. So Dylan O'Shea is your race leader ahead of Brady Myers. Once these lapped cars are waved by, it's going to bring Brady Myers right up to the rear bumper of Dylan O'Shea. Job Stewart sitting in position number 3, Wayne Burke in 4th. Then it's Cameron Jones in position number 5 at the moment. That's interesting. He's a co-driver, but he's on board car number 951. Tom Freer, Luke Rosella, Ethan Griggold, Blake Delaney and Madison Down rounding out the top 10. And then there's some fast cars a bit further back. Andrew Gilliam is 12th. James Scott has emerged in position number 20. And Jake Burton is 23rd. So this safety car, yes, James Scott's all the way down in 20th, but because the field's bunched up, he's got pace and he's going to have the opportunity to make up some places and salvage some championship points before we get to the end of this race. What a fascinating, it's been an epic and enthralling race from a strategic point of view, and now it's going to conclude with a flat-out sprint to the checkered flag. We are set for a grandstand finish for the Sandown 500 tonight.
So Dylan O'Shea, I'm just going to have a quick look at that car because I did hear a comment. 39 McFarlane got into that car and he got out. He got out 2 laps before his 80 laps. No, he was about 72 laps consecutive, so they're actually okay. I was a little bit worried about consecutive driving time, and they'll be fine to hand over. So Dylan O'Shea's in that one, so there's no worries over that car. Yeah, lapped cars are being released at the moment. Brady Myers will end up... he's going to end up... He's going to have the championship lead, but with Greg Galt now back inside the top 10, it's only 11 points between those two cars. James Scott's in 21st, so that's a really tight battle between himself and Madison Down. I've got to pick through. There's so much going on at this point in time, and the race isn't over yet. I could just about get you live points minus any... I think we'll be okay in terms of penalty points at the end of the race, but this is going to be on for young and old. Bathurst could decide this championship now, Lockie.
It sure could. We've seen it so many times in real life, and we might be seeing it in the X Series as well. But you just get the feeling that with the field bunched up, and with the intensity and the ferocity of competition tonight, that further drama in this race is inevitable. There is absolutely no way that the positions that they're in at the moment are going to be the positions before we get to the end of this race. Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane, they have done everything right tonight, and when, like I said, when some of the other leading contenders have found themselves in trouble, they have stayed clear of it, and they've bought themselves a ticket, as we like to say, to the last 30 laps of this race. But do they have the pace to hold out a hard-charging Trans-Tasman racing car with a fired-up Brady Myers behind the wheel?
So I just did the numbers. 117. The end of 117 was when Dylan O'Shea got back into that car. So 118 minus 39, 79 laps for Corey McFarlane today. Bang on. He's got his numbers right.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. So this should be the last lap under safety cars. It'll be 30 laps. 30 laps for the final stanza of this race. All of the pit stops out of the way. All of the strategies have resolved themselves. And now it's a pure contest of speed and racecraft and skill.
Drivers that have done a very, very long period of time in this race, by the way. Let's clap our hands together for drivers who have done a phenomenal job. 75 laps, Jake Burt at the moment. So he's done, Andre Heimgartner did 55 laps in that car. 73 laps for Bo Albert, did a phenomenal job. Corey McFarlane, 79, we just mentioned. Brad Ryan, 80 laps, perfect. They hit their numbers perfectly. 76 from Colin Warwick, deep in the field. Habers did a phenomenal job. I actually really, really enjoyed that stint. They drove really, really well. Yeah, there's a number of cars up and down the wheel. That'll be, again, cannot understate. Co-driver hours in this one is going to be critical. Oh, the drives, Lockie, it's been phenomenal.
Here we go. So lights are out on the safety car. It's going to be up to Dylan O'Shea. He is the leader of the Sandown 500, and he is going to be the one who will control the pace of the field at this race start. Do you accelerate at the apex, or do you hold the field back? Well, he's not going to waste any time. He's going to accelerate hard out of the last corner. Beautifully judged race start by Dylan O'Shea. Look at the margin that he's got over Brady Myers, who has to defend because he's got Job Stewart attacking him on the rundown into turn one. And in fact, Stewart's going to go down the inside of Brady Myers and move up into second position. That was a perfectly judged race start from O'Shea. Myers was caught napping, and Stewart has taken the opportunity and pounced.
Yeah, and that's cold tyres now. How long can they run? How bad is the tyre fall off? We've seen it from Brady Myers. He's been aggressive. He's been on the acceleration. He's been on the right foot just about the entirety of the night. Look at the defensive driving to the right-hand side of the screen. And how about the overtake? Is that going to be critical when we get down to lap number 161? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar it will be.
I thought that Myers might have been a driver who'd be on an attack here in the last stint, but at the moment he seems to be the one who's struggling a bit because Wayne Burke has tucked up right behind him as well. We look in the background and see, and it looks like there might have been a bit of contact at Dandenong Road corner. And yes, there's a big gap in the pack there. I think there was a bit of smoke as well. And yes, there's cars running out through the gravel. So once again, Dandenong Road corner, first lap after a safety car restart, proving to be the action zone.
Yeah, and they're all over it. And look at the lights flashing in the background. We're now down 28 laps, 29 laps to the end of this motor race. Well, if you've saved anything for the end, no longer. It is now a sprint race. We said that these guys were getting the elbows out from lap number 11 today. Well, now it is time to get the elbows back out. It was 28 laps was the race distance last time out at Detroit Belle Isle. Well, it's about the same in terms of green flag running to finish this thing off. This is a Sandown 500 to remember.
The sun's starting to set here at Sandown International Raceway. Picturesque sights as the cars plunge down the hill towards Dandenong Road corner. And down the inside to move. Tom Freer sends it in hard, sends it in deep. Can't quite get it pulled up. Another car out into the gravel trap. I think that might have been Andrew Gilliam in the background there. Tom Freer's going to lose a spot as a result of that, and it's Luke Rose who goes past. So Rosella ended up on what we thought was a suboptimal strategy, but he's had pace in that car all night, and he's not out of the fight for a podium, not by any stretch of the imagination.
You called it right. It was the 201. It was Andrew Gilliam that was out in the weeds out at the end of Dandenong Road. He's resurfaced in 22nd place. Just when we were starting to thinking, is this Gilliam on the ascent towards the tail end of this season? Sandown's going to be his undoing. He's going to come back. He's going to watch this one back next week, and he'll have his head in his hands right the way through.
Dylan O'Shea building a margin. It's now out to just over a second ahead of Job Stewart, who has got Brady Myers and Wayne Burke tucked right into the slipstream. What a performance it's been tonight from Wayne Burke and Forzen El Nabi, up 24 positions from where they started. Riding on board with Jake Maloney in 10th position, just in behind Ethan Grigalt, who has lost a spot. So Madison Downs moving through. He was 10th at the restart, but he's made up a couple of spots. Didn't quite end up on the right strategy tonight, but we always know that Madison Downs got pace at the business end of the motor race. Watch out for James Scott because he'll be fighting for it as well. 5 spots, in fact, since the restart. He's up to 15th.
Was that 5 spots? I think it was 6. I think he restarted 21st. He's just gained 2. Get it, 2 at Dandenong Road. The 2 cars ahead of him fighting on the way down in there. Sensed an opportunity, sniffed it, went and found that spot. 2 more spots. This is how you resurge on a night where the points were going against you.
Lots of damage to James Scott's car. It's missing the rear wing, but doesn't seem to be compromising its pace. And here we go. Opportunistic. Sees the 2 cars ahead having their own little contretemps and says, thank you very much. I'll grab 2 for the price of 1.
And how smart it was to look at those cars that were in deep there, prop the car up, turn it shallow, and get the power back down. That is cutthroat driving when you need it the most. That is, if he wins this championship at the end of the season, yeah, sure, people will sit around and go, yeah, it's the nights where he was on song. That really set him up. No, to me, and I've always said this about championship racing, it is the days when you are down, when you're in the dirt, and particularly on a day today where he's had a lot of pace, you recover now. This says more about a driver. As soon as you get into your shell and you go, oh, I'm out of it. I'm done. I can't drive all that well. There's nothing left for me here today. He would not be in a phenomenal position at the end of this series if he did that sort of mindset. If he just let himself go, if he let himself drift, now he's got an opportunity.
Here comes Madison down. That was another spot gained for the number 77 machine. He sliced down the inside of Cameron Jones into turn number 1. So Madison down, starting to turn up the wick at the business end of this motor race. Could he have a surprise for us in the dying stages? And the racetrack's got some serious energy in it at the moment. We saw that for a while. The majority of drivers were circulating in the minute 7s. Everybody in the lead packers back down into the 6s. And in fact, Luke Rosella has just punched out car number 55's fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 6.3.
And it wasn't just their fastest lap of the race, it was the fastest lap of the race. And now look at the 7 all under assault. Green Gold in the dying stages. He's under the pump now. Look at the 951. There was a bit of rubbing there. It's a sprint race. Forget this endurance stuff. That was so 20 minutes ago.
Just about 4 wide heading into turn number 1 as Josh Anderson looks to try and make up a couple of spots under brakes into turn number 1. Cameron Jones, the sole co-driver left, trying to fight it out against the field full of main game primary drivers, has been shuffled out high and wide and sinking like a stone through the field.
Yeah, it's time to get that rhythm back. If you haven't sorted yourself after the restart, settle, shake your head, get it out now. You've got a breather. Couple deep breaths, suck it back in. We've got 24 and a half laps left to go. And if you are out of rhythm and you're out of sync now, you're going to spend the next 10 laps trying to gather that out. It's really, really important you take a moment and you recompose yourself here. I didn't mean you, Lockie. I didn't mean you needed to recompose yourself.
Oh, I just needed to take a breath.
Yeah, so look at this. And look at Luke Rosella. Look at how close he is. He's closed again. So Myers is actually the car that's least moving forwards. He's had pace, and here comes Rosella. Rosella down to the inside. He's going to make contact. They're going to trip over each other. He's going to end up out the other side with the spot, and now looking for another spot. Burt gets through, and they've managed to nick a couple spots. No, Wayne Burke will have to settle.
Luke Rosella's got serious pace at the moment. I thought that the car was out of contention after that, what we thought was an unscheduled pit stop on lap number 93, but through raw speed, they have fought their way back into a podium position. Luke Rosella and Harley Haber, the runner-up position, even the race win not out of the equation yet whatsoever for car number 55.
Let's talk about endurance racing now, because that's what we've been here for. Yeah, it's a sprint race at the tail end of this thing. But this racing server has been switched on for an hour worth of practice, 35 minutes of qualifying, 10 minutes of grid, and 2 hours and 3.75 hours worth of racing action. These drivers have been in this sim for 4 hours in this session. It is taking a toll. There's drivers who are struggling. Who's fatiguing? Who managed to take Jack Boyd's advice and grab a snack early on in the pieces, settle themselves down in? Yeah, you've got a co-driver along, but there's going to be some tired minds out there right now.
There sure are. There's going to be some seriously fatigued drivers out there at the moment. And that just comes down to the management, doesn't it? And that's where saving your primary driver up and not having them need to go too far at the end of the race can actually be an advantage to make sure they're nice and fresh and they're able to apply maximum concentration for what is a high intensity, high energy stage of the motor race.
This is what they live for, isn't it? This is what race car drivers get up for in the morning. It's this sprint race attitude right at the tail end of it. Have I got the outright pace? Can I stick myself in the phenomenal position? And there's more contact, and it's James Scott, who doesn't need to make a mistake right now. James Scott doesn't need to make a mistake right now. There was contact there, and this car has been in the wars.
It sure has. So he was continuing to march up through the field. Now, is this another down the inside move into turn number? Now Dandenong Road corner and contact, and will that be another penalty for the 088 car? That was almost a carbon copy of the move that we saw from Van Gisbergen earlier on, which copped a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, this is the critical one. This is the shot I needed to see. He's up a lot further this time. And there's space out there on the exit. You know what? The 21 might have turned in a little bit there, might have narrowed him up. He wasn't as far to the left as Shane Van Gisbergen was on the previous move. Didn't hop over that curb. I think the 21 was expecting him to be further down that inside.
So Wayne Burke's drifted back a bit as well. We saw that he lost a spot to his teammate Luke Rosella earlier on. He's lost further spots with both Tom Freer and Madison Down getting through as well. So he now finds himself back to position number 7, Wayne Burke. Tom Freer, him and Jamie Stovall sitting in position number 5 at the moment.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal drive from these guys. I mean,
it's the challenge for second position. Luke Rosella continuing his charge forward, and down the inside he goes, makes the move through on Job Stewart, and the number 55 car now up to position 2, and with a sniff of the race lead and potentially victory with 20 laps to go.
And we saw Luke actually over in the YouTube, and he was asking around. He was actually asking a few different drivers, "Hey guys, can I buy a ticket to the end of this race? We're not quite in it on strategy at the moment." Well, I think he punched that ticket. I think he paid a full price premium. He might have bought the overnight stay with all the extra bells and whistles attached to that one. But by word, when he got there, that ticket might be the one to be on. And he's got, oh man, I think O'Shea's in trouble. And again, Brady Myers' pace he's been one of the few cars that's been able to make overtaking moves. And all of a sudden he's just gone missing in this last half an hour.
They haven't had the package for this last stint, have they? Luke Rosella though, can he get up to the back of Dylan O'Shea, put some pressure on and challenge for the lead here with the pace that he's shown in that car? That's not out of the question, not by any stretch of the imagination. What we could be set up for here is an absolute blockbuster finish between two drivers who I think are both fighting for what would be their first race victory in the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series.
Oh boy, if Dylan O'Shea can get this done, he's not had a great year. It's not been, the most concise. That's a huge incident. That is going to potentially cause issues. The 951, it's got punted again. There's more contact. This might not be overlocking. We might have, that car is a precarious spot. It's wounded. Well,
the big question now is, can they get that car mobile, or is it stuck there in that position on the racetrack? Because if they can't move it, then you'd have to say it'll be a safety car for sure.
It's rolling. It's rolling down the back straights. They have got it moving. No more safety car. It's at least out there. It's kicking on. And Cam Jones, I think you mentioned it was about 10 laps ago. This is the sole remote and co-driver out there. This is the risky run.
So last time around, Luke Rosella was 0.3 of a second quicker than Dylan O'Shea as we have a look at the replay. So Cameron Jones and gets clipped again by another one of the oncoming vehicles there coming out of turn number 4. What a shame for Cameron Jones. Restarted inside the top 5 at the last safety car restart. But has been shuffled further and further backwards as a result of having to battle it out with all of the primary drivers. The margin continues to come down. And like I said, Luke Rosella, he was 0.3 of a second quicker than Dylan O'Shea last time through. So if O'Shea's got anything in reserve, he has to dig deep here and he has to try and find a bit of extra time out of the number 19 car.
So this becomes a question mark over how their car's running. So remember this last stint. Yeah, they would have come in, and these guys are on older tyres. Rosella come in on lap 129. Remember, he was out of sequence in terms of pit strategy. This is because he's got fresher tyres on. That's what's triggered this surge of pace. Brady Myers had okay pace at the start end of a stint. That's where he made a lot of his moves. Dylan O'Shea, supreme pace in qualifying trim, supreme pace at the start of the stint. But remember, he lost a few of those spots as the stint went 10, 15, 20 laps. That's where he was real weak. We're into that phase of the stint. Luke is just in this supreme position. Job's doing an okay. Brady's doing an okay job. But I think their races are done. I think we're down to a 2-horse race.
Yeah, and it's going to be a case of what wins out those 11-lap fresher tyres and pace to burn, or the luxury of having the track position that Dylan O'Shea has at the moment. Because even if Luke Rosella catches up to the back of Dylan O'Shea, you can be assured that Dylan O'Shea will drive a very, very wide Ford Mustang. He will not want to give up a win in the Sandown 500 easily. He will defend that position for all it's worth.
Racing incident on lap 142 was deemed a racing incident. That was the 088, the 951 and the 053 car, and that was off of turn number 4. So there's no penalty for that one. I'm just having a quick look back.
There we go.
That wasn't the incident that we were talking about earlier on. I have to go digging through the briefing. So I'm not 100% sure. There was text further up, and it hasn't been reviewed. So I'm not 100% sure on that one. Maybe it didn't get called in. You know what? Maybe Race Control never even saw it. Maybe they've missed that one.
And James Scott, incidentally, is back up to position 11. So in what's been a rather torrid night, him and Shane Van Gisbergen, they have somewhat been able to limit the damage in terms of the championship situation.
Mate, how's Luke Rosella feeling at this point in time? He's got them on the back foot. He's chasing.
Well, here we go.
Walking wounded.
He's there now. He's right on the rear bumper of Dylan O'Shea. So this is it. The battle for the win in the Sandown 500 is going to come down to an absolute sprint race between these two drivers, and Rosella's right in the slipstream. He'll pull to the inside. He's not quite close enough on this occasion when they get down to the braking zone for turn number 1. It's what Neil Crompton would describe as a pressure motor race. It's going to be the last one who blinks. The first one who makes a mistake loses.
So let's talk psychology. Let's think about it. Dylan will know the scenario. He'll be 100% aware of that scenario. He's got Corey McFarlane alongside of him, and Corey will be telling him what's going on. He'd say, yeah, mate, there's a tyre advantage here. There's nothing we can really do about this. You've just got to bang on and do what you can. Dylan's just barely inside the top 10 in terms of points. Luke Rosella's way outside the 20. Think about what this could do for his championship prospects. Think about what this could do for Luke Rosella's season. This could be the day he earns instant qualification back next season. Mindset-wise, well, from Dylan O'Shea, you're inside that top 10. Do you just want to, grab a top 10? Then again, it's Sandown victory moment. How much does the glory mean to the driver of the 19? He's young. He's got experience on board in terms of sim racing capacity. They've driven a phenomenal race. They think that they should be at the pointy end of this thing. They think that they should potentially win this thing, but strategy hasn't played to their favour. Does he get defensive? I think you got to. There's no point in going for the championship prospects from Dylan O'Shea's perspective. He's not going to win it, so you may as well win it Sandown to make up for it.
Oh, I just think it's a case of both of these guys are going to fight hard for the race victory. I don't think the championship is going to come into the mindset for either of them. Right now, both of these drivers are racing flat out for a Sandown 500 victory. It's that simple.
Yeah, and I tend to agree. When you look at all the external factors, when you look at everything that's going on, yeah, it's lights on, it's go, it's race it to the end of the race. There's no championship to play for. You're right.
Now, the other interesting thing that's going to happen here is if these drivers start dicing, they'll slow each other down. We're already seeing evidence of it. They were back to 107.1 last time around. Previously, they'd both been lapping in the mid to high sixes. That time around, the fastest car on the racetrack was Madison Down in position 5. If these two dice too ferociously, it's going to invite a whole lot of other cars to be part of this contest for victory.
Yeah, well, just imagine that. Let alone if they get side by side and they bang doors just a little, that invites everyone back into this marker. have a look further back. Ethan Gregold, he would love an opportunity to put some more points away here tonight. The 088 car back at 11th spot. If these guys dice, I think maybe 1-2 more spots is a little pack of cars ahead of the 088 in terms of things, but maybe it's, you know, you just bank it, you put it away. At the moment, I've done some more mathematics in terms of the point standings. They would, it would be Madison Down who'd lead the way, and it would be 23 points in it.
Wow, so still super close heading into the next round, which is the Bathurst 1000. If you thought tonight's race was a cracker, which, let's not kid ourselves, it has been an absolute cracker. Just wait till we get to Bathurst on the 1st of October. We're hearing that car 053 has a disqualification for not hitting under a mechanical black flag. Car number 053 is the Hayden Veldon Glenn Postlethwaite car. What a shame, because they were running up inside the top 5 for quite some time. They are going to be excluded from the results of tonight's race, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a shame. They drove a phenomenal race. Postlethwaite did a phenomenal job. That again, we've seen the standout co-driver performances, but the under-the-radar ones from Postlethwaite. We've barely mentioned him at all. The only time we've really mentioned him is unfortunately, they've had damage and they're out. So, unfortunate, but such is life.
Down into Dandenong Road corner, and Luke Rosella applying maximum pressure to the rear of Dylan O'Shea. We will have 12 laps to go next time around. Can O'Shea withstand the pressure, or can Rosella force him into a mistake and slip on through?
It's about getting... Go ahead, Lockie, sorry, my mistake.
The slipstream is so powerful. This is it seems to be on the main straight where Dylan O'Shea is most vulnerable, as Rosella feints to the inside, shows the nose, has a think about it, but he's still not quite able to get close enough. And look at this, heading down into turn number 1, as Ethan Gregold goes down on the inside of Wayne Burke and picks up a position. Wayne Burke has just at the pace, and we've got a battle on for the lead here. Rosella up the inside and takes the lead at turn number 4.
Well, it's all come unstuck, and now have a look at Job Stewart, who's all of a sudden, he's right there, and he's in this thing as well. And I was just about to say to you, Lockie, I don't think it's going to be one of the primary overtaking spots, because remember, there's a huge grip disparity between those two cars, and O'Shea will be expecting it at turn 1, he'll be expecting it down here, and we were not expecting this.
Nope, so another incident for Rick Kuznets. Job Stewart's in the fence! Job Stewart is in the fence on the exit of Dandenong Road corner. Now, he was battling for second position at the time with Dylan O'Shea, so I'm going to take a speculative stab at the fact that they've had contact. And what a shame. What a shame for car number 35. It's run at the pointy end of the field. It's run in the lead pack, in contention, and it's out of business.
Oh, my word, no! You'd have to have a go. You've obviously had to have a go. He was weak down there, and then it's just continued carrying on, Lockie. What a nightmare for those guys. They've been in the contention for so long throughout this thing. Alternate strategy, had a crack, really threw it to these top runners, and for Job Stewart, one crack to... Oh, he didn't get up far enough.
Nowhere near. Actually, good job from Dylan O'Shea to not lose control of the car with that tap in the rear quarter panel. Shades of Jason Richards trying to overtake Mark Skate for the Sandown 500 win all those years ago. And unfortunately, that has left Job Stewart and Blake Purdy, after what had been a fine night for those guys, out of contention for the Sandown 500. And O'Shea, he has lost the lead of the motor race. I'm still interested to see the move that Rosella put on him for the race lead. It must have happened through turns 2, 3 and 4. A lap ago, but here we go. This replay will show us the move. And you were right, Scott, when you said that it had to be in an unconventional part of the racetrack. Oh, he got out on the curb at the turning point. So for what had been a mistake-free stint up to that point, he just got a little bit wide on the entry to turn number 4. And that was the only opportunity that Luke Rosella needed to be able to send it up the inside and go through to take the lead of the Sandown 500.
Did he? I think he's left him enough space.
Yeah. Oh.
Mate. I said I wanted to be in that race director's room earlier in the race, and I want to be sitting over, you know, real life race directors, stewards, drivers, observers. That is going to be a borderline call. There are going to be some who definitely agree and some who definitely disagree. And at the end of the day, that's car racing. That's why we go racing. In soccer, it's play it to the edge of the, you know, the whole of the ball has to go across the whole of the line. In car racing, you've got to get up alongside enough. Who's turned in? Who's left enough space? There's enough space to the inside. But did the 55 leave enough space? Did he make the apex properly? This will be picked over. We've got 8 laps left in this thing. I think Race Control have got a real job on their hands to resolve this in regulation.
Oh, you know what? I think if I was in Race Control, I'd let him get away with that one. I think in the end it was a small mistake, but it was a mistake from Dylan O'Shea that left the door open. And it was Luke Rosella who was able to pout. So now Dylan O'Shea's challenge is to not lose his composure, because he's got a couple of very fast Trans-Tasman cars right on his tail. Here's another look at it.
There's been no word from Race Control. Well, Dylan O'Shea actually called it in, so they do have to look at it. It was definitely called in. He's wide, but there's enough space there on the exit, isn't there? It's just a matter of, did O'Shea turn down and pinch him? And if so, is O'Shea at fault? Or did Rosella miss the apex and drift a little bit wide? That's the decision Race Control have to make. Lockie, you've worked in TV, but racing scripts, they write themselves.
Yeah, I've said it before about races, and I think it definitely applies to this one. Whoever wrote the script for this needs a pay rise for a start, and also a good lie down, because you cannot script drama like this. And Madison Down, who would have thought, restarted in 10th position at the safety car restart, has worked his way up to 4th and is now sniffing at potentially a podium finish, applying the pressure to the sister Trans-Tasman racing entry of Brady Myers.
And it's tyres again. Tyres are the big factor here for Madison Down. Another one of the cars that pitted at the safety car. Another one of the cars that took tyres. He's got fresh rubber on board. Brady Myers has responded a little bit. He's starting to come back. So remember, I said they were a little bit weak early on. So the rear tyres now for O'Shea got to work over. He got a roughing up. So he's unsettled. That car is unsettled. Myers has come back into the piece a little bit. And now this becomes about a podium for these guys. Forget the... You know what? I think you're right. Forget the championship as a whole. Let's do maths after the race. In the meantime, let's just watch what unfolds.
So Madison Down, can he find a spot to get past his teammate Brady Myers? He'll be right in the slipstream down the back straight. I still reckon that Dandenong Road Corner is the one where we've seen a lot of quite aggressive sends, but if you want to make a passing manoeuvre and make it cleanly, turn number 1 seems to be the best bet.
In terms of ease, yes, absolutely. Turn 1 is probably the easiest move because it's the least tricky braking zone on the lap. You think about it, every other braking zone on the lap, there's bumps, there's awkward lines, there's curbing, you've got a cadence brake, you've got to come off the brake. But down in turn number 1, it's just straight braking. It's just all about performance. It's not about technique. It's not about how you transition the car.
How about the performance from James Scott? He has hauled the 088 car back up into 8th position. And in fact, last time around, he was the fastest driver on the racetrack, a minute 6.7. So very much a case of what might have been tonight for car number 088, had it not been for the incident for Van Gisbergen at Dandenong Road Corner.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And, that's, again, at the other side of things, that's race car driving as well. You've got to be up there, you've got to be consistent. For Van Gisbergen, there was a couple incidents down at Dandenong Corner, wasn't it, that he was deemed at fault for. So he doesn't like that corner on the sim. Maybe a couple of weeks' time, he'll like it a little bit better in real life. I'm just lost for words at how this race has transitioned. Like, to be perfectly honest, very rare that I'm out of words. Very, very rare.
So with 5 laps remaining, Luke Rosella has extended the margin to over 2 seconds. So in the last stint of this race, he has had absolute pace to burn. Remember, he was in the lower half of the field in qualifying earlier on, but put together a great lap that was still good enough for that car to start inside the top 10 outright. And he and Harley Haver have played a very, very smart race, but it's been the pace that they've had in this final stint that it's really proved to be the decisive factor for them tonight. And they were able to keep themselves somewhere in the lead pack when they needed to be, and then sprint hard at the end.
I mean, it certainly has, Lockie, but, you know, I can't recall a moment in this motor race where it's been nothing going on. There's, you know, we talk about last year and there was no safety cars last year. Well, this year we've had 3 of them. But the racing has just been action-packed. There's been something to look at all stages. It's only now in the dying stages that we're running out of cars overtaking. Well, I had to say it. I had to open my mouth.
Kurt Stenberg, the victim there, getting involved in that one.
And that's our race leader actually in the background of that shot, I think. Yeah, it is.
It is indeed. In fact, yeah, our race leader and all of the other cars, this is the last thing that they'll need to be wanting to be involved in, is getting caught in tangles with backmarkers who are having their own accidents.
Yeah, so for Kurt Stenberg, he's not racing anyone at this point in time, and obviously it's just about over, so the best thing he can possibly do is just stand by the wayside. But look at James Scott, again, back to the wall. He absolutely needed to come out and have the best race that he's driven thus far this season. He's just about done that, and now he's going to rough up and give another tap to Jake Maloney. Maloney might be in trouble here because when you look through that rear view mirror, he sees a 088 coming. Fresh rubber on board, fresher rubber. It's not fresh anymore with 3 laps left in this thing.
No, and James Scott will be driving angry at the moment. It's been a tough afternoon for the 088 car, and he will be wanting to get back as many spots as he possibly can to preserve his championship position. 3 laps to go.
Oh, huge mistake from Rosella at turn 1. So that'll give some margin back, but he's got room to play with. He got in there deep, then the rear of the car came around, so he's not out of this. He's not out of the woods yet. And for him, if this is his first win in the Logitech G Pro settings, think about the emotions in that car. He's done a phenomenal job. He got out to 3 seconds in terms of the lead, and now he's just eked a little bit of that back. The emotions, the nerves will suddenly come up all of a sudden. He's got to be clear. He's got to be concise.
Here comes James Scott. Tucks onto the tail of Jake Maloney as they head up the back straight. Not going to be in a position to overtake him heading down the hill, but he might be well placed to fire it down the inside into Dandenong Road. He has a big think about it, goes the nose, decides at the last minute the discretion is the better part of valour, and backs out of it.
Well, last lap through there, I think he was trying to crush a bug on the back end of the Maloney car. This time he thinks about it, and he's starting to tap out some Morse code signals. So there's been a few different approaches to this, and Stenberg's still in the way of the leader at the moment. So this one isn't resolved at the front end of things because we've still got lap traffic in here, and he needs him to get out of the way now.
Yeah, this will be getting frustrating for Luke Rosella, getting caught up behind the back marker. It's thankfully for him, it hasn't actually cost him that much time to the cars that he's battling with, but he'll be wanting to make sure that Kurt Stenberg knows that he wants to get past. Kurt Stenberg needs to just get out of the way here, get off the racing line and allow Rosella safe passage through.
Well, he just pinched a brake. He's going to run wide down there. That's the job done. So that solves that part of the equation. Now we'll look back at down. Have a look at those 3 cars in the back end of that shot. Remember, this is for spots on the podium. 2 of these guys will get it, 1 won't. Who's going to miss out?
Well, we are into final lap of the 2023 Sandown 500. The white flag waves. What an epic, enthralling endurance race it has had. It has had more ups and downs than the interest rates in Australia, and more unpredictability than the campaigns on the yes and no side of the equation for the voice referendum.
My word, you can tell you're a radio host just the way you propose these sorts of things. It's been 3 hours and 20 minutes worth of race, 3 hours on the dot worth of racing action, and a little bit besides just before the race. It's been such a long period. Do you remember back at lap number 1 when Dylan O'Shea got the hammer down and he put it around the outside of James Scott, and we said, oh, hang on, this 19's got some speed. He put it on the front row. He's had a great race, but it's been about the story of the 55 in this second stint. It wasn't easy. He strapped fresh tyres on this car. He had to make the passes. He couldn't sit there. He had to go after it. And look at the job he's done. Have a look at it for second place, though. O'Shea's still got this thing. Myers is there. Down's going to challenge, but it's going to be done here, Lockie.
What a race on a night when all of the fancy contenders have had dramas one way or the other. It's a masterclass from Luke Rosella and Harley Haber that wins them 2023 Sandown 500. Dylan O'Shea coming home a fine second place with Corey McFarlane. And Brady Myers and Emily Jones, they get on the podium, position number 3 for car number 22. And all around, that is a deserving podium, isn't it? All 3 of those driver and team combinations. They've stayed out of trouble today, but you would have to say that when it came to the final sprint to the finish, it was the number 55 car that had the pace to burn when they needed it most, and that's why they're going to be standing on the top step of the podium tonight.
Yeah, it was a strategy. They went off sequence in terms of strategy. They did something a little bit different. They got Haber in that car, and yeah, we said, look, Emily Jones did a phenomenal job. Again, Haber's one of those drivers that just quietly chipped away, did his laps, put himself in good spots, never put that car out of sequence, never put that car in a dangerous spot, and said, here, Luke, it's your time, it's your opportunity. Show me what you've got. And I tell you what, Luke is going to be ecstatic in that car. I don't think I've ever seen burnouts that erratic in a good long while. And I think that's the emotions of the driver on board.
What a way to win your first Logitech G Pro E-Series race. One of the biggest races of the year, the Sandown 500. Luke Rosella, like I said, he's shown glimpses of potential this year, but nothing like this. This is a win in one of the biggest races of the season. And it's not a case of being a last man standing. He has stood up and performed with genuine pace against some of the very, very top drivers in Australian sim racing. And so it's a very, very fine and well-deserved victory.
Yeah, he's overdone the rear tyres. He's actually put the car in the fence as well because he was celebrating. And those celebrations will kick on for a very long time. How about Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane? He said, I didn't think that was how good that lap in qualifying was. Well, how about those two stuck 161 of the best? If you want to talk who was the most consistent car today, who kept themselves out of trouble, and who did all the right things at all the right times, for me, I think that 19 car, that is one of those races that they will look back, they'll look over the strategy guide and we go, this is a race that we're going to try and make happen again and again and again, because that was perfection today. Didn't get the win, but I think best drive overall. It was just Rosella was in the right spot at the right time.
Oh, there's no doubt that they fought valiantly in car number 19, and in the end it was only that very, very slight mistake for Dylan O'Shea at turn number 4, and we could have been talking about a different combination on the top step of the podium. Running through the rest of the results, Brady Myers and Emily Jones rounding out the podium. We've sung the praises of Emily Jones tonight, but Brady Myers was there when he needed to be as well. Madison Down and Corey Shepherd get back to 4th position after ending up on a suboptimal strategy. Tom Freer and Jamie Stovall, they've been quiet achievers tonight, and a top 5 finish is a well-deserved result for them. Ethan Grigolton, Ian Ford in position 6, Jake Maloney and Joe Mugford in 7th. There have been another quiet achiever tonight. James Scott and Shane Van Gisbergen fight their way back from adversity for 8th position, but it's a case of what might have been for the car that was in command of this race in the opening stint. Josh Anderson and Ross Rizzo in 9th position, with Wayne Burke and Forza El Nabi rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, and then we'll flow it back to Sebastian Flock and Lachlan Capel. Went a different way in strategy in the middle section. Marcelo Rivera and Brad Ryan in the 21 machine. Tough race at the end. Bradley Ratchew and Hayden Harrison, they were on the wars all day long. Jake Burton, Andre Heimgartner, Andrew Gilliam and Anton Di Pasquale, Richard Hampstead, Michael Healy, Robert Gibbs, Rainer Costello and Thomas Freeman and Blake Delaney. Out of sequence in that fishy car, but make it home in 18th, make the top 20. Great race from them.
Indeed, running through some of the results from outside the top 20, we had Dylan Rudd and Griffin Gardner back in 21st. Showed some glimpses of form early in the race, but then caught up in incidents which set them back. Rick Kuznetsov and Todd Hayne ditto for that car, and then Michael Angus and Michael Whiting, Jamie Dyke and David Kirby, Kurt Stenberg and Colin Warwick. We saw Kurt Stenberg involved in a late incident. Matthew Bowler and Bo Albert in 26th position, and the last car on the lead lap. Then it was Brian Borg and Brody Sentence in position 27. Sean McNamara back there in position number 28. Sharing that car with Cameron Jones, who we saw was the co-driver up against all the regulars in that last stint. Harrison Engate and Josh Drag there back to Damien Johnston and Christian Smart in 30th. Adam Briggs and Matt Dench in 31st position. Blake Warboys and Scott Gamble. Job Stewart and Blake Purdy, a car that might have finished on the podium had it not been for a late race incident in 33rd. Then back to Brenton Hobson and Michael Schreier. Hayden Veld, Glenn Postlethwaite, Luke Mitchison and Justin Wallace, Ken Latta and Jamie Knight. And then some of our early retirements, Jordan Ross and Kobe Jones. Jack Boyd and Cooper Murray were out of the race very early on, sadly, and they did not make it to the finish. So very shortly, we'll be having the podium presentation for the Logitech G Pro E-Series. I think the celebrations are on in earnest for our race winners. I think Luke Rosella might just be a fraction excited, Scott.
He's got reason to be. I mean, you've just done, what did we say? It was 3 hours was the journey. 3 hours and 5 minutes or so was the race distance from lights out to flag. It was 499.1 kilometres, quite close enough, 500 kilometres in terms of things right throughout the race. It was an interesting one. There was moments there where Hayden was in the car and Luke would have been sitting there crunching the numbers and going, we're not going to make the top 10 here. We've had reasonable pace. But they found something, didn't they? And then that safety car, the all-important safety car in the middle of the lap 120. So it was about, what, lap 26, 127 when that safety car flew. They got fresh rubber at the exact right time with the exact right amount of margin. They were lucky, but that's car racing. You've got to risk it. You've got to put yourself on an alternate strategy. They did that. Today, it played out. Tomorrow, it might have played out in Dylan O'Shea's favour. And, God forbid, let's talk about Sunday, because it could have been anyone else who would have won it, but today it's them.
Yeah, we thought that extra pit stop was going to put them at a disadvantage, and had the race stayed green, it could well have put them at a very significant disadvantage, but that last safety car got them back into the game, and from there, with the fresh set of tyres, they had the pace to overhaul their main rivals. And if you're going to get your first race win in this series, you might as well do it at one of the biggest races.
I tell you what, they're celebrating that hard. They actually didn't find the right channel on Discord to jump into to celebrate it. They've gone to the hearing waiting room for the stewards and whatnot. They're not thinking interview waiting. They're thinking, oh my God, this race, how good was it? They had to look a few channels higher in terms of Discord. That's how much they're celebrating. In terms of things, if you're going to win a race, obviously everyone targets Bathurst, right? It's just got this grace about it. It is the majesty, it is the crowning achievement in Australian sim racing. But Sandown, my word, Sandown is right there, right next to it. It's got cultural history. It's been a Victorian motor racing icon for so long. Yeah, Bathurst is in a few weeks' time, but we're going to celebrate this one. We're really going to celebrate it. It was the emphasis I got from those guys.
Yeah, and I think they need to celebrate hard because they have absolutely earned it tonight. Just waiting on people to head to the podium for the presentation. That's why we've got a bit of a pause in the broadcast at the moment. And it'll be interesting to do a bit of number crunching and work out our points. I think provisionally you would have to say that Madison Down will move back into the championship lead based on the fact that he finished 4 positions higher than James Scott, and there were only 9 points separating those drivers coming into this race. And we've now got our winners on the podium. Would you please congratulate your 2023 Sandown 500 champions, Luke Rosella and Harley Haber.
Boys, we're not hearing anything from you guys. That burnout though, Luke.
Yeah.
I was getting that energy level from the burnouts, mate. You were celebrating like it's the year 2000 again.
Mate, this season's been pretty difficult. You know, either my fault for not putting enough time in, or for the most part, really, and then getting involved in incidents and whatnot. But let's forget about that. I mean, what a race! I mean, the car was mega. And to be honest, I don't know how we found ourselves in that position, because it was just unbelievable. Just stoked.
Luke, it's not like you were last man standing tonight. You had genuine pace when it counted. After that last safety car restart, you restarted a bit further down the order and you charged your way to the front. So you had to work for the win tonight. You stood up and performed against some of the best sim racing talent in Australia. How are you feeling?
Oh, just amazing. I mean, I guess what I say, like, Harley drove brilliantly today. He put a lot of time in. He hasn't been in the seat for a while, and what a return for him. And he drove flawlessly. But we didn't really have tyre advantage over Dylan, but we definitely had tyre advantage over the other cars. We had to quickly get past those guys because we didn't want to give up too much time to Dylan. And then we made our way behind him and pulled a move at turn 4, so it worked out.
We thought that extra stop that you made on, I think it was lap number 93, was a bit of an interesting call, because at that stage you didn't need to make that stop in terms of fuel range and driver time. Was that a conscious decision to go for that extra pit stop?
I would say it was a strategic error, but you can't really say it was an error if we won the race. But certainly without a safety car, we would have been probably done. So it was a bit of a strategy bluff from us, taking that extra stop. But we had some good pace and clean air against the co-driver still in the car. So I guess we got a bit of an undercut really, but it was. I'll tell you, it was a happy mistake from our part.
Best mistake that's been made, I think, since Greg Murphy's missed gear in the top 10 shootout lap of the Gods back in 2003. Harley Haber, welcome back to sim racing. What a comeback!
Yeah, thanks guys. I'll be honest, I don't know what I'm doing. I just got a text message to come and race. I didn't even know who Luke was. I jumped in the car. The car was fantastic. I did a few laps the last 2 nights, and anyway, honestly, Luke drove amazing tonight. I mean, the pace that he had at the end there, like that really is what won it for us. Even with that last pit stop, I mean, I just got told to pit, I pitted, and then come out, and I turned the stream on, and everyone was sort of thinking to themselves, oh, why did they pit? And then I started questioning it too, but anyway, you can't beat race pace, and Luke had that, so thanks to the SSR boys, we got a good car, couple of good drivers, and I don't know, we just pulled a race win out from something that was completely unexpected.
So just finally, guys, before we let you go and continue the celebrations, who would you like to thank? Who gets it done for you?
First off, I want to thank SSR. All the boys put in tremendous amount of effort in the car setup and everything. Dr. Epoxy, perfection every time. Parramatta, Isuzu Ute. Wave Runner Performance Center, and we raced for Gerald today as well.
And Harley?
Yeah, I think Luke sort of covered it there with everyone, and all the sponsors that got on board for the car, and just a special shout out to all the boys and Chris and everyone at West End Motor Group.
Good stuff, guys. Well done. Well, we'll let you guys go and enjoy the rest of the celebrations with your teammates. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, our 2023 Sandown 500 winners, Luke Rosella and Harley Haber. In second place tonight, it's Dylan O'Shea and Corey McFarlane. And Dylan, when we interviewed you on the grid before the start of the race, we rated you as potentially a chance of fighting for the win. You talked down your chances. I'll tell you what, you were in contention right through to the very end. Well done, mate.
Yeah, cheers. That was a pretty spectacular race. Just lucky that, unfortunately for James and Shane, they got caught up in an incident with a out of sync car, and that really cost them their race, but gave up me and Corey and I an opportunity to fight for the win. But yeah, Corey drove absolutely phenomenally and definitely wouldn't have been in the same position if it wasn't for him and his pace.
We've got Scott in the commentary box as well. Scott, I'm sure you've got questions for the boys, Dylan and Corey.
Yeah, I think for you guys, what was the pace like in that car in that last stint? Because you guys pit on lap 117, and that was the run to the flag, and you were committed to that strategy. Coming down when that safety car got called, you'd say it was just a fraction too short. It would be really, really risky to bolt on new tyres. He's had the track position. You committed to it. The restart was reasonable. It was good. He's had pace there. But I get the feeling it was just right set of tyres on at the right time towards the end.
Yeah, I thought the setup was mint. Like, Rod's been working on it endlessly for weeks to get something good, and he really did do a wonderful job. Too bad he didn't get a good result tonight, but yeah, the setup was mint, and yeah, we just decided to keep the track position. I just said it was a bit risky going into pit and then losing track position at a track where it's really hard to pass, but obviously Rosella was able to get through the field and had pace, and if it wasn't for that incident, he was definitely going to pass me like somewhere else, so not really too worried about that. So yeah.
In terms of things, we were talking about the season as a whole. You know, second place at the end of the day, you'll go, I just wanted to win the 500, but you're inside the top 10 now. This is a big stamp of authority in terms of pace. You've shown flashes of brilliance. I think up until thus far, because I know that you and I have raced each other in other categories, and you know, I've always said you're a very, very aggressive driver. I think today's performance, for me, it's the consistency now. You've got to finish at this level consistently to say, yep, I'm one of the top drivers in Australia, because the pace is there, mate. It's right there.
Yeah, definitely. I think the last couple of months working with 9.5 has definitely stepped me up a bit and built that consistency, as you say. So yeah, big credit to 9.5 and Sean for helping me out to get to where I am today.
Corey, I'll pose the next question to you now. Obviously, Dylan's a little bit younger. You've got more experience. You're the more experienced driver in that car. How was his nerves in the last 30 laps?
Yeah, he handled a lot better than I would have. So, yeah, it was just when you were in a bit of a pickle when got done in with the safety car and was just trying to hold out Luke for as long as possible. But yeah, he did an awesome job and definitely had a lot more patience with Luke than I would have. I would have fired him off as soon as possible if I could have.
Mate, cracking race from both of you guys today. I think you'll celebrate. You'll say that P2, you know, qualifying at the other end of the race, you said, look, I don't think we're necessarily there and in contention for the win, but second place at the end of the day, boys. Absolutely ecstatic with that. Floor is yours to thank the sponsors, boys.
It is, mate. Yeah, just a quick shout out to 9.5, Sean, and Rudd for building an absolutely mega set for tonight. And then the team sponsors, Racecraft Simulations, Turn In Race Apparel, RSW Graphics, Racing Ears, and Prestige Cinematography.
Most importantly, is there any shoeies in celebration?
Oh, no, we didn't win, so can't be doing that.
It's close enough, it's good enough. I'd be doing one, boys, so maybe rethink that one. Congratulations, have a great night, celebrate like you wouldn't believe, boys.
Cheers, thank you.
Congratulations, boys. So that was Corey McFarlane along with Dylan O'Shea, who finishes our runners-up tonight in the Sandown 500, and in third place for the Trans-Tasman Racing Squad, Brady Myers and Emily Jones. And that was, how do I describe your race? It was an up and down race. A bit of drama here and there, but you still managed to find yourself on the podium at the end of it. Brady, starting with you, talk us through the race from your perspective.
Yeah, it was pretty hectic. I got a really poor start and just got buried in traffic. And from there, I just thought our race was going to go south. So just, yeah, kept chipping away at it and, yeah, just put Emily in, and she really saved our skin. She just put in a monster effort to get us back in a fighting position. And yeah, as it turned out, we're on the right strategy. So just a bit unlucky at the end, but yeah, all in all, just Emily really saved our backsides today, so can't thank her enough.
Yeah, Emily, definitely one of the standout co-driver performances that we saw today. How did things play out during your stint?
Yeah, it was fun. I had a good time. I didn't do a huge amount. I just kind of drove around a bit. It was really hard to pass, so I was just kind of chilling behind whoever I got stuck behind, really, and dodging wrecks and stuff. And I don't know, it was one of those stints where you just drive constantly for like, I don't know, 70 laps or something, and then at the end you were in an okay position. Yeah, we didn't actually know we were on for the one stop at the end until it happened, but it ended up being okay. And Brady drove amazingly at the end and carried us home. It was really good.
I think you're being a bit too modest there, Emily, because there was a fair bit of carnage happening during your stint and you managed to dodge it, unlike a lot of other people, but your pace was really strong as well, and you were actually able to overtake some cars and make up some spots during your stint, so really well done. Scott, did you have any questions for Emily and Brady?
Yeah, I actually did. Specifically, I'm going to talk to Emily about this one. Race management, I think, was the critical term. You talked about the cars around you. There was a lot of cars in that racing group that the co-driver just found their way to get locked into somebody else, to get target fixation a little bit, and find the barriers, find contact when they didn't necessarily need to be mega aggressive. You talked about that from your perspective in terms of racing, and you say, look, yeah, I just drove a nice, smooth, consistent race. I think you're going to watch this one back and go, actually, that was quite a good stint. I mean, thoughts on that, and thoughts on what's the debrief like, I guess?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I'm not sure what Brady thinks, but I think because it was so difficult to pass. It was sort of like there wasn't that pressure to make a huge dive for a move. It was sort of like, we can't get past unless the car in front makes a mistake. So there's no point over driving, trying to make that move happen. You can just kind of wait and just kind of underdrive a little bit, just kind of hit your marks. And eventually when they do make that mistake, you can go for it. And it sort of took the pressure off. And I think that's why we kind of avoided some stuff. So yeah, I guess that helped a bit.
And finally, I mean, you're now being compared to the likes of Shane Van Gisbergen and Forzen El Nabi, these really top co-drivers. Confidence levels as you move into Bathurst, because you've just been invited into this. It's Brady's game to play around with, and you're just here to be the co-star of it. You're not the primary star, so confidence has got to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, I mean, there are some pretty awesome co-drivers, like with amazing sim racing credentials, and real-life drivers as well. I'm actually not doing Bathurst. I'm taking a break, so Brady can tell you about the other driver who'll be driving, but I'll be watching on YouTube, I guess. Yeah.
Well, Brady, can you give us the exclusive as to who your co-driver is going to be for Bathurst?
Can't drop the name, but I believe it's a Warren.
Yeah, well, I think only one is eligible, so we'll leave everybody else to join the dots on that one, but if that's the case, it'll be a very strong combination. So looking forward to seeing you guys on the grid at Bathurst. Before we let both of you go, is there anybody that you would like to thank?
Yeah, I just want to give a big personal shout out to Emily. Like I said, carried our backsides and put us in a really good spot to the race. Yeah, I'm thrilled with her performance tonight. To my sponsor, Extreme, to Virtual Racing School, to Card Effects, to TP Race Design, to Lee Ellis Designs, and the whole team at TTR. We did a lot of work and set up, a lot of back and forth, and I think what we landed on we're pretty happy with. So yeah, big shout out to everyone at TTR and to you guys for the broadcast.
Yeah, same here as well. The setup was great, and the car was fun, and good work, everybody working on the things, and VRS, and everybody hosting the event. It's really well run. I only get to do 1 or 2 races of this series a year, but they're really well run events, so thanks for hosting.
And thank you guys, and congratulations on 3rd place. Scott, that brings us to the end of our coverage of the Sandown 500, and now we look forward to the next round of the Logitech G Pro Invitational E-Series, the Bathurst 1000 on the 1st of October.
Yeah, and think about the work up to this one now. And you just talked about it with Brady and Emily. Oh, I start to get the feeling that Dane Warren's shaking in his boots. He's going to get compared to Emily Jones here. He's got to be worried about that one, surely. Look at the drive Emily's just put forth. No, the driver's going to be keen for that race, that everything's going to go on. It's now mind on, focus. we're building to the crowning jewel in the Australian sim racing calendar. This is it. If you are going to win one, well, this was your prelude. Have a look at the form guide that Luke Rosella's on, Dylan O'Shea. The field gets shaken up. What is going to happen at Bathurst? Because only the mountain can decide its winner.
Indeed it can, and if you thought Sandown was good, then Bathurst is going to take things to another whole new level. That concludes our coverage from the Sandown 500. Thanks to all of you who have tuned in on Race Stars TV, on the social media channels for the Logitech G Pro Invitational A Series, and on Speed Cafe. A big thanks to my co-commentators Scott Rankin and Luke Lucas from Race Stars TV for all the work behind the scenes. On behalf of the entire team, I'm Lockie Mansell. See you next time. Bye for now.